Nothing here is given.
Spiker, all that is left but
Every loss meant something more.
oh my goodness! That's the swing back.
They have stunned this crowd.
It reminded us that victory is never granted. The world tested us. Now they know who we are. Champions are made in North America. Everything here is earned, not given.
It is the final day of NAL groups where we have 3 teams fighting, but only 2 remaining spots for the playoffs. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today. Once again, taking over for Jonah. And joining me in the studio, we have Mint and Lexing. Do we feel the tension rising, or do we think it's pretty set in stone who's going to get those last 2 spots?
I mean, I don't want to jinx anything. After yesterday and all the prep that we did for some of those matches and hope that they were going to deliver, they absolutely didn't. So I don't want to say anything. I'm just hoping for a good day.
I don't think we're going to talk much. We're just going to let's just go right into the games. We're not jinxing anything.
Yeah, we're not trying to cast or curse anything here for our teams. Of course, the earlier games today will really impact the results of what's going to happen later and who still is eligible to make it into playoffs. But before we dive into the final day, let's review what happened yesterday, except we will not be reviewing any games. We'll review something else NAL related that happened yesterday. We saw Jesse get married to his partner. Obviously, big congratulations to him and his partner. Beautiful stuff, and paired that together with Parker's birthday. I feel like that's a very valid excuse not to show up to work yesterday.
I mean, Parker somehow had to find his way in there to still make it about him, but obviously, big congratulations over to Jesse and his partner. Super happy for you guys.
Yeah, Parker probably brought it up. Guys, it's my birthday, but I'm still here, of course. But yeah, absolutely, congratulations to Jesse.
It's very cute. Obviously wonderful to see that happening within the NAL. But let's focus on what we're here for today as well with our standings to really tell you how things are shaping up so far in our league. After 8 playdays, we still see M80 undefeated. They're pretty much locked in first in the group as well.
Yeah, they absolutely are. I mean, it's pretty top heavy, but something that we saw yesterday was now that gap is being lengthened based off some of those wins yesterday with Cloud9 losing to 4Fun. It's still an arms race to get the 5th and 6th spot, but again, some of those games, or one game rather, could really determine the outcome.
Yeah, the big one you pointed out there, right there, M80 on top, that S-tier team that Lax kind of pulled out.
A+ for you.
I said A+, but I'm now going to say it's S-tier, and you know, they have a chance to go undefeated. You know, the last team that went undefeated in the NAL was back in Stage 2 last year, and that actually was M80, so the old hot and cold roster. So Savage got a chance to match it today.
And we know what happened after that as well, right? The international event that came after that, they won that. So if there's a chance for them to replicate it, it starts here today. We're playing up in that first match against Wildcard, which isn't the easiest match to defend that top position and that undefeated one as well. But looking at it further, from match 2, it's where it's really going to start to matter.
Yeah, that's the one that I was kind of hinting at. The Cloud9 versus Dark Zero. Cloud9, it is their last chance. They need those 3 points. And we do have kind of give you a little bit of an understanding of what's going to take place here once that match does deliver. For Cloud9, they need the 3 points. There is no exceptions from there. If they get the 3 points, then it's kind of relying on how the other games and their outcomes go. But if they do get eliminated, they can't get those 3 points, it will auto-qualify both Shopify Rebellion and 4Fun Esports going forward for the rest of the day. So big implications for that second game.
And that's game 2, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's the big one today, right? Everything is falling into place, all on the hopes of Cloud9, and they have a monster of an opponent they have to face. I'm sure we'll talk
Especially
about that
after
later.
a quick 7-0 of yesterday. I doubt they want to come back and have the same treatment.
I was gonna say that. I mean, if it was like a an Outlast game or something, you would count them a little bit more fortunate in that matchup to get 3 points actually. But this one really is going to be tough for them. But that is, as you guys already alluded to, our second matchup of the day. Before we get that, we have some display of absolute class within the NAL, with the number 1 going up against the number 3. We're talking M80 versus Wildcard. And as we said, M80, a serious chance for them to go undefeated in this stage. And the big thing is, I think a lot of people, maybe you two included, wouldn't have said that at the beginning of the stage, given the roster change that they made with Hot and Cole leaving the roster and Savage being picked up. We saw his potential in EML, but it's actually working out for the team.
Well, you at least called them S tier. I was hate watching, and I think rightfully so. I have obviously Hot and Cold is my favorite player of all time, having teamed with him for a extremely long time. And I was skeptical, but I was skeptical for the right reasons in the sense of M80, they just historically, they make more roster moves than any other team in the NAL. Which, I mean, if you're a fan of M80, great. That means your team is always going to be in contention at least, because Marco is not going to be afraid to kind of go out and get some players and shake it up a little bit. And that's exactly what happened. They removed Hot and Cold from the roster. And truly, me being a Secret fan as well, I don't think there's anyone more perfect to replace Hot and Cold now that I've had some time to really ingest it than Savage, right? Savage, what was M80's problems with Hot and Cold on the roster? They didn't have a shield player because they got rid of Kino. They forced Hot and Cold onto the shields. Savage has that experience IGLing as a shield player and completely fills their roles. They're also able to move some of the right pieces on defense. Ashen, now a full roamer. Diffuser being moved to site, which I like a lot more. So they have a little bit more flexibility in their roster. He's also a strategic guy from what I've heard about Savage. He's the one kind of doing all of the strat work from his time even way back at Secret. And I do feel like M80 was kind of missing that as well, just because Fabian, a great coach, one of the probably best coach of all time, but he isn't known to be the most strategic guy. And I know a lot of their strategy stuff is usually the whole team kind of pitches in. So Savage coming in here, again, having that strong leadership personality that he does, is able to kind of put everything into the place.
Yeah, big one for me is just what you were saying. Everyone looks a little more fluid in their roles, and it's definitely a pleasure seeing Ashen more in a roaming style, more aggressive play instead of forcing him onto a shield or forcing him to play more passive, because that's just not his nature. It's not to say that he can't do it, but he absolutely thrives in the environment when he can get aggressive, when he can pick and prod around the map and open up rounds and find those gaps. So very happy to see the fluidity that this team has and desperately needed.
Yeah, I guess we can say they're silencing the haters so far. I mean, especially for you, you've been talking about them as well and talk about the great length of everything that they've been able to achieve so far in this season. It would be a great accomplishment for them to go, well, not just flawless because they have got those overtime games, but to go undefeated. And speaking of their opponents, we think, you know, stylistically or game plan wise, if there is any team to finally take this team down, it should be Wildcard.
Yeah, it definitely should be Wildcard, and I only say that it might be a little bit of a stretch given, you know, given the history of what just happened yesterday with Wildcard. But when you look at their match against DZ, that was a very anticipated game. We knew it was going to be close. Everyone put their chips on DZ to win that series. But once we heard what Spiker said in the interview is when they were on that defensive half, they didn't care about having a flawless half. That wasn't their goal. It was to get a couple rounds, and then once they switched to their attacking side, that's how they knew how they were going to approach DZ. They knew how they could push and pull and move the defense around. That was going to funnel them into gunfights. That was going to put them in unwinnable situations and really just able to expose DZ. And the second that side swap happened, that's where we really started to see Wildcard showcase all their prep that they had. And I have no doubt after their series yesterday and losing and coming into this match against M80, they would be the one team, realistically for me, that could dethrone and stop the streak for M80 and give them their first loss.
Yeah, and I'm glad you actually just touched on right there the prep work. I mean, that's why shout out to Lagonis, their coach, right? That is why they're able to be inside every single matchup. They're going to be competitive, and I think that's a big reason why they've been able to figure out their domestic struggles, right? Because internationally, they are that prep-heavy team that people used to think, you know, myself, even on Dark Zero, we were all about, where we're only good once it comes into, like, international events or best of threes because we are able to, like, prep. That's kind of how Wildcard has been because Lagonis is such heavy on the prep, but Spiker's been included. Bay is very included in the prep as well. So it's great to see right now they have those domestic problems kind of figured out, and a win here could be really good for their confidence going into playoffs.
Yeah, not just their confidence as well. If you think about the greater scheme of things here, for M80, they're locked in first. They can't really change anything for that. But given that we do see Wildcard on 17 points right now, should they come away from this matchup without any points, there is the chance for 100 Thieves to overtake them later, and that means they would face M80 in that first round of playoffs.
Yeah, and realistically, I mean, wherever you find yourself, fact of the matter is you're just happy to be in playoffs. You get one win, you're in a good situation where then you can end up qualifying for EWC. So even for a wildcard situation here, the best they can do is second, and they're going to go against that third place, and then possibly if they get knocked down, then they're in the fourth, like you said. They go against M80. But again, realistically, and being a former player, you just want to make playoffs, and if you're an upper bracket, you have that little bit of extra cushion where if you do lose, now your back is against the wall and you still have that fighting chance to still qualify. So I know for them, they're just happy that they made playoffs and hoping that they can possibly overcome this M80 roster.
They are just happy, and it's also like, who do you really want to play against? Either way, you're playing against M80 realistically or DZ. I mean, they did beat DZ, so they probably do want to hang on to that 3rd seed, and you could argue that maybe this is kind of important for them because, again, they have that kind of historically, they were able to beat them.
Yeah.
And just happy to be there, I guess we could say that for the guy on your screen right now as well. Speaking to us in the interview yesterday, talking a little less smack than I guess we would have hoped from him here. But of course, after that 7-0, confidence really must be for them. But they seem to be so locked into this one too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's also a very scary thing because, I mean, as much as they are going flawless, to beat the teams the way that they're beating them, especially beating the way that they beat Dark Zero yesterday. And I want to contribute. I don't want to discredit Dark Zero. I thought they were trying their absolute best, but M80 was just so responsive yesterday. They understood exactly what DZ was going to go for and how they were going to counter it. They were using the information very well, being able to play their trade game significantly well. And it was really constantly forcing DZ's hand time and time again, where they were just able to eat that up. And when you lose a 7-0, that's not just on one single player. That's on the entire team's dynamic falling apart, and M80 was crushing them.
Did you see that there? I think Ashton was trying to mess with Savage's computer there, trying to maybe make sure this isn't another 7-0 here, or what's going on?
It's a possibility.
I mean, probably. They're a little bit more looser on this team. I don't know where they're playing out of. Looks like some like college university or something, but a little boot camp situation. I don't think they have Gavini yet. Maybe for playoffs they'll have him. Lars, I wanted to actually ask you, do you think this is kind of like a honeymoon period that we're seeing with Savage joining, or do you actually think like right now this is the most locked in M80 version where we've seen, and they're actually contenders right now?
It's always hard to say, right? Because I mean, you know what it's like. Sometimes you just hit those strides right away with newer players. It revitalizes everyone. Everyone wants to show up. Everyone wants to perform. So they put their best foot forward. And we spoke with Savage talking about, you guys haven't lost yet. Is that kind of worrisome? Because you don't want to lose in the playoffs. You don't want to lose when all the pressure is there. You want to lose earlier on so you can fix those issues. And they haven't really hit that road yet. And we've seen some teams, once they finally do get that first loss, it really hits them hard. Yeah. Do I think that they're going to be able to bounce back if they do lose today? Absolutely. But still, do I think it's a honeymoon phase? I don't know. I mean, when you look at the majority of the players and where they came from, it's hard to say that this is a honeymoon phase. And then in some aspects, it could easily be.
I had to ask as a former hate watcher, but you do look at, like you said, you look at the talent on the team, like they should be performing like this, and I have such high respect for Savage and the rest of the guys too, that they're going to be able to kind of make this work.
I could argue wildcard, maybe it's a little bit of a honeymoon phase for whatever reason. Well, not for whatever reason. They're actually able to play with Adrian, and it's their first time that they actually qualified for a playoff early, so maybe you could contribute a little bit of a honeymoon phase there. But again, for the M80 point, I don't think so.
I mean, for them, I do worry though, like because they're having that domestic success again, like what is it going to be like come playoffs? Like, are they going to be just as locked? And if they are to actually go internationally, like, has anything changed? Have they now just figured out how to play domestically, right? Like, these are all the questions that maybe chatters might be kind of asking, and we have to sit on our streams and answer. Now, as a former player, do I really think that's actually a thing? No, I don't, but people are wondering, right? Like, hey, they kind of got it domestically. How are they gonna handle now?
Best of threes are surely going to test that as well once we go into playoffs. But as you can see, none of the players have made it to the playroom yet. We clearly saw that on the side of M80. Gives us some time to talk about the map veto and the map that we're going to be seeing for both these teams. Is final best of one in here. Like, that was a happy or a sad?
I feel a little more confident. I understand for both these teams realistically. I mean, if you look at M80, they did have a very close series with Cloud9 7-5 beating them, and then for the side for wildcard, they lost to SR 5-7. So in both scenarios, either one round fixes a solution where you go into overtime, and then it could really be up for grabs at that point. But if you're going to go to a map, you don't want to show anything off. I believe these are one of their most banned maps for both of these teams. However, so again, not really trying to show anything. I don't think we're going to see a lot of Clubhouse maybe in playoffs, maybe for the side of M80, possibly more for the side of wildcard. But I do think this is a good proving ground to just end the stage, not have to showcase anything. There's nothing that you're going to bring to the table that any team is going to go back, look in the bot, and be like, hey, let's attack this if we see them in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I referenced this before, but this is basically our Dust in Siege, the most default map that there is. And I do actually think we're kind of getting maybe possibly a blueprint here. I think this is actually a good map pick for Wildcard because we're taking M80 to a map that is default. And maybe it kind of takes away from some of their different styles of play, their fast shield plays and things like that. So we might see them have to play more utility-based. Maybe this could be a map that could be exposed on them into the future if we're looking ahead into playoffs.
I think that's a little bit of a stretch.
I got it. Hey, I'm gonna stretch it out. I mean, Wildcard, I do think has been a better utility-based team, the Capital and the Grim. So this could be their advantage.
I like how we're talking about these teams so much. I mean, they are some of our top teams in the NAL, but it's time we get the match started. It's time we bring in our casters for today. Gaz and Xenox are joining us, and I'm glad you two are here because I no longer feel like the only outsider as we're touring this broadcast a little bit more worldwide. But it is really early for you guys, no?
It is. Yeah, I was going to say good morning to my fellow Americans and Anne. It is 4 in the morning at the moment, and unfortunately for us Aussies as well, guys, the Socceroos have just started, so conflicting interests, but clearly excited for today and NAL to wrap things up for the regular part of the stage. And also, you know, hearing about the discussion when it comes to M80, like what a turnaround from kickoff. I think just being able to revitalize, get themselves back into a good position. It's been a wonderful regular season, but clearly the goal and the prize is going to be to get to EWC.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very much getting a sort of 2025 Stage 2 vibe from M80 at the moment. We know how good that group stage was for them. Of course, the playoffs was a whole different story, but they went on to do great things at Munich, of course, and that's not to be discounted. They're looking really good at the moment. A good rep for them, but for Wildcard as well, a good opportunity to flex their muscles a bit this afternoon as well.
It is, yeah, and despite it being 4 a.m. for you guys, I'm glad that we start the day off with a match between the number 1 and the number 3 in NAL and is ready to go.
Yeah, it's one way to kind of kick the morning off, guys, wake you up. Talk about a bounce back for M80 this stage so far, completely undefeated. I think for me, this is the kind of team that we expected back in kickoff when we were kind of left wondering where they went. Well, we've refound them.
Yeah, very much so. They've been revitalized in this first stage of 26. It's been a pleasure to watch them so far, and they will very much, I think, be eager to try and get that. Is it technically flawless with the OT win? I'm inclined to say it is. I think it counts. I think it's good enough. And I think they'll try and get that in the bag this afternoon. For Wildcard, a little bit more on the line. I think, as Anne was explaining earlier, an opportunity for them to affirm seeding in second or third. There is an opportunity for them to potentially be jumped if they do fail to get points on the board in this matchup. Again, as Lax counted, it probably isn't going to be hugely influential, but if anything, it's a good confidence-building opportunity for Wildcard.
Yeah, of course, what you're referring to is if Wildcard do lose this game and 100 Thieves go on and win their respective match today against SSG, which I would frame it as the more likely of the two outcomes. There's a probably higher chance that M80 will likely go on and win this game. They're the favorites for a reason. We saw that with the social prediction vote as well. And I think you'd say the same as well for 100 Thieves, which does leave this, funnily enough, being a game in which you would then have the 1 seed versus the 4 seed again for playoffs. So we usually go into these kind of matches with playoffs, finals, whatever you want to call it, on the other side of things in the next week or so to come. And you think about, do you hold things back? Do you want to play maybe maps that you won't necessarily want to play in a best of 3? And so you kind of factor a lot of those decision-making moments into a game like this. I wouldn't put this result, whatever happens, I wouldn't give it too much in the grander scheme of things. You know, you're going to get a lot more out of the result if they play each other later in playoffs than you would from this best of 1. Still, fun way to close off the stage if you're M80 to see if you can indeed go flawless.
Yeah, again, good rep for both teams. I think the quality of the Siege in this matchup as well is going to be a really nice way to start getting ready for that playoffs bracket for these two squads. The bans for this first half: Bandit, Mirror, Therm, Habana. There was a bit of discussion on the desk regarding util usage on club, such a classic map for that layering to be really important for the attack. And so M80 are going to have all of those tools available at the cost of losing hard breach potential, but they can make up for that by util layering, shields up, etc. They can look to take space in some slightly alternate manners, and of course don't discount the impact that the secondary breaches are already having, as we could see over towards Jacuzzi earlier.
I saw there was a little bit of a highlight as well to Ashen from the desk in terms of the stage he's had so far. He's the #1 rated player in North America. Not too much of a surprise considering the caliber of player that he's been over the last couple of years. But certainly to take that #1 mantle so far this stage, I think is a really good step in his career, paying dividends for the team as a whole. And maybe on the attack to begin in this first half. I definitely agree with the sentiment when it comes to Clubhouse being kind of like the dust of Rainbow Six. In some ways, I think Oregon was a little bit like the dust originally, but that's transferred now over to Clubhouse.
Yeah,
Clubhouse in this region is...
Oregon's Mirage.
yeah, probably. 60% defensive win rate. Kansan does get the opening kill, so expecting Wildcard to start well in this first half.
Yeah, looking pretty comfortable here. M80 will need to leverage the Monty pretty drastically for the remainder of this particular round. Space taking Cash, Wildcard with Peel. And they'll be looking to lean into the double Nitro lineup they have late. Zoto can be used to disperse, and 3 Gas Babes as well. So the denial potential in terms of space and time and stall out here from Wildcard is very, very strong with 60 on the clock. They also have the offside potential. Baby Shark, Arsenal currently. M80 would probably just look to consolidate here, look to get a bit of value from a Jacuzzi, pinch potentially late, as Gunner sets the cam 90. Unfortunately though, for M80, Bay and Spiker, I'll hit the kill feed.
Well, pistol doesn't quite connect. Gunner got that pistol shot, does connect though by Savage onto Adrian. A sign of life. 30 seconds left in the round, but Savage not accounting for Bay. Still sitting inside a bedroom. Yellow ping should be an easy kill, and it's 3 in the round for Bay. Wildcard take the opening round, and I was going to touch on it as well. That site, Gym Bedroom in the North American region, is the most attacker-sided site. So that's a big tick already for Wildcard, sitting at 58% attacker win rate. That was an early chance being afforded to M80. And Wildcard past that. Now, when you think about Church, you think about CCTV and Cash later on. Well, those particular sites sit at 74% and 68% respectively for defense favor. That's a good way to start now for Wildcard to see if they can get 3 on the board to begin.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see if that attack-defense split, if that delta maybe reduces a little bit in at least this first half. I think it's expected to, given those hard breach bans. In some circumstances, it is then going to be relying on M80 to pivot accordingly, try and find other openings and opportunities and playmaking chances that they can try to capitalize upon. Evidently in that first round, Wildcard, sharp first pick, they lose some of that hard breach potential, but mainly really a gun. They then look to consolidate. The Wildcard had already successfully peeled. They had good util that they could play into late, and Bay was clearly sharp on his anchor work site. So really just a strong start and a bit of a statement round from Wildcard. But M80 have obviously shown phenomenal skill over the course of the last couple of weeks, and again, this is a good grab and a good opportunity for them to maybe be tested and to show us what they've got in terms of resilience. It is a best of 1. They're already confirmed for first. It doesn't mean a whole lot outside of really just the mental factor and the confidence factor for these guys who are going to want to walk away from today saying they had, again, another flawless stage.
Yeah, I think the last time M80 were truly tested as well at this stage, you're going to go back June 26th against Shopify Rebellion. That was 7-5, 3-3 first half. You know, since then, they've had relatively comfortable results. You just kind of hope, I guess, for M80's sake, it doesn't lull them into that sense of security. Top spot locked up, you know, playoffs good position, being a great stage. It is easy to kind of come into a match like this and not maybe then play 110%, have that hunger. It is only 1 round, but I think you could definitely give leeway either side. The game like this. Adrian extension over with the Tachenka, Cash and CCTV. Gavin finds the early pick though, and Diffuser with the quick follow-up. Well, a much better start to the round for M80. Kansan needed to get that next kill and wins the second battle from Bedroom as well. Good double from Kansan, but they do lose that Tachenka of Adrian. And it does leave Bay and Kansan somewhat split. 2v3, but low health for both Diffuser and Ashen. But Diffuser hits the headshot onto Kansan, and Bay can't win his battle. M80 strike back quickly in the second round to tie it up, 1 apiece.
Yeah, clearly Wildcard playing very reactive to the first pick of these initial rounds, whether it be for or against. Last time we saw the peel, we saw the consolidation site, the anchor work, all spot on. They flicked the switch entirely there in round 2 to try and adapt to Spiker falling. They just go full aggro on the bedroom side of the map. They want to contest as much of that control as they possibly can, try and at least equalize numbers. And it almost worked. That the swing from Baby Shark Jacuzzi again may look a little bit sloppy at first glance, but he's trying to get proactive, trying to catch Diffuser off guard outside, and unfortunately that fight doesn't go his way. You flip that, the narrative of the round can play out very, very differently. They would have had more of a foothold on the opposing side of the map and probably would have stalled out a bit of the progression there from M80.
Bomb located by
But to the credit of M80, they were ready. When Wildcard tried to pounce, they trapped them. So doing some really good work there in that response on attack. And so top floor will now be vacated. We go down to basement for the third round, and Wildcard will commit to an extensive roam.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb. The attacker's bomb diffuser
We're
has
setting
been
up for an
dropped.
extensive roam. We'll see how much they actually want to commit to it. I mean, typically with a lineup such as this, it's pretty easy to eventually have that fallback option, fallback play site. But looking at their positions, I mean, yeah, you're going to want to keep control of Red Stairs, Secret, have that ability to rotate back down to basement. Garage, you can also go oil pit. But I'll look at Baby Shark over towards Con, so I do wonder what the escape route's going to be for him. Drop hatch, back down red. But either way, they are committing to at least start this round. And you can see Spike is over towards Secret as well, so he's just kind of watching that window, make sure that M80 don't get that sort of control, enables that push back down red stairs for Wildcard if they so want to choose to fall back. For M80 though, they're choosing to go pretty direct, straight down bot main, open up the barricade, try and maybe force these defensive roamers back to site early.
Yeah, it is a 3-2 split though, at least for now, and it won't be for much longer with Wildcard now rotating back. Baby Shark left garage. Is the only one now on the first floor. Now basement himself. M80 haven't necessarily been able to push down long or through short to Moto just yet. They've been stalled out a little bit here, bot main, or at least have taken their time to settle. And maybe try and catch one of these roamers off guard, but drone active. Evidently, is of course we have the privilege of seeing the outlines and the player positions. Wildcard have not elected to go for that. Instead, will anchor on the objective, and it's Bay again to find another key pick.
Interesting round as well. They had Gunner on the sledge pushing dirt rather than playing that sort of kitchen hallway, open up with the sledgehammer, get that vert. And then Savage just a little bit too forward at bot main, gives Wildcard a look in. Bay with his second of the round. And Washington does find a nice kill. He's going to need all 5 if he's going to win this round for M80. Reloaded. The flames don't deter him. He pushes towards the fire, finds that kill onto Spiker, and suddenly it's a 1 versus 3. 2 of those low on health. Ashen, this is certainly doable. Has the time as well to not panic. Double stack towards blue, leaves Adrian by himself inside of Arsenal. He can watch the cross. They want Ashen to push forward.
Yeah, the long angle's held here. Can Ashen unlock it? 40 seconds on the clock to try and problem solve.
Oh, I tell you what, if he had got that one tap, but he does kind of get the cross. Still a little bit of time remaining. Has also isolated one. Knows there should be 2 towards blue. Big tag onto Kansan. All 3 of them. One body shot will do the job. This could be an early moment play, but it's denied. Baby Shark gets the angle from blue. Wildcard will hold on to the round.
That was a really respectable effort there from Ashen. How many times do we see players in 1vx situations either take too long and then essentially throw the towel in without little effort or regard in trying to problem solve it? He did the complete opposite in that situation. Had a great read, whether it was just innate or info based. Tried to utilize a bit of utility, had a read on the cross, and did isolate the first pick. Unfortunately wasn't rewarded with the down. Even if he was, the same cross would have been basically in effect with the double stack blue, but nonetheless a good attempt. Good response though from Wildcard, who are very much keeping M80 honest in the first third of these rounds, right? We saw Kansan back in round 1 with good work onto Ashen, taking down one of the best players in the league at the moment. And we see it here again in round 3 with Bay dropping the Blackbeard, which is certainly one of the trickier operators to typically take out on entry. And even back in the second round that they lost, the tempo and the aggression and the proactive play from the Wildcard defense has been very evident. So it's been fun to watch. Probably one of the more dynamic clubhouses I've had the privilege of watching for a little while, so that's always nice. And as we enter round 4, it's the Kite and the Snake off the board.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And we find ourselves all the way back to where we began. Gym bedroom 2-1 favor of Wildcard.
attackers are moving
As he touched on the bans, just add a little bit extra clarity. Solid Snake played 2 of the 3 rounds. As for the Kaid, featured in all 3 rounds for Wildcard, so that's going to be a loss for them. And last time out, on this site back in the opening round, don't think there was really too much strategical depth to the round. M80 kind of just threw a lot of lives away towards the site. And curiosity is going to be applied here to Gunner and how he wants to play on the Nook. Over towards Garage at the moment, but the Nook can very much push up main, try and create pressure in that department. But for now, it seems like he kind of wants to be a solo lurk towards Cash and CCTV, knowing that there's going to be this extension towards Cash from con side. And instead of bringing all the attack over to push them back, they want to see if Gunner can actually just slip in and find a pick while they're not expecting it. He does get caught out by Bay all too comfortably. Bay was kind of itchy on the defense. He wanted to push over to CC window, and in the end, he finds Gunner.
Bay is just continuously putting himself in the right place at the right time and executing. He's been phenomenal for Wildcard so far. Will aggress over towards Garage. Could then be in a position to contest Rafters as well, although Gav will likely keep that honest. And does so. Jump out from Cans and also nets it down, whether he knows it or not. So it's temporarily advantage M80.
Oh, easy kill for Ashen towards Bathroom. Baby Shark unsuspecting. With Kansan down, 2v2. Adrian and Spiker, well, they're bringing it back, and Spiker gets all 3 at the end to close it. Wildcard able to overcome that pressure from M80. This time, they secured Gym Bedroom.
That was nice. Again, the anchor play from Wildcard has looked so good so far. Yeah, you could argue there for a moment it looked a little dicey. Baby Shark got caught by the lurk in from, I believe, Ashen, who went unchecked Jacuzzi side. But then they sprung into action, which to me screams that the comms and the composure from the rest of the team were good. They didn't get too flustered. Baby Shark, presumably, if he knew where he got killed from, called it immediately, then the rest of the team could spring into action. And they were, again, able to withhold and withstand that pressure from M80, which has been pretty relentless so far. But to the credit of Wildcard, they're maintaining good site control. As we look back at the round, Gunner fell first unchecked. They tried to contest from Garage, was covered from Gav, and then in the meantime, Ashen able to charge deep, but Spiker just aim training on all 3 there at the end. Great little clip. And Wildcard now up 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, so far they're doing a pretty good job. Defense on Clubhouse is going to be where you want to get the majority of your rounds and certainly play your best siege. And then on the attacking side, if you can nail at least 4 rounds, if you're Wildcard, then you've got a bit of room to breathe going into that second half on your own attack. We see the Tachanka again here from Adrian. Last time out, this site actually was used over towards that Gym Bedroom side of the map just to delay and not enable M80 to facilitate that push in from Jacuzzi side. It looks like he's going to play that again towards logistics. Now, Wildcard have shown pretty high tendency so far on Clubhouse on the top floor to really extend out the whole floor and be active, rather than what we typically see, like, for example, Gym Bedroom with the Cash CCTV kind of hold, is it's more defensive. Right now, they're showing a little bit more aggression in a lot of these positions. They're happy to push up. They're happy to take space, happy to take fights.
Yeah, Gunner again trying to go for a lurk entry, secret side, and clashing heads with Bay once more, who was able to inflict quite a bit of damage. And we'll keep Gunner on this for the remainder of the round. Could now find himself trapped, though. Secret stack from M80. And it's into the Blackbeard here for Bay, so this is a tricky position for him to try and contest. I don't know if he'll get assistance.
Well, Bay's going to push forward into the flash to avoid the frag grenade, and somehow nothing really eventuates from it until he swings back out again. Savage collects the first kill. The opening for M80 in this 5th round, halfway through the round. They still haven't cleared out Spiker, though. He's been able to fall back, now play this Raptors position. Don't forget, you've still got Adrian as well on this Tachanka. Can very much help out this Raptors hold.
Yeah, they also invested a lot of util there onto Bay, so presuming this set isn't perfect, there might be a chance for Wildcard to hold rafters, and that will give confidence to Spiker. 60 seconds on the clock, reposition. Savage now chunked low, taken down. 60 on the clock, and Spiker's in a good position. He's withstood at least the first of that util belt from Diffuser. Now puts, yeah, this compromised position for M80. It doesn't look pretty here with the lack of utility they have. They've got one nade.
Flame Bolt. Yeah, I mean, they don't have a lot here to clear this. But still 4v4, you can turn your attention elsewhere. Yeah, but Spike, I think, can get aggressive. He knows that they've run out of utility to clear his position. And with so little time remaining, he can get active. And Spiker knows they've got to go back and grab this kit as well. He's played this sensationally. Maybe just don't have the time now, surely, to overcome a 3 versus 4. RU desperately thrown out by Ashen, has one more available. Nitrocell ripped thrown by Baby Shark. And boy, does he get it through the gap. As Diffuser falls, Wildcard get round number 4. They've got a 3-round lead over M80.
Yeah, that's some smart siege from Wildcard in that round. Bay absorbed a lot of utility. I don't think it's unreasonable to think that he was able to communicate that, or at least very close to the amount that was invested into his position. And then so Spiker Rafters knows there's very little to come his way if he can hold out against the Capital, which he did, beautifully repositioned. The Keybers offered the protection that was required. Once both flames were deployed, it left M80 with very few win conditions remaining in the round. They were probably relying on a red stairs creep or a main breach push or something to unlock sight, because Rafters was, after that, going to be incredibly difficult to contest. Savage dying again on the Blackbeard certainly didn't help. Nor did that Nitro. Just some really good siege across the board from Wildcard in that round, and I think they are fully deserved to be in this 4-1 lead position.
And now that we've played the 5 rounds, good sample of data as well. Coming into this game, Wildcard are the best team in the region when it comes to entry kills. Plus 20 on the entry. In contrast, M80, by the way, at -3. They're like 6th rated. That's one of the weakest points of their game, is actually getting those early fights to go their way. But when they do, they're the best team at converting at 80%. And so that round then, M80 get a rare opening kill. So far, it's a 3-2 lead in favor of Wildcard for that category. And they don't convert. That's statistically unlikely for M80 across this stage so far. So that's a huge round for Wildcard. Plus the added benefit, if you get to now go basement to close this half out, 5-1 would be a significant lead for Wildcard.
So an investment again off-site here from Wildcard.
Yeah, look at the activity though again from Wildcard. Like they're just not playing this to set in structured positions. They'll play them, but then they're moving around.
Yeah, it's very fluid. Certainly more fluid than you would probably expect in a traditional club. Kansan though does get caught, and that's the risk. If you can't get back to site, you fall, you're not going to be traded. And now it gives M80 quite a buffer going forward. Then it may force the hands of the likes of Baby Shark now, second floor Con, to aggress and try and make a play back. Or he could elect to wait, be patient, go for flank. If M80 don't fully commit to the map clear, that opens a route for him to have influence. But clearly his flank is at least being hard-watched for now. And so Baby Shark's playmaking capacity is going to be pretty limited until later in the round. He's going to have to be very, very patient while the rest of M80 get the groundwork done for the site hit.
You say patience. I wonder if he's just
drone.
Spotted this drone. It doesn't look like it. He's going to know now.
Spotted it late, yep.
And instead of falling back, opts to push forward. I think the problem for Baby Shark now is he doesn't actually know where a lot of this pressure is going to come from. He knows there's one at the breach. But just because there's one at the breach, that doesn't mean you have to swing it. And you think, oh, well, they can easily push up main stairs, cut me off from Con. Can I even safely get down red? Baby Shark knows he's on an island here. How does he get back to site? How does he help out? Pushing down blue, here comes Savage. Connects onto Bay, but Bay at least got the kill onto Ashen before he also fell. Baby Shark's made his way through Oil Pit, so he'll make his way in blue. And Adrian stuck dirt. This is an incredibly winnable round for M80. Baby Shark needed that kill desperately. able to win out. Adrian, can he swing to safety? He loses Baby Shark, and Adrian cannot get out of dirt at all safe. It's a 2-4 half. Not too bad for M80 to get the 2 attacking rounds.
Yeah, they'll be pretty pleased. Again, good problem solving there. They made it difficult for Wildcard to peel back towards the objective, which was a strength for them in that half. Well rewarded, and we've got a game in our hands heading into the second half.
I like that. Yeah, we do have a game on our hands here with how back and forth some of these rounds are, but with Wildcard in the lead, it really is their discipline and the end of the rounds that is helping them get them around.
Yeah, absolutely, and round 3 is no exception to that. The discipline that they showed here was really well, and honestly, their game plan, unreinforcing all the church, allows them to be able to wallbang the Blitz, the Blackbeard, and then just in this round right here, one I also want to commend M80, the information here was perfect for Ashen. They knew where all the players were, they were calling the player close right here. Ashen gets this kill, they know 2 players are in blue, 1 player's over by the bomb, and again, information really good from M80, but the discipline was that much better on the side of Wildcard, just being able to hold their positions. All players on 1 HP. Ashen is not a player you want to be able to give rounds like this to, so to be able to have that composure, be disciplined, win that round, really well executed from them.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to touch on the game plan a little bit because you were just talking about how good the wildcard game plan was. I mean, we look at the bans, what did they get rid of? They got rid of the Thermite and they got rid of the Hibana. And with that Hibana ban, I think they were expecting Mira to be up because typically you're going to get rid of both of the wall denial, and Hibana's really good at countering the Mira. That's okay. Mira gets banned on them. What do they pivot to? They had a very fast pivot. They started abusing the Cade that was left up, the Cade tube for the very first round and the Cade in the other first 3 rounds as well. And that made M80 very telegraphed. They kept doing 5-man overtakes. When they were attacking Jim, it was just 5 guys from Cash side. They got an early pick on them, they were able to slow, and they kept layering. It was the same game plan that they used against DZ. And then after the 3rd ban comes out, they got rid of the Solid Snake. Sure, they lost their Cade, but it was just heroics at that point. Spiker had 2 huge rounds, right, that maybe they shouldn't have had, but they're going to be
definitely
lucky.
not the Rafter round. Definitely not Garage.
Oh, definitely that. But I think that's a big reason why they didn't ban the utility that we were talking about. This is that utility-based map. They left the Capitao up. They left the Grim up. But Diffuser made a big mistake, like a huge blunder with the Capitao. He didn't shoot both of his firebolts. He didn't trap that player on the rafters, and Spiker was able to make a play.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what these bans are looking like here, because I said I think they're going to get rid of at least one of the wall denials, and then I think it's either going to be the Azami or Mir here, or you said they're going to go for double wall denial.
It's going to be Bandit or Mira, because that's just what it always is on Clubhouse.
I do like the cat ban from M80, though.
I do like that as well. I think you could go Monty here. Or you could go
right.
So,
they went for double wall denial.
Yeah, utility operators, right? That's going to be really good for executing the top floor bomb site and lower, and then obviously the wall denial off the board. So we should see Mira getting used from M80 for it basically acts as wall denial for those top floor sites, and we see it even getting pulled out from Church.
Yeah, which is also something you said on the attacking half for M80, that they have this information and they're able to play off of that very well. So let's see if that continues in the second half, because their undefeated streak, it's on the line.
Well, it certainly is. For Wildcard, a very good half, guys, but I think 5-1 is what they were really searching for on the overall general play. And funnily enough, M80 able to get those 2 attacking rounds and do so in a different way. Statistically, they're a very good team when it comes to plants, best team in the region. They don't really get a lot of opening kills. Well, no plants in that half, but split the opening kills 3-3, converting on 2 of those in the end, evidently by their score. So it shows the quality of M80, where it's probably the half that they weren't too happy with in a lot of ways, but they still eked out the 2 rounds that were needed.
Yeah, we should see a pretty different side of Clubhouse though in the second half here, with Hard Breach up, but some of that util layering extracted or taken off the board rather with the Cap and the Grim Band. We'll see how Wildcard look to adapt into that. They'll bring double primary Hard Breach into at least this initial round with the Hibana and the Ace. That will be less of a problem, but late round, being able to flush out players, crowd control, etc. It's going to be tough. It's going to put a pretty large responsibility on the likes of Kansan in this particular round on the Ying. That utility is going to be super precious, and he'll need to ensure that he values that. On the opposing side, M80, well, as I say, that Diffuser gets first picked up, peak from him. So a good kill there onto Spike. It gives M80 advantage and an opportunity for him to have a drink. Or at least I think that's what he was going to do. M80 though will be able to be a little more relaxed now for the remainder of this round. All 5 below. They can maybe look to impact Trick a little. but it's really not going to be a huge deal breaker in this particular round. It's going to be about just making sure they're not isolated late round and being in tradable position. It's going to be the key factor for the defense.
Yeah, this is the kind of moment where I'd love to have the more hardcore statistics of Basement Club defense 5v4. What's that win percentage? I'd have to imagine it would be incredibly high. It's this kind of site where if it's a 4v5 in favor of the attack, it's still somewhat even. It's a very difficult site to take when you're outnumbered now as the attack. I don't think the loss of the strike is really all that groundbreaking. You still got a lot of the pieces on the board that you would like to have in this round if you're wildcard. Certainly the Candelas from Kansan are going to be effective, but you do have Ashen on the Warden. Double hard breach is going to create opportunities to open up all of the hatches, triple. Can't help but feel like with Bay now over towards Oil Pit on the Ash, he's going to have to find at least probably 2 kills pushing towards blue. It can't just be one and done.
Yeah,
and he also has to time this.
Yeah. 5 out of the 6 rounds in this match, the opening kill has been converted. I totally agree. Basement should be even more challenging for the loser of that first pick to get their way back into the round. Bay's position now known. Baby Shark, his position also known, but he does pluck a kill. Good trade from Ashen.
Oh, wonderful second swing as well from Ashen with the glasses activated. He had the confidence to swing blue, got them both. Adrian's been able to even things up there to a 2 versus 2. Cadella out as well from Kansan, going for the plant. Adrian will watch for the cover. Nitrous Cell does not get denied by Adrian, but he does hit the headshot onto Gunner, and now into red time. Needs to beat out Ashen into Church. Ashen is not giving up this fight. Wonderful round from Ashen.
Yeah. Somebody from M80 had to make a huge play. Blue deny the Bay and the Baby Shark lurk. That could have been devastating. He did his job there. Late round, M80 were calling for someone to deny plant over towards Trip Wall. Again, he steps up with a perfect Nitro Cell. And, well, M80 asks, can you do one better and win the 1 versus 1 as well in red time? And he says, sure, I can do it all. That's why he is one of, if not arguably, the best player in the NAL at the moment. That's a huge individual effort from Ashen. Certainly close, more closer than comfortable. I can't get my words out. It's 5 AM, remember? For M80 than they would have liked in that position. Again, considering they got first pick, they were in good position. And Wildcard had to battle really, really hard. 30 seconds, still a player down. 4 versus 2 temporarily, mind you. So M80 probably feeling as if they could refine things, maybe a touch there at the end, but regardless of that, that's a big play from Ashen.
Yeah, I think anytime it comes down to a 1v1, you know, nice try indeed is the right way to kind of frame that round, because considering they lost Spiker pretty early on with the dirt run out, it's a 4v5, and then in the end it actually was 2 versus 4 until Adrian was able to find the double. It was also interesting, it took 7 rounds, but we finally got a close round. Now you look at all of the rounds that have played out, and it's either 3 alive or 4 alive. It doesn't matter which team, that's just how the rounds have kind of played out. So there's been a lot of comfortability from the winning team in this match until that round then, and Ashen was ready for it with the 4K and the 1v1. He goes to 9-5 now. Wildcard are going to sense that scoreboard pressure the longer it takes for them to get an attacking round. Ashen CCTV will give them their second opportunity.
Yeah, we'll see how M80 look to set up on this particular side as expected. Bring the mirror for additional wall denial. They'll have the bot garage play with the diffuser on the Wamai. And they'll, of course, be looking to play into that band set with the cap and the Grim off the board. It really does narrow the opportunities here for the attack. If you want to go garage side, it requires extreme precision. It's very difficult. At the moment, though, a lot of the util is being laid on this portion of the map. And elsewhere, a potential duel below. Baby Shark on the Solid Snake. Ashen Mem. There's every world in which these two cross paths.
Oh, Ashen's in a good position. Oh, Baby Shark unable to infiltrate through basement, and it's another opening kill for M80. Make that 4 straight rounds. Coming into this match with the negative differential when it comes to their opening engagements. It's been a strength of theirs in this match of Clubhouse. Gavin's just happy to just sit tucked in, eat the air jab after the shots at the doorway. Good timing from him. And then hits the headshot onto Kansan. Starting to get a little worrisome right now for Wildcard. It's only 2 rounds into the half, but M80 now on the verge of tying up the scoreboard 4-4 with a 5 versus 3 opportunity. Gunner does go down. That next kill was so critical for Wildcard. This next one too, needed. Spiker able to achieve that with the headshot onto Savage, but low on health. So was Bay. He got finished off. Adrian with a big kill, and Adrian's going to need more as well as they push up red. The Razor Bloom activates. Funnily enough, it hit Ashton, but Ashton hits the headshot onto Spiker, leaving Adrian in the 1 versus 2 to push up red stairs. Gavin also there. 15 seconds. And the smart move now for Gavin and Ashton is to fall back and allow Adrian to push up with so little time. Surely can't win this round. It's not flashy, but it's the right way to play if you're M80. There was no need to double sit top red stairs, give him a chance to hit a transfer of shots. Instead, they played that perfectly, guys. Fell back, looked at the time. They would have got yelled at. Fall back, fall back. They do that. Easy round win. 4-4, all tied up.
Yeah, good discipline siege there, and sort of encompassing the discipline in the round there from M80. It was a great catch early from Ashen over towards basement. I can't say with certainty if he would have been in range of the radar if Baby Shark had have elected to use it. Would have been borderline, I think. Either way, though, good early pick there from Ashen, uncontested. The util dumped them from Wildcard, got a little bit exposed. Sure, the air jab did hit, but Gav was able to withstand that. There wasn't really a whole lot in the way of follow-up utility from that position, so unlocking Rafters was tough. Forced to then send it through Lounge and Red, and again, Wildcard made a good fight of it, but ultimately M80 were too good there at the death of the round. And they've now equalized, 4-4 scoreline. And we head over to Bedroom and Gym to try and break this draw. At least for now, it's been a strong start for M80 on defense thus far.
Yeah, 4-1 lead for Wildcard. Completely evaporated now, 3 straight for M80. So they both take turns winning 3 in a row. I was going to say, it's been a solid contribution from everyone inside of the server, but I saw Gunner is 1-7. Made up, though, by the fact that Ashton's 11-5. Yeah, 8 rounds played, 6-2 right now in favor of defense. Very much tells the tale of the tape to probably close the second half. M80's to lose from here, based on what we've seen to begin. And now as we head to Gym Bedroom, this becomes, I think, arguably must-win for Wildcard. The most attacker-sided side on this map in this region. After you've given up 3 straight to M80, this is where you need to be clinical. No mistakes.
Time to ring some ears. It's about to be on.
Also, Kansan able to successfully deploy 2 exos in the round. One eventually landing Jacuzzi, and then able to check the exterior con wall as well. That's his job done in terms of primary util for this particular round. Elsewhere, Spike with ranged into Cash, and so there's a couple of routes now open to Wildcard. In terms of the groundwork for Hard Breach, it's been good. Although that is, to be fair, the expectation with the Kite and the Bandit double ban. Jonas will now be on M80 and reading this attack, being able to formulate a response, knowing exactly where to position and where to expect this push to eventually be headed from, or in the event that it gets split, being on their toes and able to react. Diffuser is in the hands of Spiker, so suggesting it is Garage side initially. However, it looks like there could be a rotation owed here. So there's been a decent delivery of information. Bay live draining at the moment currently as well. You can see a pretty significant pivot from Wildcard here.
Need to do it quickly, though, when you consider the time.
Yeah.
This is going to aid for M80. Ashton just eats the call, so no more pressure can be applied to him by the Jugger payload of Baby Shark. And Diffuser goes down. Well, there's an opening pick, a rare one, funnily, for Wildcard. Pistol at the window from Ashen, connects again. This man cannot be stopped. It's been his stage. Canton cleared easily by Gunner. Good switch trade from Adrian. He's been lively. He's been one that has really stood up, and the only one now still standing, and Ashen too puts him on the floor. Ashen has been the main man for M80 this stage, and it continues to the final playday of the regular stage.
Wow, they look hungry. They look very hungry to not drop a map this group stage. It would be quite the feat. Again, as referenced earlier, they did it in 2025, stage 2. Oddly enough, they did go on to lose the first game of the playoffs, but then, of course, made it through to the major and went on to have great success in Munich. Of course, there's still a lot to play out as to whether or not they can replicate that feat in respects to EWC. Tactical timeout taken by Wildcard. They're now facing a 4-round loss streak, 3 of which on the side of attack for them. M80 have looked very tricky to break down. Ashen's been sharp. Strategically, they're looking sound. M80 have had largely a very good read as the kind of hits that Wildcard are looking to execute, and then are being well positioned to counter it. We'll see if this quick chit chat can do anything to shift the momentum back in their favor.
Yeah, and I also think it comes not only at a really good time, but also after a round where I don't think plan A was really working. You think about a late round pivot, the way that we saw it there. There was, 45 seconds left in the round, and they started to shuffle the deck chairs a little bit. Clearly, something probably wasn't working the way they wanted. And in the end, it didn't even really work out, and nor did they look like potentially winning. Gym Bedroom there again, 3 left alive. Ashen was instrumental, played Gym perfectly, denied any of the balcony window pressure. The fact that you go on Gym Bedroom now as well, you probably very much want to be talking about how to play this site. Otherwise, it's looking like 6-4 is going to be likely if they can't turn it around out of the tactical timeout. And it looks like a big shift in mentality. They're going to be bringing the Glaz this round.
10 seconds.
It will be the first time that we will see Glaz here on Clubhouse. And, you can play Glaz. I don't think it's an often pick, at least not to what we usually see when you're talking about pushing basement. But you can get, potentially bot main push. You can go blue side push. You can even layer the smokes pushing out of dirt. So you do have the options when it does come to the Glaz. They'll have 4 smokes this round to help aid it. And then you throw in the Ying as well. The only thing coming back to me, though, is the fact that you've got the Warden available. So if Gavin stays alive, he can have a huge impact in denying the clear idea of what Wildcard want to do in this round.
Yeah, we've seen the Warden played in every round of this half so far. Cast our minds back to round 7, the clutch from Ashen in the 1v1, and then from that point onwards, it's been Gav's main.
Well, should have they banned it then instead of the Azami? Knowing you're going to be playing this sort of lineup, Glaz Ying, do you just get rid of the Warden? Oh, a chance found. Bay gets the headshot. And then, well, there you go. That's one way to deal with the Warden. And another one to follow up because Gunner was running towards Secret. Yeah, that was a strange moment there from Gunner. He gets caught running. Wildcard get the opening 2 kills. Well, forget the setup. The operators don't matter at this point. A little bit of a fight back into the side, but it's all just falling apart from the beginning for M80 as the plant is successful. Savage was stuck over towards Lounge. Hits the air jab. And in a 1v3 post plant for the low health Savage, this seems like a monster effort is required, because it is.
Yeah, it'd be a massive clutch. And it ends abruptly. That was a sharp round from Wildcard. How much of that was pre-planned? Tricky to say, but they hit the go button when they got the kill secret. Nice sharp boost position. Nets the kill. In terms of the operators, I think I largely agree. And the impact in which they had in that round was pretty minimal, which is an outlier on a site where it's often relying on a lot of layering from the attack and the defense, the 2 and throw, the 5v5s, the late round executes. That round was anything but, really. It's like something you'd see in an Emerald lobby. Maybe that sharp shot, and they just hit the go button. I don't know if Gunnar had already committed to the push at that point. If he had, he got caught out. If he didn't, to be fair, he was trying to find a trade, but Wildcard was so quick on it in that round, hitting the gas pedal. 5-5 now, the scoreline. It's the breakpoint round. Winner of this one locks in OT.
Yeah, which M80, of course, have only gone to overtime once this stage. The only blemish, I guess, if you want to call it that, on their record. That was back in Playday 2 against 100 Thieves. Won it out 8-6 on Lair.
5 seconds left.
I think regardless from here, considering with playoffs on the horizon, it's been a good game if you're wildcard, because M80 have just looked unstoppable through the group stage, really. And so at least in a match, that, at least for these two teams, where there's clearly not a lot of ramifications, maybe a slightly little bit with wildcard, because you get a point here and it's actually going to be quite beneficial in securing that kind of either 2 or 3 positions, just so you avoid M80 to begin with. Ooh. A 1-for-1 trade to begin does, though, remove the sends. A big loss here for wildcard on this site in what you like to do with the ROUs. It's not ideal. It's not a good trade if you're wildcard. But the Wamai's pretty good to get rid of
probably
as well.
not that bad, though.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
It should free up Rafters significantly here in terms of the layering for wildcard. Again, without the Cap and Grim, this position's expected to be tough to clear, but with Noah's Army and now no Wamai for M80, that narrative could flip a little bit here. There's every world in which wildcard, if they well position and well time the flashes and the grenades in which they have available, Gav could be put under the pump. Air jab.
Yeah,
there we go.
Well, they create a lot of that pressure from the breach as well. Don't forget. Yep. So he had to kind of wiggle his way a little bit further, deeper over rafters. Tried to go for Hail Mary. The Nitro Cell didn't connect. And Wildcard now with the extra band. And that's kind of sent M80 back towards the site. They do still have 1 Nitro, by the way, and the 3 gas babes too from Gunnar, and Razor Blooms from Ashen. And the fact that Ashen, who's 15 and 6, is still alive.
Going live!
Have a feeling this round's not done just yet, but Wildcard in a good position.
Yeah, we'll see if Wildcard elect a posture for a default here. I think it's probably the most sensible option, but Ashen finds Adrian. 3 versus 3. Time will start to become a consideration as well.
Without the ROUs of the stands, you lose a lot of that cutoff in terms of the line of sight. Now, it doesn't matter too much because there's the Nitro and the gas babes, but still it's something.
Even the Rafters entry point, I think, is compromised as well. Keep in mind that the double reinforcement. So with Spiker diffuser outside, he either needs to tuck close or dash deep. This is a pretty volatile position for wildcard.
Yeah, the Spiker's pretty much got the memo. He needs to push up, be a little bit more active rather than just holding the repel. Savage, what a headshot from there on that angle. But it's a trade. Kansan was able to then quickly deal with him anyway. Ashen, he just can't miss. Oh, it's Ashen's world and we're all just living in it. What a huge performance on the final day of groups, again from the #1 rated player in the region. Ashen is putting on a show and has put M80 into match point.
Wow. Another big individual effort. And I think one of the most impressive things about Ashen, at least in this match today, is his ability to often be alive and influential late round. And I'm looking across at his survival rate currently, and it's at 40%, highest on the team. So he is consistently being in position late round to still have influence, to have impact, to display his mechanical skill. It's been really, really impressive to watch, and that's a good fight back in that round from M80. It looked a little dicey there, losing the Wamai early. Gav's position was compromised. Rafters got cleared by the air jab. But then with the hard breach being so technical and challenging in that round, and the route towards the default being compromised, M80 knew that, and they played into it really, really well. They look to now stabilize. Fabian calls their tack timeout. 1 away from the regulation win.
Yeah, and just to sort of highlight just how impactful Ashen has been, outside of the fact he's 18 and 6, cool, great KD numbers, irrelevant, right? In the grand scheme of things, they've had 4 multi-kill rounds, M80, he's got 3 of them. So he's been able to have impact massively in at least 3 rounds, including one of those being the 1v1 clutch. So the only clutch we've seen in this game was Ashen. He's dominated 3 of the 4 dominated rounds by M80. Then on top of that, he's got the 2 opening kills, and add that into the mix. They've had 5, he's got 2 of them. He's got an 82% cost. No one else on M80 has above 55%, and no one else on M80 is even going positive on the KD ratio. This has been a masterclass performance from Ashen. When you consider this is a 6-5 scoreline, now if it was 6-2 or 6-3, whatever, he's clearly the difference maker. In a game that's 6-5, he's been the difference maker. Wildcard largely as a team, you look at their numbers, you look at the numbers across the board, they've been fine. They're winning the entry battles, they've got relatively high cost percentages, 2 players are going positive, 2 are going neutral, and only the 1 negative, which is Baby Shark at 6 and 8. Like, they've had a good game. They've gotten the last 3 opening kills, but only converted on 1 of them. Ashen has been the difference, certainly in these last 2 or 3 rounds. There's the reason why they're leading match point. But it also means that's the weakness here to close this out in regulation, is that if Ashen can't have impact, Wildcard then look the better team.
Nothing to worry about.
Yeah, it's been hotly contested. And there is a potential in which this is, in some roundabout way, a curtain raiser for a rematch. If 100 Thieves are able to jump back above Wildcard later today, it would be that Seed 1v4 matchup. And I think it would be a real tantalizing best of 3 between these 2 teams. It would be very tricky to call. I think M80, of course, would be slight favorites, but it's not by a massive margin. Wildcard thrive in best of 3s. But all eyes set now here on round 12, looking to crack open this basement site.
100 Thieves probably have to beat SSG 7-0 by this point. If Wildcard lose this round, they go to plus 13. So yeah, I mean, it's still probably likely that Wildcard have maybe just done enough. Even if they do lose this, but certainly you get to... sorry, that's if they do get this to overtime.
Yes.
If they don't get this to overtime, then yes, then obviously a win for 100 Thieves will do the job. Yeah, so this actually becomes a pretty important round for Wildcard. Although based on what they've probably put on performance-wise here, I don't think they'd go into a best of 3 against M80 be all that scared. As Baby Shark gets to get another opening kill for Wildcard. It is onto Gunner. Not quite Ashen. If it was on to Ashen, I think Wildcard are maybe on here, but there's 60 seconds left and they're pushing over through Oil Pit. Bit of information from Bay to facilitate that. Diffuser 2 goes down, so the lack of gas babes here. And once again, it feels like all the pressure goes onto the shoulders of Ashen, and he delivers immediately with that kill onto Adrian. More required, and more might be coming his way. He goes and drops 20. Can he now also drop Wildcard out of this map? The encroaching Blackbeard is not what Ashen wants to see. He wants to find Kansan, but Spiker will now go for the plant. Kansan's position found, and Kansan delivers the notice that we are going to overtime, and Ashen himself will not deny them. Point secured for Wildcard, and with that point, who knows now, maybe that top 3 spot could too be secured.
Yeah, it's a big round for Wildcard, and it may mean that that rematch may not be at least immediate between these 2 big teams. It almost felt like it was on there for Ashen. Then into the Blackbeard, I got a little fearful, but then having to actually commit to the plant on the BB as opposed to having the BB for coverage, I thought, oh, maybe there's a chance, but Kansan shut that one down, slammed the door shut. This has been a real good game to watch. 2 teams on a classic map, both close to the peak of their powers, and again, it's not a huge matchup, and I'm sure they're both having a bit of fun with it, but
I mean, you can see what that
maybe not. I mean, they do look fairly locked in.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think also, sometimes you can throw a lot of the overall storylines a little out the window with these sort of games. Wildcard want to beat M80. Don't get it twisted. You know, they know, yeah, okay, they got playoffs locked up. And now with this overtime result, they might be thinking that's top 3 locked up. And if we do meet M80, it might be at a better point in the playoff bracket, such as the upper bracket final, which at that point, then you've already qualified.
Keep your tongue straight. Stay together and
But at this point, you're this far into it now, 6-6, and only the second team this stage to be able to get M80 to this overtime position. Why not would you want to go in and get the win? Unfortunate reality for Wildcard, though, is they've got double attack, so they're going to have to pinch one on the attack.
Sell them out.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a grind for the attacking side in this matchup so far. It was 2 for M80 in the first half, and Wildcard responded with 2 of their own in the second. We go to top floor, so as expected with the cap and the Grim ban, this side will be tricky to break down for Wildcard. Last time they were afforded a bit more flexibility because they got Diffuser early on. They dealt with the Wamai. In a straight 5v5 shootout, though, expect this clear to be a little more challenging if they elect to commit to it. The sense as well as an interesting discussion last time out was first to fall.
Well,
and so that could open to more playmaking opportunity direct. Yeah, the Jaeger as well, so double down catch.
Drop the Warden altogether, just it's not going to have an impact really against the Sands, and of course the Mirror too not being brought in this round. Clearly the goal in this round for M80 is to fortify this Rafters position for as long as possible. ADS devices, well, my magnets. In terms of the attacking setup for Wildcard, it does look eerily similar. The only difference is they've actually got the shield screens available. Now, last time out, they were able to really get the kill as just they were able to dump utility, get the air jab out. There is pretty much, again, the same setup, but a lot more of this utility was eaten up by the ADSs. Huge angle, though, from Baby Shark to get rid of Gavin. And Wildcard have got the extra player advantage. They've also, most importantly, cleared out Rafters. They've got enough time to make that push along with the breach. They've still got the ROUs as well for Baby Shark. They can go for the set execute based on this lineup that they've brought. It's up to M80 to disrupt now.
Yeah, they put Ashen in the power position. He can hold Rafters, hold breach, can raise the bloom as well. 30 seconds. He's been a big player in this match. He's often alive late, and I feel as if M80 may once again be reliant on Ashen. 25 on the clock.
If you're Wildcard, you don't want to leave this to the last 5 seconds. You want to start trying to go for this plant as soon as possible. Baby Shark to push up, but Ashen holding the angle, expecting a push up from Red Stairs. The game sense, it's impeccable, but he loses his battle to Spiker. We got a 1v1. He's going to go for the plant with Gunnar over towards Con. Gunnar's going to start to make the sprint to try and force him off, and Spiker indeed did get forced off. The thundering footsteps of Gunnar wins the round for M80 and once again delivers them match point.
Oh, got spooked. It was well played by Gunnar, and Spiker just a little late. If he wasn't going to commit, just had to be a fraction earlier. Of course, he's head down, relying on the audio cue. It's much easier said than done. He'll be disappointed, probably feeling as if there was an opportunity there to win out, but not to be. And M80 again, just a little better in some of these clutch moments over the course of the map so far. And an opportunity for Gunnar to have influence in a map that hasn't seen a lot go his way. But big factor there in that round, and just showing enough there to spook the plant. 10 seconds on the clock, 3 versus 3. Ashen running right, up to 22 kills. Gunnar was just able to time that dash.
Nice try, bro. I'm such a child. It's okay, it's okay. All good. Let's get this defense, please.
Match point M80. Wildcard looking to recompose.
Bomb located by attackers. 10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left.
I mean, you look at this game, 7-6 scoreline. There's been 2 clutch rounds, both have gone the way of M80. I mean, that's been the difference. When it's come down to the nitty-gritty, the close moments, the big moments, M80's just been that bit better. But if I'm a Wildcard fan, I'm not walking away from this game disappointed at all. I mean, you got 3 players in double digits. Spiker's 1 off, Baby Shark's 2 off. You've taken the flawless M80 to overtime, and it's taken a 22 bomb from Ashen and a couple of clutch rounds. I think Wildcard can gain a lot from this match, but they'd still love to get the win. A little bit harder, though, without Bay. Ashen able to survive the boss G. That's just how good he's been. He's the real boss. Entry kill from Ashen. He's up to 23. They lose Gunner, who won them the round in the previous. The Spiker able to get rid of the striker. Savage goes down as well on the Blackbeard, and maybe all 15 rounds could still be required as Ashen will fall. It almost now seems inevitable. Match of the day for game one.
Yeah, we're setting the bar high early here for the final day of stage 1 groups. Plenty of time for Gav and Diffuser. I wouldn't count them out from having a fair shout here. Both isolated, CC cash side. And this cross is going to be tricky to break from cash across to con. As mentioned, time is not a factor at this point. A bit of Grim Util still remains as well. Wildcard need to remain disciplined in this position and be reliant on these crosses holding firm. Don't panic, play into the man advantage here. Diffuser and Gav looking to encroach.
Well, I mean, they're trying to help out Kenton. He's still inside of cash. So that's why they're trying to put the pressure on the con side. Kenton did get cleared. Now you can fall back. There's no longer a need to actually defend towards construction. It's 2v2 with a minute left. Yes, you technically give them space, but you're falling back to site, holding key positions. They then need to drone clear. Diffuser and Gavin are low on health. So it's a little bit more difficult for them to make up all this ground. Have to check every corner. The drone helps, certainly. Wall's being a bit of a pain for Diffuser, but he gets through it. Still time, and I like the fact that Gavin's just got the balls to push into bedroom. Up close though, Spiker actually gets them both as they were so low on health. All 15 rounds required. And this is now officially the closest that M80 have been to dropping a map this stage.
Good fight back from Wildcard and another big spray down from Spiker on that bedroom side of the map. That time through Jim. Good composure late. And the peel back to the objective. Absolutely the right play there. So some good discipline once again on display. And I think that's the key takeaway from this matchup for me is both sides. They're playing some really high quality Siege in a matchup that more so for M80 could have been treated, you know, very non-seriously. And I don't think that's really been the case today. It's been a testament to both rosters and how they've approached the day. Basement, we now go.
Well, it was 2-1 in favor of Wildcard on their attack on this site in the second half. This is actually the one site that M80 had troubles with. The only site that they gave up on their defense. They did win it in the 7th round, but if you think back to that round, Ashen 4K, Ashen 1v1. So even in that winning round on this site, they were susceptible. They had been broken through. And then in the 2 rounds after that, later in the half, rounds 10 and 12, this site, pretty comfortable for Wildcard. So they've looked good attacking into basement. That should give them some hope and belief coming into this 15th round, that even though that they are on the attack, they've had success on this site. For M80, well, quite literally one last chance to close this map out and do so on a site where they've struggled. One last test.
Yeah, in terms of the seeding as well, quickly, Wildcard, if they win this round, they jump temporarily above DZ, but come back down to 3rd. A loss here could see 100 Thieves jump above them, but only if 100 Thieves literally win 7-0. Because they also have the tiebreaker, I believe, from earlier in the stage. So after that first play day, they won 8-7. So it's very likely Wildcard finish 2nd or 3rd at the end of the day, but a loss here. And maybe on the table. Ashen, 24 kills. He has been on fire today.
I mean, fire is an understatement, to be honest, with how good he's been playing. And it's also the impact. You get rid of Kenzie, you're getting rid of the Ying, you're finding the opening kill. And even though you're playing the Warden, you're not sitting back defensive-minded. Ashen knows this is his game. And he goes and takes it. Another opening kill for Ashen.
Bridge charge set.
Wildcard probably won't be too affected by this, but it has to a little bit. You lose the Ying. Kansan's been a solid player. 4v5 attacking into this site, not easy. Even the success that they've had so far on this map, on this site, Wildcard will know they're going to have to be at their very best if they're to take it here in overtime. At 7-7, it's been a good test against the region's best this stage. But we'll see if they can pass it. They've got a minute. Bay to drop. Oh, but watching, it's Gunner. It's a freebie. And Ashen, as he gets involved, needed this win from Spiker. Oh, what a headshot onto Gunner. And with Ashen dealt with, it's down to Savage, the newest member of this team, to try and make it his moment to win this map now for M80 to keep them flawless. A 1v2 post-plant. With Adrian and Spiker playing together, they will not lose it. Wildcard are gonna win it. They're the first team this stage to beat M80.
What an effort from Wildcard. Hugs all around and handshakes, and understandably so. That is a massive result. And I tell you what, a rematch between these two in the bracket will be an absolute pleasure to watch. What a result for Wildcard. We'll see what the rest of the stage has in store for them later.
I can't hear you, bro.
What a big victory for Wildcard. They are the first team to take down MAT, and they do it on the final playday of groups. And that means we get to speak to the winners. We have Spiker standing by for a few questions. Good afternoon, Spiker. Congrats on a big win here. I want to talk to you about the final round. I might just drop kitchen. That call from you ended up being a game-winning call.
Yeah, I learned that shit from Matt at the major. When we were playing against 5 years at the major, he's like, a round was looking bad. He said, you know what, boys, I'm just going to drop kitchen. And like the round felt the exact same to me as that round was feeling at the major. And so I just got the idea from him. I'm just going to drop kitchen. Told Adrian to drop a little bit delayed for me. So if I died, they wouldn't be looking anymore. And then, you know, SMG 12, I'm just shooting at nothing, killing people.
I mean, you're like Kino with the pump shotgun, but you on the SMG-12. You make miracles happen. But Spiker, I want you to just run me through all of those rounds where you had very big, impactful rounds. I mean, it started on, I believe, the Baster side, looking into Jim. I mean, talk us through all these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I started the game a little bit slow. But, you know, I don't really change what I'm doing. I don't know. I was low-key hitting some crazy shots today. I'm not going to lie to you. I was, like, hitting, like, career shots today. I don't know what was going on. Those guys normally, like, farm me. But I was getting active. I was hitting some career shots, so you know how it be. Just need to get active today.
Well, I mean, just like I said, just run me through, like, what's going through your mind in these rounds in particular. Like, just run me through the scenarios.
No, I mean, I'm not...
This is the big one.
Yeah, last round, I just knew I needed to get active and do something. And so I was just running around. Yeah, I lost the game. That was some of our vert too with the shotgun. My plan low-key was not working out because the game was a big part of my plan. So I had to get active. But you know, I'm just chilling. It's online NAL. I'm playing through the rounds round at a time. I mean, I'm just doing my thing. We're doing our thing. You know, obviously trying to win, but.
Yeah, I mean,
not really any like nerves or nothing. Just playing through the rounds, having some fun.
Absolutely. I also want to just talk about your guys' prep going into this match versus M80. I felt that you guys would be the only team in M80 that could actually bring it to M80. It does fall on Clubhouse, but it looks like your guys' game plan was it almost similar to what your guys' game plan was with Dark Zero?
Honestly, we didn't. I mean. It's hard because it's such a different map. Cathay is such a different map. Like you can't really have the same game plan. I mean, like obviously we didn't ban shields today against Secret, so it's like a little bit, or against Secret, against Amati. I was just thinking of Savage, just instantly thought of Secret. So it's a little bit different game plan, but you know they're just such different maps. They play so differently that you know obviously they're going to be a little bit different.
Absolutely.
Spiker, I'm kind of curious. You took my game plan question, but I'm kind of curious on the attacking side. This was a little bit of a defensive club. What was some of your attacking struggles? Because we could hear the comms in the back, and I think I have an answer, but I'm kind of curious from you.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of like, especially on our kind of more spread attacks, we weren't like targeting one spot individual. We were kind of just like going through the motions and just kind of like all doing our own solo stuff. So we're taking like a lot of one-on-one gunfights. And against a team like M80, it's not easy to rely on just those 1v1 gunfights against those guys. They're all so good. Liam was farming us today, so especially that also did not help. But, you know, it was just kind of getting more coordinated, getting more together, getting closer to each other. So we started kind of doing a little bit more direct stuff, especially after the timeout, and just kind of being closer together.
I thought that was a great call.
Yeah, it absolutely was.
Yeah, and that's my boy Lagonis.
That's a place to go for a reason.
Spiker, I see a very empty bookshelf behind you guys. Do you think a book like how to take down a big NAL team like MAT, Dark Zero could fit in there?
I think we just need some trophies. I got some work to do. Gotta get some trophies in there. That's the goal.
I see.
I can envision it.
Yeah, I see the vision as well. But speaking of it as well, you know, you are the first team to take down M8. You already took down Dark Zero earlier in the stage as well. Of these two victories, which one is your favorite? Which one's better?
I think M80. We play DZ so much, like, and we always going back and forth. They beat us sometimes, we beat them sometimes. So beating M80 is not as common for us, I guess. So I would say beating M80, and they were undefeated going into this game too. So.
Speaking of that, you just said you played DZ. I'm actually kind of curious.
Yeah, play him again. Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Don't you worry.
What's your thoughts on that?
Just time to run it back again. Every stage, always playing them in group stage, playoffs. We'll probably play them again in playoffs later down the road. We'll probably play them twice in playoffs somehow. It's always happened. So you know, we're always ready for it.
And you will meet again. Spiker, thank you so much for your time, and good luck next week running it back against Dark Zero.
All right, thank you.
Good to speak to him and get so many insights on the game plan that eventually helped them win. But on the other side, I mean, you know, given how close the game was, we need to discuss one specific player as well. Sure, Spiker was having some career shots, but on the other side, Ashton really was making some good efforts to winning that round.
Yeah, he absolutely was. I mean, what, he ended at 24-10 maybe? And again, this round in particular was really good information from the team to be able to play off of. But again, this is why Ashton is the #1 rated player in NAL currently, and I don't think anyone's dethroned him from that position after this game, and I don't think it will throughout the rest of the day. I mean, Ashton was phenomenal in this series. The positions that he's able to take, the aggression that he delivers, it really is hard to put clamps on players when they're playing like that. I've been on the receiving end of players doing the exact same. I'm sure you've been on that receiving end, and when someone is in that flow state, it is so hard to stop it. So certainly not envious for the wildcard players to be on that receiving end of how Ashton was kind of handing it to him.
Bro, why are people just randomly always having career games against
This guy is going new.
Holy fuck, bro.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I think we've been there. We've all been in moments where we're highlighting a player like, they're whooping our ass. We can't do anything. We just have to try to get these rounds to swing in our favor.
I love that they're so aware and they're able to talk and joke about something like that. I mean, 25-10, you just talked about it at one point, and we were in the back room and you were counting it. Look, he almost had as many kills as the rest of his team, which is insane.
I think 26 would have gotten him there. I was trying to keep track of it. My maths is not that good, so might be some errors in there, but he was getting really close to equaling out all the kills for his team just by himself. So great effort, but let's be honest, looking at the standings for M80, not much was going to change with this game anyways. They are and were locked in first at the start of this game already, but for Wildcard, this now indeed means they are going to play Dark Zero. And speaking of that game that Dark Zero have coming up, this puts some pressure on them, because if we look at 100 Thieves, the difference in points, there is a chance, should 100 Thieves put a really good performance against SSG, that they push Dark Zero to 4th.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a world where that can happen. Do I think it's going to happen? I'm not sure. But for Wildcard, maybe they would rather have that happen. Maybe they would rather be able to take on 100 Thieves and not have to go against Dark Zero and have to trade off that game of who's going to win it, whose ball is in whose court. So I guess we'll figure out and see what happens as the day progresses.
That would be a crazy world, Doctor Strange timeline kind of thing. But I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing right here.
Definitely.
I would love for that top 4 to lock in. I really want to see 100 Thieves versus M80, the Savage versus Hot and Cold, and then, of course, Wildcard versus
Especially in the best of 3.
Those would be some bang.
Moving on to our second game of the day, I want to focus on the team that is currently in 7th, Cloud9. They were 5th yesterday coming into the playday, and now they have to fight for their spot in playoffs going up against Dark Zero. As we said, the pressure really is on Cloud9 to perform here, but something in this team will light the fire underneath Cloud9's bums, because there's a specific player who came in and has really helped them to step up.
There is a specific player, one that I might have worked with my time over at Dark Zero, and we've highlighted him here on the desk.
Plenty.
The desk. We've highlighted him, and that's Pambazoo, the new leader joining Cloud9. I mean, this is actually the first time that Pambazoo is going to be going against his former organization, so we could call this a little bit of a revenge match. I mean, we already know that Cloud9's kind of the big underdog going against Dark Zero, so look, if there's anything that's going to help him, it's the fact that it is this grudge match. He is kind of that legend for his time over at Dark Zero. He won the very first major for that organization in Charlotte. What a great event that was. There he is right there
I know
in the
that
middle.
guy.
In the middle. I mean, don't look at that guy on the far right, but look right in the middle. That's Pambazoo. He was the Charlotte MVP as well. And so again, he won the first trophy, but things didn't end smoothly at his time at DZ. Obviously, he didn't really get a chance to be that real leader in IGL that he's kind of hinted towards, that maybe towards the end he should have been. And now, though, he does have the younger team that he's always kind of wanted. He does now have the full reins of the roster. He's able to play the style of Siege that he wants to play, and a good test to go up against DZ and save his team for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I do got to kind of bring it back to reality and look at the matchup and what we even saw yesterday in their For Fun game. I mean, I think realistically, they did a very bad job at adapting where we saw the side for Fun. They did very well at adapting, especially on their defensive halves and how they were springing the mirror for the CEO. And then when they would go back to the open area, they spread apart to then force Cloud9 of understand that they're going to fail on their execution. That's exactly where it ended. And especially you're going to go against a team like Dark Zero that just lost 0-7. You have to be even better than what we were seeing yesterday. I mean, the pressure is going to be on them.
They're going to be fired up.
Yeah, but you can spin it in a positive way as well and see that if there is any moment to play Dark Zero, they're quite vulnerable now with that result yesterday. I mean, going up against the #1, they didn't even win a single round.
Listen, I know we want to say, you know, they're vulnerable, but again, you have to look at Dark Zero, and if there's going to be any team on the world that has the right mentality and that can push that aside, it is going to be this Dark Zero roster. I tried finding anything across social media yesterday of any of the players talking about what happened, why the loss happened. Nobody tweeted a single thing. It's a little bit of namaste for them. They're just going to be focused on how they can get over it today and right their wrongs, respectfully so. And that's exactly what you're going to do when you come off of an 0-7. You can't point fingers. You can't say we lost because of this reason. We lost because of this player. It's a team thing. And again, I'm talking about the mentality. You got them all dancing.
Used to be good, yeah.
The 0-7 does not phase any of these players, which is why it's even that's why it's that much more tantalizing for Cloud9 coming into this, because you're going against a team that has such a strong mental fortitude.
Yeah, it's their mental, exactly that. I mean, that almost looked like Fultz, by the way, doing the Namaste. So that's their captain, that's their in-game leader. If he's feeling like that, I mean, the guys are actually grooving today. They're confident. Like, that is the one team in the NAL, maybe right now it's Pro Siege.
In general.
Right, that I actually just... Who's going to be able to bounce back from a 7-0? It's going to be them. I mean, I've never seen a team having so much fun after they just got blasted like that.
I think I've been 7-0'd, I think, twice,
yeah,
3 times in my career, and it's hit hard every single time.
Yeah.
It's taken me a little bit to recoup, but I mean, these guys, from one day to the next, you wouldn't even have thought that they lost yesterday the way that they did.
I am loving this. Can't wait till we get back to the green room and hear what these guys are talking or singing about.
Absolutely.
But before we do that, we need to get this match starting, and we need to know where we're going to. We're going to Nighthaven Labs.
I'm going to use my favorite word here. Interesting map choice out of Cloud9. I know you're not a fan of
Definitely
it, but it is kind of a default map in the sense of like Clubhouse and Labs and Lair, right? It's very step-by-step. Yes, Cloud9, they did play this map earlier in the stage. It was against Outlast, which I know you're going to say is not a good thing to kind of look at here, but it does keep Pambazu and allows him to, at least he knows what DZ is going to do. He knows it's going to be a battle for the IT wall. Then they could use that utility. Oh my God, am I
We're getting a little boost off from Pam.
Speaking
Is
of
he
Namaste.
meditating? I tried to implement meditating into the DZ when I was with them.
There's no way they're all doing
way.
it. Okay, I mean, hey, how the turntables have turned.
They are here to win. It's not only DZ that get to do all that. They're Namaste, exactly.
Not Eddie, though. Eddie's checking his Twitter right now.
He's doing the Shaiko method. I think every time we look on G2, they're always on their phones.
But I do want to talk about why I'm not a fan of this map. Again, because of the sample size. I mean, the only time that Cloud9 played this was against Outlast, and they smoked them 7-1, which kind of gives you a little bit of false sense of reality of, wow, we played a perfect game of Siege, which maybe you did. But again, when you look at a team like Dark Zero, you're going to be exposed to a lot of flaws because Outlast isn't going to expose you for those flaws. And then you're going to come into these game day with very little game day reps where Dark Zero has those game day reps. And again, that sample size is just completely different. So I need to see something a lot more convincing on their attack, specifically, again, in their map versus bank on for Fun. It was a very lack of adaptation. And if you can't do that on a simpler map, I mean, it's chopped cheese.
I am seeing a very stark contrast between these player camps on 2 different teams, but each to their own. These teams are locked in for Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, I mean, on one side, you've got relaxation therapy. On the other, it looked like a music concert. A big game coming up. Ramifications here are quite important, guys. Cloud9 must win. It's as easy as said than that. They need all 3 points if they are to progress into playoffs. For Dark Zero now, with that wildcard result, they have temporarily dropped down to 3rd. They can get that 2nd spot back. If they do lose this, and certainly lose some round differential as well, there is the threat they could drop to 4th and would then play M80 to start playoffs.
Yeah, it's a big contrast in terms of storylines, and evidently in the player games in the lead up to this matchup, quite funny just how much of a contrast it was between the 2 rosters. Cloud9 locked in, looking to relax and clear the mind heading into the matchup, and for Dark Zero, it's about having a bit of fun today. as you said, there is that potential scenario in which their seeding is a little compromised, but that's clearly not the main focal point of this matchup. It's all about Cloud9. They desperately need 3 points. And even that might not be enough, unfortunately, for them, for Fun Esports and Shopify, both already on the 12 points that they'll potentially be able to reach. So it's also then going to be dependent on a couple of other results to go their way today. But of course, they're fully focused on putting themselves into the best position possible, focusing on controlling what they can now at the tail end of this group stage as the bands play out Kaida, Mirror, Ace, and Thatcher.
Yeah, interestingly, I was looking at some of the statistics for Nighthaven Labs for North America League Stage 1, and you wouldn't believe it in terms of what's the most attacker side of sight on this map, guys, but it's top floor. Command server sitting at 60% attacker win rate through the 15 rounds that it has seen, which is, you know, in contrast to what we would typically see over in APL, where you just completely flip that and maybe add on an extra 10%. It's always the fun part of getting to cover different regions and seeing these little nuances that don't maybe translate across all of the regions. Of course, sample size, it depends on what were the matchups, who played who, etc. That adds to obviously those stats, but still interesting to note. As we head into this game, I mean, the storyline has been pretty easily set. I expect Dark Zero should get the job done, but they're going up against a team that's going to be throwing everything they've got at them, and so that adds a little bit of nervousness. Then you add in the element of potentially Dark Zero dropping to 4th, having to play M80, who were flawless up until today. Yeah, there's a little bit into this. I think Cloud9 will need to start well, though, in this first half if they're a real shot at winning this. If Dark Zero can look quite commanding on the defense, build up a good scoreboard, it's going to be a long way back then for Cloud9. So we'll see what they can do to begin. And to begin, we are also going to the tertiary. It's storage control to begin in the opening round.
Snake work, lobby side, and the IT battle already beginning here as the boys were talking about on the desk. Pamba on the Mav, able to deal comprehensively with the wall denial of faults on the Bandit. Opens the route for Eddie on the Thermite to pop that open with an Exo. A little bit laborious, but it is the safest option. And then Cloud9 can consider other points of pressure. I think this is lobby lurk could be pretty influential from Cloud9. In some ways, no info is good info in facilitating that split push, and they could bear the fruits of that later in the round. Eddie
gets caught.
Does fall.
Yeah, hold over towards electrical pays dividends for faults. They also get rid of Monk in the solid state. If that line scan went out, it's all Dark Zero on the defense, ready for the push from Cloud9. Down to just 2 players remaining, leaves them in a pickle. On storage control, Dark Zero looked pretty locked in to start. And then JR hits a good headshot onto Uzi. Center the only one that's left. Flawless to start from Dark Zero. That's clinical to begin.
Sure is. And for Cloud9, not the most confidence-inspiring start to a do-or-die match. In this kind of situation, you always want to try and get off to the best start possible to help boost confidence. And unfortunately, not the case there in that opening round. In terms of the groundwork early, wasn't too bad, really. Not much to note there. Again, I think the lobby lurk, that presence and pressure started to look pretty promising. We catch the back end of the round in the highlight package, but these were just kill feed fillers at that point. So much damage done earlier. Opening kill from Faults was influential right on that minute 30 of the round. And then from that point onwards, Kino and NJR also able to aid in finding a couple of picks themselves. Ended up being a flawless round in the end. Up to Command and Server for the follow-up.
Yeah, which funnily, as I said, 60% attack win rate on this site, this stage in this region. I'm not expecting Cloud9. I mean, I still go into this side expecting defense usually to prevail. I mean, well, there's a part of me that's quite curious to see if Cloud9 can emulate what we've seen from other teams attacking into this site. Double hard breach. It's easy to open up. Con, I think's better of it for now. And they've got really good informational gathering with the Grim and the Lion. You got the Execute from Eddie with the Ying and the Candelas. Obviously, as we know, top floor though takes its time. You want to get to work IT, you want to get conside, you want to really get pressure from different avenues. That Nitrocell is not going to work out from Fault. But I do like the early posturing towards IT from Dark Zero, just to sort of make things a bit more difficult for them in opening up the breach. And while difficult it may have been for maybe an extra 10 to 15 seconds, job done for Cloud9.
Yeah, as I said last round, it's pretty laborious, but it's essentially a necessary evil for Cloud9. Sometimes it can trip up even some of the best players, and Mav players can have complications at times, but so far it's been just another list to tick off. Or another box, rather, to tick off on said checklist. Bit of posturing now, con side. Again, we see a lurk from Monk. This time on the Lion. Global ability gives him the freedom to be a little more versatile around the map and play a position that can maybe cut off and counter any vert play below here from Dark Zero, or that, although that seems rather unlikely, at least at this point of the round. 60 seconds now remains. Tempo slow. Cloud9 will probably feel pretty comfortable with this comp into a late round execute.
Oh, need to win this.
Close. Oh.
Well, they've lost their Candelas, and if Eddie had won that battle, they would have dealt with the water and got electrical control, dumped Candelas then into sight. Instead, by Eddie losing that fight, you lose your execute, you don't really gain a lot of ground, and NJR stays alive. A couple of flashes from Uzi, and suddenly now 45, low on time. Now you got to kind of rush through that checklist that's left. Especially opening up this con wall, it's a bit of a mess. Kino up close with a shotgun double, it's as easy as that. But a quick flurry of kills got Cloud9 back into this round temporarily, maybe for about 5 seconds or so. It looked a little bit more likely, but at the end of the day, all that really became after they lost that battle towards Electrical was a flood into sight, and you're always going to back in the defense. 2-0 Dark Zero, decent start on Labs.
Yeah, that little glimmer at the end was false hope at best. It was worst case there for Cloud9 as he framed it, losing a key player, key utility. It was also the best counter op for that close range encounter, and the Warden would have been off the board. Oh, it's fine margin siege at times. It can be so punishing. And it was a one-dimensional stack there from Cloud9, who were going to back themselves in with the util layering, with the Ying up available to be able to execute that. And I don't think it would have necessarily been that obscene of a play to try and flood in that regard, but they were gate kept nicely by Dark Zero. NJR gets the props for the opening kill in that round. Now searching for 3 in a row, and as these rounds tick down,
5 seconds to go.
if they continue to go in favor of Dark Zero, it's also going to be ticking down on Cloud9's time here in stage 1.
I mean, the concern for me really is you kind of look at this stage for Cloud9. What's been their weak point? Well, it's been actually on their attack side. They're the second lowest rated team as an attacking team in the region. 16-45 split. That's not great. 16 attacking round wins for 45 attempts is 36%. It's the second lowest. Where they've been actually quite decent is their defense, sitting actually second rated at 62%. So they're kind of a half sort of team, and that's probably why coming into the final play day, they're obviously still kind of close to getting into the top 6, but it's looking likely now, based on what we've seen so far, that it's maybe going to go against them. Basement here for the third round, final round as well before we get the next bans. And so this was ultimately the test for Cloud9 this first half. Attack's been your weak point this stage. Come in, final play date, can you rectify it? So far, no good in the opening 2 attempts. But still, plenty of opportunities remain in this half.
Free charge deployed.
Yeah, immediate pressure already in basement here, and good info has been gathered. Pemba also with this pre-placed assembly. I do wonder if maybe he shot calls something direct here onto the side. Keeping in mind though, risky into the Echo util, though to be layered. We'll see if Cloud9 elect to commit here. It's a big call to make. Also in Dakino on the Warden.
Like the pacing, like the aggression. See if it works out so far. Not looking good as they lost the opening too. Kino does go down. This plant will be denied by the Yokai though, all folds. He's got that covered. And Center also now low on the Monty. Well, the timing of this round's great, and timing from Uzi pushing into cargo is perfect. Needed that double, they lose the Monty, but the round is still winnable because there's time on the clock. You push early in the round, well, guess what? You got the chance to maybe fight back, doesn't matter. The two that were left instantly dealt with. It's 3 straight for Dark Zero. Now, I don't know really what I expected from this match, guys. You got one team that's fighting for their life, to make playoffs, to qualify, to even have the chance, even if, let's be real, you're adding on an asterisk, which is likely even a win for Cloud9. I don't think is going to be enough today, considering other matches would need to go their way. You still got to fight for it. And 3 rounds in, though, it's Dark Zero that are just showing their quality is just so much better that even if you factor in the external pressure of what's required for playoffs, they're just better at the game. And 3 rounds in, it's pretty evident. 3 opening kills. It's been really convincing. None of the rounds have been really ultra close. And we heading into, of course, the bans. I think it's also a tactical timeout too for Cloud9 to double down on this. It's a big half. They need some attacking rounds. We'll see if they can get that after this timeout and after the bans.
Yeah, it's now at a point where it's becoming increasingly difficult to see a path forward in this matchup, and I think the thing that drives that home for me most is what you highlighted earlier as the second lowest rated team on attack league-wide up to this point. It doesn't feel like we're in a situation where a 60-second tactical timeout is going to be overly influential. That's going to require a lot more deep, systematic change in the off-season for Cloud9 to rectify that. It's not a case of them being right up there as a strong attacking team and they've had maybe an off start or whatever the case may be. I think it's probably more reflective of the more systematic problems that this team is looking to work through at the moment. It was promising there from Uzi with the late lurk, but there was so much information up late, it was ridiculous. The BPC tank, Yokai's up, planting up potential with immense. It looked, again, a little promising there for Cloud9, but it was false hope. And there's been a couple of instances of that over the course of this map so far where they've been short in a couple of 1%ers, and then a league like this and against an opposition of high quality like DZ, you get exposed.
Yeah, 100%. And it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, I like the aggression from Cloud9 and the pacing was good, but it does mean you skip out on getting a lot of that clear, and there's utility, and those problems become a factor.
Securing the floor.
Great start, by the way, for NJR. Really just want to highlight him as an individual. 2 rounds back-to-back now. He's got the opening kill, so impact to begin, not just kind of stuffing the sheet. He's having impact to begin the rounds. And getting the first multi-kill of the game in that 3rd round puts him at 6-1, so a fantastic start for him. Interesting too, guys, we're going kitchen cafeteria. Now, this is a site that we don't see all that often. Usually for good reason. It's not usually very good for defense. It's been played twice at this stage in NAL, 100% attacker win rate. So, I mean, this is Dark Zero throwing a real curveball into the game because it hasn't been needed. You're 3-0 up. Maybe they just sense this as an opportunity to test the waters. And Uzi, well, he finds the opening kill on Takino. Testing it, they will need this kill from J90. He doesn't connect. Well, the question marks immediately have to be raised about site choice. Whenever you go kitchen cafeteria, you need to have a game plan.
I don't think they've even had an opportunity to play out this round in a strategic fashion. It's just been straight gunfights. DZ looking to respond with aggression for the trade, and Cloud9 clued in, ready. New as an NJR, left standing, and it could be a flawless response here from Cloud9, not quite. New as will get one in the round, and could follow it up with a couple more, but it's unlikely to win it at this point. And credit to Cloud9 for continuing to fight, not dropping their heads, recomposing on an offsite, which can be difficult for the attack. Not confirmed just yet, though. We'll see if there's a clutch on the cards here. 60 seconds for Cloud9 to think about the plan, to formulate this plan. And Newers is still isolated. We'll enter CAF. Plant should be secured, and that should be the round for Cloud9.
Yeah, a lot of shoulds, and indeed will. Cloud9 closed it out. Now that that's done, and it's 100% attacker win rate from 3 attempts this stage.
I hate that side. I hate that side. Just burn it. It's such an awful side to play.
Oh, well, you know what? You choose it. You get the punishment. I can't understand why Dark Zero would go there, because quite frankly, they were on a roll. The first 3 rounds, we're talking about pretty close to perfection in terms of overall play. And they decide, out of a Cloud9 tactical timeout, let's go to the one site that's absolutely awful to defend on. And you're right, and I don't think we've really got to unravel the strategic depth of the round for Dark Zero and maybe what they wanted to do. When you lose 2 very early on in the round, you don't really get given that opportunity. But the reality is you gave the opportunity to Cloud9 by selecting that site, which was just not needed. They get their first opening kill, they get their first round win out of the timeout. The real concern will be if there's a follow-on effect. So this flows into round 5 and 6. I think the boys on the desk are going to break down that decision more than anything as to why you would go there and what that effect may actually have ended up causing. We'll see what happens, because if Dark Zero do win rounds 5 and 6, well, then it doesn't really probably matter anyway.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I think the impact of that round is really going to be felt until we see the rest of the half play out. Does potentially just release the pressure valve a little bit that was beginning to bubble over. Personally, though, expecting Dark Zero to lock back in here. They look extremely proficient on all of the primary / secondary sites, and we'll return to storage control for the 5th. Love the introduction of the pulse in this round as well for Folds, but it's Newers to draw first blood. Uzi, who's had some good lurk potential in the match so far, the first to fall. And that's now 4 out of the 5 rounds, the opening kill going the way of the leaders in DZ.
Yeah, and I've noticed a couple of times in this half, just sort of highlighting, Newers really likes to hold these angles. And when I say hold, I mean he really likes to hold them for some time. And that takes good patience. It's very easy to be jittery when you're playing R6, so many different angles and entry points, but he just looks so calm with his movement. He's not rushing around. He holds a good position, gives it time. And in this round, the perfect highlight is he gets the opening kill because of it. 90 seconds left. DZ in a good position. Oh, that's just unfortunate for Eddie. He's just getting aggressed. No cover, no help. It's just Solo Grim trying to get some info over towards IT. No one helping him out. They're low on numbers. It's a desperate push in towards top blue. Doesn't work out for center. Now, Monk has been able to get himself in towards server, but the round looks now null and void. 1 versus 4, low on health. Needs to get kit, go to site. I mean, there's just so much left in the round that he needs to do. As now a solo against the 4 defenders of DZ. And it's back to regular programming, isn't it? Once you get away from kitchen cafeteria, it's more of the same from Dark Zero. As Jan I know puts an end to it. Well, there's that 4th round on the board for them. They go 4-1 up. The only blemish, probably their own doing.
Yeah, to return to normality. The only saving grace really now at this point is Cloud9's ability to defend, which they have been able to showcase over the course of the stage. As you mentioned prior, 2nd rated in NAL for the stage. It is a strength for them, but they're putting a lot of faith on defense if they can only get the 1 scalp in this first half. We know historically, looking at the data, for any team, even the best in the world, to defend a 1-5 deficit is incredibly tricky. Certainly not impossible. We've seen comebacks of that fashion in the past, and Labs was obviously a classic example of that back at SI, but they are rare for a reason. That's why that 24 grand final was so historic. Those style of comebacks are very tricky. And so in a way that does put a lot of immediate pressure here on the final round of the half. Can Cloud9 give themselves that buffer? Can they get that second round? Otherwise,
10 seconds left
the second half turns into a Hail Mary for their slot at playoffs, which is already probably a Hail Mary at this point anyway, if they can go on to get all 3 points.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
And statistically, Dark Zero is the 3rd best attacking team in the region, so you would imagine they should be able to get a round or 2 or 3, and it puts pressure then on Cloud9, I think, to get this second round for all of the reasons that you were alluding to. Command server will be the site choice. A reminder, Cloud9 must win and get all 3 points if they are to still make playoffs, which means they are now 2 rounds away from being knocked out. And that doesn't help. A Nitrocell explodes in the face of Eddie. They lose the Ying again. Dark Zero get another opening kill, and so far in this half, every opening kill is converted to a round win. Of course, the only time they didn't get the opening kill was on Kitchen Cafeteria. Which, I mean, really, the story of this game so far is Dark Zero has just had their way with Cloud9, and so much so that they even gave them a round.
Yeah, and with the exception of the last round, they keep losing key pieces of utility, whether it be the Capital or the Ying or the Thermite. They're not getting trade value back either. So Cloud9 are playing the game on extreme difficulty mode at the moment. Their stage on the line this round. The next minute and a half are hypercritical. Someone needs to step up. Somebody needs to make the heads-up play, show some confidence, and get their team back into it. Yeah. Easier said than done, though, because the groundwork here from Dark is phenomenal. They just continue to anchor so strongly.
Needed that from Pampazoo onto Newers, but J9O's got him covered. They've just got the numbers. They can fall back, take these fights, play the trade game, center towards Con. And Pampazoo falling server. Yeah, it's all done. Dark Zero, clinical half, 5-1 statement, giving the one and only round to Cloud9.
They really do. The objective was so clear for Cloud9 at the beginning of this game. Win in regulation, you keep your playoff hopes alive. So far, though, with these attacks, they are struggling hard.
Yeah, do they know that they need to win this game to keep the playoffs alive? I don't know. I mean, right now we're seeing the exact same story from their attacking half. That is why they are struggling. And again, I've been praising them. I really do like the operator lineups. They're trying to bring everything. They're trying to bring shields. They're trying to bring the utility play with a lot of Ying, a lot of Capital, or the utility-based operators. We see Ying even in the first round. And really this is right here. Yeah, this round. This actually came down to if he gets that kill with the shotgun, maybe they have a better chance here because there would have been 2 guys playing close to the shotgun, but it's just classic young players or young teams kind of have this attacking problem. And we also hear in the comms, I mean, they do seem to be kind of bashing heads a little bit, Center and Pampazoo. Maybe there's a little bit of misunderstanding between some of the younger players and what actually Rob wants to do, because the same story for them is the fact that every time they're about to go for an execute, they seem to lose a body, and then they're about to call the 3-2-1 and they lose another body. So they're never actually able to get coordinated and synced, and that is just, unfortunately, it's something that's just going to have to come with time.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think DZ's clearly reading into it. I mean, they're understanding that their late round execute is never going to be successful, so why not go for the early aggression, get the first pick falling into your favor, and then turtle up, and that's exactly what we're seeing. They get the first pick, and then they just turtle, and it's Cloud9. Not really problem solving, more just trying to force a situation, forcing a body after a body. I mean, we saw even in that round in Electrical with the Ying. If the Ying wins that round, we're probably talking a different sense, but then it's just one player, one right after the other, falling short. And this really was Cloud9's issue yesterday in their attacking half. They weren't problem solving. It was just looking at what's in front of them. How can we force a situation into our hand instead of actually looking at, okay, how can we swing this into our favor without forcing a couple bodies to be the result for it.
Yeah, we saw even on that basement round, they got into a great position to go for a plant behind the pillar, but unfortunately, they already said there was a Chonka and a smoke, so you can't plant. Pampazoo's calling flood, the whole rest of the team's not flooding, so it's just, again, there's a little bit of communication issues because they are that young team. But they are on their strong side is really what we can kind of take out of this. Like, they are the 3rd best defensive team in the league, but is it going to be enough?
I genuinely don't think it's going to be enough, regardless of the bans. I'm not going to even focus too much on the bans here. What I am worried for is when you start on defense, if you don't have a strong talking half, you can at least kind of fix it, correct the things that were wrong going into the next half. Starting off on your attacks and having a horrible start, now you're switching to your defense, which arguably is Cloud9's favorite place to be, but having such a brutal attack strategy and not clearly being in comms with each other does worry me. Yes, on defense, you are forced to comm a little better. You are closer together, but you're still being picked apart the same way, and I'm just not honestly finding a lot to hold on to with this Cloud9 roster.
All right, well, it's time to get back into the game. Guys, I know you might be watching your team play in the World Cup right now, but we have a game on our hands. The objective is clear for Cloud9. Can they stay in the challenge to get into playoffs?
100%, and yes, it's going to be a challenge. I mean, look, the saving grace for Cloud9 guys is very much being on defense and then statistically being very good in that regard this stage. So it's going to come down to this second half now to once again bail out another poor attacking half with a solid defensive half. But they've left themselves basically now no room for error, because this is not a normal game of Siege where, you know, maybe you can give up the one round, DZ get overtime secured. If DZ get a single round, Cloud9 are knocked out of playoffs.
Yep.
It's 6 straight.
They have to be even more perfect than perfect. Yeah, as opposed to a match where, you know, you can maybe push an OT and scathe through it. You're absolutely spot on. It's a 3-point deficit between Cloud9 and For Fun Esports and Shopify Rebellion tied above them currently. So to reiterate, even a 6-round streak here, all 3 points, it may also ultimately be for nothing, but they'll continue to fight. It's been a rough day at the office for them so far. The only round Cloud9 able to obtain was that attack in towards one of the worst sites in the game, over towards Kitchen. Dark0 have just been phenomenal across the board so far and have been locked in from round 1. See what they can cook up here on the attack. Bit of vert potential here with J90 on the buck. YouTube clearance as well can be facilitated by the Flores, and it looks like there's a bit of info on the side. Oh! The Rotero!
The Rotero.
No!
I mean, to be fair, the pressure from below has a factor in with the Rotero. For Dark0 to get the opening kill to start the second half and put Cloud9 to the sword. And not drop a single round, and they lost Pamperzoot. It's another opening pick for DZ. Dominated this area of the match thus far. And now a heavy reliance on just a bit of stall out, try and buy some time. Big from Uzi, and he's been solid so far for Cloud9 in a match where they need to win. He's definitely given his team his best. 60 seconds left. Now it's a 4v4, and you've still got Shield up with the clash towards Electrical to block off at least one avenue for the attack of Dark0. Hence the rotation towards Blue to try and navigate that. And Newers from Blue finds the kill onto Monk. Eddie pushes forward to the hallway and gives the kill to Dark0 on a silver platter. You don't have to deal with the clash when they're just walking at you. Newers with another one. Center falls in IT, and with that, Cloud9 will not make playoffs.
Oh, devastating for Cloud9. It's been a rough group stage for them. And I'm sure they'll probably know basically at this point that their time is done. And I think they'd probably be the first to admit that with a performance like this today, it was probably not deserved. It's been tricky. Dark0 have read them inside out. And I think they'll probably go on here to defeat them in a 7-1 fashion. Which would also then, in a way, leave Cloud9 susceptible to finishing even lower in the standings if SSG are able to have a good day later. And so it's a bit of a gloomy mood for Cloud9. Replay package of that last round though, Dark0, Newers in particular, Terminator, able to charge forward and just wreak havoc. 6-1 the scoreline. Cloud9 are done, a line through their name.
10 seconds.
Dark0 searching still for all 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it to Dark Zero. I mean, they've just been absolutely outstanding in this match. Haven't put a foot wrong except for a side choice. Otherwise, this might have actually been 7-0 territory. If they don't elect to go to Kitchen Cafeteria, genuinely think this is 7-0. Dominated the opening kills. They've gotten the majority of the multi-kills. They only allowed one plant in that first half, which, of course, was on the site which shall not be named. And unfortunately for Cloud9, I think the most disappointing thing from this match is this was a game to try and get into playoffs. And even if they had won it, it may still not have been enough, but maybe they could have at least bowed their heads out of the stage with a bit of grace. They've been completely slapped silly. Good information from Center on the pulse. Obviously, they're going to play this one out and try and mitigate the scoreboard damage. But no longer playing for anything more than that.
I'll tell you what, Cloud9 on defense could probably do with Patrick Beach, because I just looked across for the Aussies and he just hit the most insane save I think I've ever seen. That was beautiful.
Bit of
the Aussies are staying alive at the moment in the World Cup. Fortunately, the same can't be said for Cloud9.
My location is clear.
Minute 45 on the clock here for DZ. U2 layering potential with the Capital, and they'll charge forward. Kino in the front line.
Oh, what's Senta meant to do about that? Needed a little bit of help from the others in the back line. Eddie falls to the NJR. And Kino can go for the plant, and they've got the cover. Smokes out as well. Pampazu, that's his job on the Warden. Glasses activate. He got the kill. He gets the second onto NJR. A bit of help from Monk from that first floor hold, and suddenly 2v2. Pamba just activating, although a little too late. It's the only downside to it. Volt's now in a 1 versus 2, and he's got 60 seconds to think his way through this. Definitely doable.
Doable. Off in Narnia at the moment though, so he's going to have to take a bit of time to compose himself, create a bit of space. He'll give away the audio cue as well on the drop. So position will be known. Can Cloud9 cover the cross or at least initiate the trade? No flashes for Faults to break it.
Oh, the swing from Pampazu as he does get the kill. Did potentially give an opportunity. Well, Cloud9 will get a second. And while they will not make playoffs, they're not out of this game just yet. Does somewhat feel inevitable, and well, even with the round win, you can see the faces probably tell the full story.
Yeah, as I said before, the vibe is, well, it's not really vibing for Cloud9, and it's hard to fault them. It would be a pretty bad feeling at the moment. They'll continue to play out though, and see what they can salvage from this one. DZ with a little bit still to fight for, I suppose. And getting another win on the board. Bit of a funny round there with Bamba. The smoke criminal. Utilizing that Warden util and the glasses really efficiently. Unfortunate for Faults, didn't really have the ability there to try and break that cross. 4-round deficit. And we go back to this faithful side.
10 seconds remaining.
I think we're getting trolled at this point. Get to reiterate, coming into today, it had only been seen twice in the region. In this match alone, it's now doubled it from 2 to 4. We'll see if it can keep the 100% attacker win rate. Maybe this is Cloud9's way of just saying, you know what, we're done for the day. And Yuzi will get the down on the Vault. Well, hang on, he can get back up. And to be fair, even, I mean, the Floros can still have a pretty big impact in this round. Low health, sit outside, get Roteros in. It seems as if he will get brought back into the round. So it's, yeah, not the end of the world for Dark Zero for Faults to be on low health. He's going to keep it pretty chill for the next minute or so anyway. Let the others get to work, and he can just play drone game for the next minute.
Shock drones in play for J90 in response to the Goyo. We'll be eager to pop some of those canisters. Default also dealt with 90. We'll see what ultimately DZ look to posture for here, considering they don't have primary hard breach to be reliant upon. Vert potential though, with Newers. He's currently basement. It's also soft wall lobby, so that hard breach is not as relevant as it otherwise might be. Minute 40 on the clock, and plenty of lurking from Dark Zero at the moment. Eager to try and find an opener. It's been a big strength for them. Only one round so far in this entire match, Cloud9 have gotten the opening kill. It was round 4. Funnily enough, the only round, or one of the only rounds they were able to win, the only in the first half.
It's very slow pacing from Dark Zero, so this site is usually won by a bit of an attacking flood, either top floor or direct towards site. It doesn't actually feature usually a lot of plants. It's usually just a flurry of kills. But with 60 seconds left on the clock, still a 5v5, so DC have kind of played this in a slow manner. They've really tried to work out the way in which Cloud9 are defending this.
Yeah, the defense peels back, lobby reoed off. Could compromise Dark Zero here, and it could be a little bit of a funnel effect here. I don't know if the split's been particularly effective.
Opening kill for Cloud9, just their second of the entire game. Oh, easy one of Takino, just slips on by. NJR, I'll talk about him having an impact game. There's 2 impactful kills. 3 versus 3. Now spots out the clash. Got even a little bit of damage into center. Pampazoo low inside the cafeteria. They do still have Uzi with a Zodo and a Nitrocell air jab. Out from NJR. Has one more. Faults the tack into the corner and go for the plant. The cover is NJR. Easy onto Pampazoo, but they lose Fault, so that's no longer plant going down. Shotgun from Newers into the face. Only center left. 4 seconds. Gonna go in, stick this plant, watch for the cover. Newers is, leaving it to the very last second. Even flashed his teammates. Center will not be able to get out in time to deny. NJR gets the kill. What a strange old round. But Kitchen and Cafeteria remains at a 100% attacker win rate. With Cloud9 being eliminated from playoffs, it's a 7-1 win for Dark Zero. Sorry, 7-2 win for Dark Zero. And a strange old game of Nighthaven Labs. A wonderful performance. They've locked themselves in for top 3, and they are set for playoffs.
I didn't know where Shield was.
Easy peasy for Dark Zero. They pick up 3 points. Very good in this position here now in second, and we get to speak to them as well. We have them on the line. Speaking to NJR to ask him a few questions. Good afternoon. Congratulations on the 3 points. Did you expect the game to go like it went today?
I mean, we just came up and executed.
Very clear. Sounds good. I want to talk about what happened before this game, because we got to see the player cams a little bit. You guys seem to be having a very stark contrast to Cloud9. They were like meditating. You guys were dancing, vibing. What song? What was going on?
They were singing some Justin Bieber, I think.
Ooh, what song?
I don't know. I'm not a believer.
Oh, you're not a believer. Dang.
I respect it.
They were vibing though. Nick, look, I already know the answer here. You guys got 7-0'd yesterday, no surprise, right? I'm sure you don't care about that at all, right? But is there anything you actually like learn from that game? Like, do you think getting 7-0'd right there, right before playoffs, is of any benefit for you guys?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think a lot of kind of what happened yesterday was what we've been trying to improve. It's just like a lot of very small, like fundamental things, and like, for example, like hesitating a little bit on our fast stuff or not transitioning our mid rounds very well, and also just dying in like kind of like lazy ways. Like I think they had a nitro pick like literally every round, so it kind of like all just compounded and bit us hard, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win here today. Kind of want to talk about looking a little further into playoffs now. You guys are going to end up playing wildcard yet again. I'm sure they're your favorite team to play. Seemed like Spiker always has a good time playing you guys from what he told us. How do you feel about that matchup, that it is going to be wildcard yet again?
I mean, I don't care who we play. Like, yeah.
Spiker was happy. He was saying that's going to be a free win, I think, right?
Free.
Yeah.
NJR, I wouldn't look immediately, but there is somebody dancing behind you. Oh, he's just moved out.
Oh,
That's great timing. Did you see that was going on behind you or not?
Nah, I didn't see that.
Happens. Well, anything you want to say to the fans to thank them for the support all the way to second in the league?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, always appreciate any support we get. I think it's a very lucky position we're in to have people cheering for us, and we put in the work to like try to make you all happy.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, NJR, and good luck next week in playoffs.
Yep, thank you guys.
Turns out the secret recipe to winning games is listening to Justin Bieber before it and vibing with your teammates. But jokes aside, a clean victory is probably what they needed after yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to feel really good after getting 7-0'd, and I loved what Nick was able to say right there on how much they were able to learn.
Surprised you got that much out of him.
Well, I did coach him. I was with him a little bit. I phrased it in a way he had.
Blood out of stone.
Yeah, he had to give me something there. But it was honestly, it was a really good answer in the sense of like they know what their issues are now. That's exactly what you want the regular season to be for. And now going into playoffs, they know some of those issues. They're already working on them. There was none of that was happening today. They were not getting delayed by C4s today. There was no layering happening against them today. It was just DZ domination.
Yeah, we were listening to the calls too. I mean, it was very clean and concise from the side of Folds. Even in that last round, it was very good understanding of how they can go for that execute and be able to go ultimately toe-to-toe with them and then close out that series. But I do want to highlight Cloud9. I mean, this was relatively a fantastic stage from this team. Really want to give them their flowers. It was a right step in the direction. It was good changes that they made. Arguably, I could maybe see this team going into the next stage as a very formidable opponent with more time underneath their belt. Maybe a roster change might need to happen. Maybe get a little more veteran experience on there. Not going to point out anyone in particular. I'll save that for stage 2, however. But All in all, I am really proud to see this Cloud9 roster really hit the strides that they were hitting. Just unfortunate that this is what ultimately ended their campaign today.
Yeah, they turned a lot of heads. There's no way they should be bowing their heads or anything like that right now. Like they should be extremely proud of the season that they had. They have so many rookies on this roster. It's the first season that they added Pamazoo, and Pamazoo even said in one of the earlier interviews they had like 2 weeks of practice even before this stage. They're obviously behind the curve on a lot of the other teams going on right now. They just need time. That's the sad reality.
And as with this matchup, things are really shaping in and locking in for the top 4. And moving on to our third match of the day, we have 100 Thieves going up against SSG. 400 Thieves, as they are currently in 4th. You know, locking in upper bracket with an extra life would be great. Is there a world they can still get overtaken by anybody else today?
So we were crunching the numbers. There is a world, and this game actually is important for them if they want to secure a top 4 spot. They can't go in here and just get 7-0'd. I know Matt said he's going against Dream, one of his favorite players, but he's not going to gift him any free wins today. They do need to win a couple rounds to secure themselves in the top 4 position, and that top 4 spot is very important. Obviously, it's a double elimination bracket. You want 2 chances just in case something goes wrong in that first game. They're able to go down into the losers and still have a chance to make playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, so if you're looking at the numbers, they need to end this series at a 7-3 at the minimum. They can't go underneath that. If they do lose anything past that, if they do lose in a 7-2, 7-1 and lower, there is a chance for SR to be able to overthrow when it does go to that round count. Speaking if SR wins against Outlast, which the likelihood of that,
he's probably pretty good.
Probably good.
Yeah. Banking on the fact that, Outlast hasn't won a game yet, I think you can pretty much say that. But still, a 7-3 has to be somewhat dominant in a way we can say, especially given that SSG actually put up a fight yesterday. They didn't go down without just anything from them. Now, the main question for 100 Thieves is they've been on a win streak, 3-game win streak since play day 6. What has been that main thing that helped them improve?
Well, for me, it's been their defenses. We've talked about them way back in week 6 when they were going against 5 Fears, and we've named it the battle of the worst defenses, basically. And look how much they improved since then. I mean, 35%. They were bottom of the barrel. We talked about it with Hot and Cold in the interview yesterday. He's like, I hope we're improving. Well, I definitely think they are. 53% now. They are actually more in line with the middle of the pack, and their defensive conversion rate is also up there as well at 65%. And they obviously put themselves into a great position here, being in the top 4. Defense is a big reason why, because attack, they're also up there. They're also like in the top 4 or 5 teams. To me, that's a signal of like this is one of the teams that should be at EWC.
Yeah, and this is obviously something you want to see from the start of the stage to the very end, that you are making all the progress needed to look as good as you possibly can to then get into playoffs and then only further that goalpost and making EWC and then seeing what this team looks like at an international level. Because we know some teams are good domestically, but once they get to the international side of things, that's when it tends to taper off. Now, I don't see that with this team given the experience on it, but we won't know until we see what happens.
Yeah, unfortunately for their opponents for today, that EWC conversation is off the table due to yesterday's result. SSG will not be making it through the playoffs anymore. Like we said, they almost pushed it overtime against Shopify Rebellion, but it wasn't enough to get themselves in the race. Now, the main question is, since this is their final play day here, we won't be seeing them until September. What is it there for to play for?
I think there's SI points to play for. That is arguably the most important thing going into next stage for them, is to not only have a good stage, but to finish this one. That I believe they're currently in 8th place right now. If they can get 7th, that is a total of 25 extra SI points, putting them at 100 SI points. I believe they're in like the top 40 right now for SI points in teams in terms for qualification. Obviously, they need to make good progress in stage 2 to be able to do it, but there is still these SI points on the line, and we've seen scenarios in SI, some teams qualifying based off what? A couple points over the other, 5 points, 10 points over the other. I believe there was that one scenario with BRK, and who was the other team? Was it BDS?
BDS, yeah, they missed out on 5 points.
Exactly, 5 points made that difference. So if there is anything to be playing for here that we should be seeing from them, it is for those SI points, and hopefully with the time off, similar to a Cloud9 situation, we can see a new revitalized SSG going into stage 2.
Yeah, you hope you don't need those extra 25 SI points.
You don't want to rely on it.
You don't want to rely on it, but also, like, do they really want to end their season on another L? We took to Twitter after all those games yesterday. They were probably the team that was the most sad after losing their game. They obviously lost out in playoffs. We saw a lot of them disappointed in their own performances. A lot of them disappointed in the whole team's performance. Well, they have one more game right now to at least do something here. Dream's going against 3/5 of his former team on Unwanted. We got 4 out of 5 of them in the lobby. They're going to probably be a lot of chatter between these
probably
teams.
4/5, actually. It sounds like you're against him.
Never.
Right.
Never. No bias.
Right, there is still things to play for in this game, so I want to see where this final game goes to then. At least the final game for SSG. We know there is still a lot to play for 100 Thieves as well. Seems like we're headed to Fortress.
Yeah, I like this map for both teams. Both teams very comfortable on it. I mean, what we saw from 100 Thieves in their series, one thing I really liked was their control of the map. They did a very good job of understanding how they can force players out of position and then be able to take position and then also go for those late round executes. For the side of SSG, I mean, yesterday we saw this, and again, it was just missing key points of contention for them. So I think if they can just fix those small mistakes yesterday, which that's honestly what I was seeing was a lot more small mistakes than big mistakes from SSG, I think they can really right their wrongs coming back into this Fortress.
Yeah, it's their decision making. They actually look really good on attack on this map, so I'm excited for them. But it's that decision making. When they're in the site, they don't know what to do. Where's that leadership? Calm, guys, what's the next step, right? That's what we need to see from them in this game. 100 Thieves, though, I think this is a good map that I don't think they should be able to get that 3-7 on this map.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think this scenario.
Pretty strong. Their defenses have been better, so I think this is a nice, safe map for them to at least get enough points. But of course, they're going to be looking for the win.
They will be, and you mentioned the attack for Space Station there. It's where the defensive side that you mentioned has improved for 100 Thieves really will get tested in this scenario as well. Now, since the pressure is on 100 Thieves a little bit more, any player in particular that we are looking at, you already mentioned Adam yesterday as the big hero for this team. Who has that most pressure on their shoulders?
Ooh, most pressure. I mean, I was going to call out Kaysen for a second.
I was going to say, I want to see Kaysen really like have a pop-off performance that
not against
he's
Outlast.
Just above the rest. Yeah, not against Outlast, above the rest. Because something that we talked about with Kaysen, and again, I'm glad to see him starting to find his rhythm, but I want to see it very early. That's the most important thing for me that's really going to make a difference for 100 Thieves, to be able to push past some barriers if Kaysen really can start out strong and finish strong as well, especially in the best of one series.
And that's only because we're hard on him. We know how good he is. He's a generational
100%.
fragger. This is your last chance until stage 2 to really put your stamp on the game.
Well, can Kaysen replicate a result from yesterday? Can he help his team lock in that top 4 position? Let's go find out on Fortress.
Well, what a battleground for us to get underway. 100 Thieves looking for top 4 here in stage 1 for SSG. Gabe tried to put it as best as he possibly could. 25 SI points, something. Can they get up to 7? They're not going to really do any better than that, though. And certainly the underdogs coming into this matchup. But if there was one saving grace for SSG coming into this map, it very much is the record that they can potentially possess on a map like Fortress. Even really yesterday, 5-7 loss against Shopify Rebellion, who have been clearly very good this stage. I mean, that's not a horrible result for a team that's in the bottom 3 teams, and for 100 Thieves, it's not really been a successful map for them either. So 100 Thieves get to kind of test Fortress ahead of playoffs. SSG get a map they're a little bit more comfortable on. We'll see if there's an upset to be had.
Yeah, it should be an interesting matchup. SI points on the line, certainly, as you've already described it. There's also not just the opportunity here for SSG to jump ahead in the standings, gain an additional 25. They're also at risk of losing potentially 40 SI points, dropping down to 9th. If 5 Fears go on to win, SSG lose, of course, 5 Fears go on to win in a dominant fashion. There's a world in which they could actually drop further down the standings as well. I don't think SSG really going to have that too much at the forefront of the mind at the moment. It's going to be very much a case of just not wanting to end the stage on an NAL. It's been, of course, disappointing for them up until this point. They haven't quite played to the potential that I think this roster has, and certainly the expectation that they would have had on themselves heading into this stage, where a top 6 for their pedigree was probably not that outlandish of an estimate. So yeah, should be a pretty chill game. I don't think it's going to be the most intense of the night for sure, but intrigued to see how it plays out. And then, again, on the flip side for 100 Thieves, they'll very much be looking to consolidate their position in the top 4, because I wouldn't put it past Shopify Rebellion to go ham later today. And if 100 Thieves put themselves at risk, they could drop out of the top 4, and not having that parachute in the playoff bracket can sometimes see teams get unstuck. You don't really want to start in the lower bracket.
Yeah, even if the reward is playing M80, which I think for any team in the region, it's probably not.
Free punch.
Yeah, it's a free punch. I mean, that's really the way to kind of put it, is you'd rather have that chance, have that shot, and also you win that, you go to EWC. So you just get the automatic qualification. So for 100 Thieves, that's what you're potentially locking up in this game against Space Station. Get that free punch against M80, and who knows what could happen. And I think also with these sort of games, what you don't want to lose sight of is form. You know, you want to be playing well ahead of next week. You want to close your group stage off as best possible. And typically the best teams will just always be locked in regardless of the opponent. I mean, SSG has still got real quality on this roster. You can't take them lightly. They've still won 3 games, 3 maps this stage. So like they're certainly more than capable, especially here on Fortress, starting on defense.
I'm reloading.
A slow start to begin, and Fortress will play that way.
Barrier deployed. Targets in sight. Second floor.
The bans as well for this first half. Kite, Bandit, Snake, Gluz. We'll see the Snake supplemented by the Deimos selection here from Hot and Cold in the opening round in an attempt to info gather. And dedicated hard breach from Kaysen on the ace in response to the NAL bans. Speaking of Kaysen, looking to take a bit of a battle down below. Hot and Cold also tempting fate on the vert. 3 targets available for him. 60 seconds though remain, so the time has bled quickly in this opening round for 100 Thieves with little in the way of reward. Hot and Cold active down below, trying to lay a pressure. The 3 stack still on the first floor here from the attack, now stalled out over towards tower stairs. But Spirits will lead the charge on the BB.
Yeah, they're going to pick up the pace now. Spirits knows that, wants to lead the way. Gun up through the corridor. A lot of damage has been dealt in this round, yet still 5v5 as the time starts to dwindle. SSG should feel a little bit more comfortable here on Command Bathroom, that they can just sit back, play side, force 100 Thieves to have to rush in. Benefit, of course, being you do still have that Blackbeard. Kaysen finds the opening kill onto Dream, still providing pressure as well. From that first floor is Hot and Cold. Spirit's able to connect on to Aiden. And even though time is starting to run low, it's all just the kills flowing one direction as Rival 2 will fall to Gomez. Only Raid is left. This is on the verge of being flawless. It will be flawless. 100 Thieves able to crack top floor to begin here on Fortress. Wonderful attacking round. I was looking at the statistics as well. Command Bathroom is the most attacker-sided site on Fortress in the region. 54% from 28 rounds played. Dwarves game sits quite literally bang on 50-50, and then it's a whopping 73% defensive win rate on Waiting and Cafe. So that's going to be the map in a nutshell.
Yeah, it was quite the build-up into that round from 100 Thieves. Only major action in the last 30 seconds. Able to overwhelm and flood. Spirits playing a good front line there with Blackbeard, Gomez as well. Netting 3 picks in the round. I'll be pretty pleased with that, and a solid start for a team that will be looking to get yet another win on the board. As you were alluding to before, gain that momentum and that confidence heading into that bracket. Solidify themselves in 4th seed.
10 seconds left.
And then it's crazy to think that you're only 1 game away from EWC if you start up in that position. And if this stage is to be anything like 2025 stage 2, important to remember that M80 didn't have a hot start to that bracket either, so
yeah,
I really don't think it's the worst position to be in to play them first. Although you could also probably make a fair argument that the gap between M80 and 100 Thieves is notable at the moment. At least it has been through best of 1s, but best of 3s can be a whole different ballgame. Into round number 2 for this particular match. Dorms and Games, the follow-up site of choice. And we'll see what the tempo and the pacing continues to be here for 100 Thieves. Again, last round, 28 seconds was the opening kill. There was a big effort on the vert down below in the last round. This time, though, Adam punished early. Within the first minute falls, and so 100 Thieves on the back foot.
Yeah, and this is the swing side too. If you're SSG, this is the one that you really want to be able to win defensively. Knowing that the next site to come should be pretty good for you as well. Skitty does get the trade onto Hot and Cold. Gomez then gets him. We're just going back and forth, and leads us to where we kind of began with the 1 extra player in favor for the defense. From 4v5 to 2v3. And the bad news for 100 Thieves, though, is they've lost quite a bit of their utility into this round. No more Grim, Flores, Twitch. Spirit still alive with the Monty can, well, certainly help lead Kaysen forward. it's going to be pretty much up to him in this round to find the kills. Certainly Spirits can get kills with the pistol as well. At the very least, they do still have time remaining. With gas waves for Dream, 2 impacts plus the keeper barriers for Aiden, F-dot mines to deal with. Vulcan canisters, I think largely should be still available on site. There's quite a bit of work to do here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance now for Spirits in terms of gaining information versus playing a little more proactive and aggressive and on the front foot on the 1-tier. And if they do eventually find themselves in a potential position to plan, it's the one player to cover. This is a tricky position for 100 Thieves. As you noted as well, a lot of util standing in their way, probably for this planned attempt. Stalled out, keep it out. Traps probably still laying in their way as well. It's low percent. This is a 1 in 10 chance at best here for 100 Thieves.
I thought you were going to say 1 in a million.
No, not quite. I was going to say 1 in 100.
Oh, hang on, it's a 1v1. That's what it is. A 1 in 1 chance. Spirits, can he win this against Dream? Trying to play the guard break battle, time running out. He knows at some point needed to go for the kill. Dream does get the knife kill. SSG do hold on. Well, that got very spicy very quickly.
I don't know about that guard break battle at the end there. I don't think I've seen one that long in my life. Just went on and on and on. Goodness me. Yeah, I wasn't going to say 1 in a million. I was going to say 1 in 100, and I thought that was a bit far-fetched. Even 1 in 10 was probably underestimating just how influential the Monty could be in that position, and positionally as well. As a duo, they weren't in too bad of a spot. I thought that the util layering there at the end might have had a little more influence, but given the approach, maybe not really the case. I know to break it down into the 1 versus 1. I've lost count. 5 breaks, 4 breaks, and then the melee. That was intense.
Dream just kind of beat him into submission in the end. Just don't stop.
But 10 seconds left.
I've never seen it prolong like that before. Anyway, 1 to 1 scoreline. And it'll be waiting at Cafe for the 3rd round.
Defuse a bomb.
And as I say, I mean, this is the one that's significantly higher defensive win rate in the North America League this stage. Doesn't make it a guarantee. Just because it's a high rate doesn't mean it's a lock-in here for SSG. I think 100 Thieves as well. I mean, they're going to go into playoffs certainly as a team that, considering where they are going into playoffs, just sort of in this 4th spot, looking to solidify it on the final day. Well, they're not a guarantee for EWC. I think where they would be sitting, provided they win this, they're going to have a very good opportunity. Only contact, but no real damage. He's just in this early stalemate still, but Giddy gets taken low and eats the Joker payload from Gomez, so he's now just under half health. Not in a good way to begin this round. Gomez actually then goes on and finds the opening kill onto Raid. Big pick onto the Solus. Quite a bit of info for Space Station now taken off the board. 90 seconds left.
Yeah, it's a lot of horizontal posturing at the moment from 100 Thieves. They're committing to it. They're going to flush this defense back into a corner, both figuratively and pretty much literally as well. A lot of this, though, facilitated by the Blackbeard Spirits to continue to play the front line. Oh, as elsewhere, Gomez, more action, but immediately a trade back.
The beauties are in black!
Last gas babe to be deployed. Still a little bit of info on the Valk available here for Space Station as they take measure. But pressure is absolutely mounting.
Oh, Aiden. played that perfectly. Guard break onto the Blackbeard, expecting one behind. Then hits the headshot onto Spirits as well. Job done from Aiden. 2 versus 2. Jason was able to now push forward. And he find the shotgun barrel. He does. He got the intel onto Rival. Connects the shot. Now 1v1. A second 1v1 in a row. But this time it's Kaysen's job to finish it off. Dream. 10 seconds. Has the long angle, has the DMR, and has the win. 2-1 in favor of Space Station.
Yeah, good composure there from Dream. Classic DMR. Medium to long range. Holds the line, holds his nerve. And it's a pretty clean conversion from him in the end there. And it's back-to-back rounds from SSG, withstanding the horizontal pressure there in the 3rd round. Pretty intrigued to actually see what the additional bans will end up being here from both respective rosters. What's been posing problems for them so far and what they want to eliminate going forward. So the Goyo, we've seen that in a couple of rounds so far in terms of stall out. Wasn't actually present there in the last round from SSG, but has been favored by Giddy so far, and especially when we start returning to the top floor in particular. You think about the choke points on Fortress, and Goyo thrives in that kind of situation. It's typically 2-channel on the top floor, especially for the map clears, so it can be pretty influential. I mean, talk about influence, Aiden. This was a nasty 2K, and a round-defining moment, finding both Adam and Spirits. 2 versus 2, filters down.
Let's go. Back-to-back clutch. Nice try, bro. Nice try, bro.
Dream looking in, and someone mentioning back-to-back clutches, and yeah, absolutely spot on. Dockerby as well, to note, will be unavailable for the attack.
And in both clutches as well for Dream, in very different ways. The guard break spam and then into a long angle DMR. I think that's probably, in terms of the opening 3 rounds, the sort of scoreline I think you would come to expect on Fortress. Yeah, 2-1. And then, yeah, I'm probably expecting this to maybe be 4-2-half territory. I'm a little surprised that actually didn't go and ban the Twitch. Just to kind of throw that out, played in the opening 3 rounds, has impacted a lot of the lineups that SSG are kind of bringing, a lot of trap utility. Dockerby actually only played once, but as we know, a very influential operator after the recent changes. And I don't think the shield ban's ever going to be there in the 3rd. When you've left open the rest, you can't really ban one or the other away. They're showing proficiency on both Blackbeard, Monty. You're going to get the 1 extra ban. It's probably not the right way. So, yeah, look, I mean, the Dockerby is fine, but we'll see how these next 3 rounds play out. Certainly the loss of the Goyo is not ideal on Fortress. Hastens through games. Well, he wasn't expecting Rival. Hello indeed at the doorway. What a swing. Nobody killed for Space Station. And look, they're lively here in this match. It's a map that clearly they've got good results on. 100 Thieves not as proficient here on Fortress. I think ahead of playoffs, just wanting to strengthen their map pool, get some experience. Raid, good patience, falls back. Doesn't need to take that fight. They're up 5v4. Happy to give the ground over.
Yeah, now a bit of perceived pressure on Adam's position. Just needs to be a little mindful now with that flank threat. One thing to note as well is just the sheer volume of barbed wire in this round for SSG. 6 total. They take away the Goyo, but then in some respects the barbed wire can fill a somewhat similar role. Certainly not as proficient, but laid out in these choke points, as you can see, it's going to absorb utility and time from 100 Thieves. We now have 50 seconds on the clock. 2 Candles for hot and cold. He's probably going to make the call for the clear here onto Aiden, facilitated by a bit of info now found. And Spirits with Diffuser. It'll be intriguing to see how they look to try and utilize his pressure and try and make up for the man deficit they now face.
And once again, leaving little time on the clock, 100 Thieves. This is exactly how it played out back in the opening round, and well, back then they were able to just storm the site, get the kills and win. Good start from Adam onto Aiden. Gomez expecting maybe a flank, but no one's coming his way. And certainly with that time continuing to expire, you don't have the time to watch for the flanks. You have to push forward, and push forward they do. Again, Spirits active on the Monty. Found the pistol kill. Dream surely can't do it for a third straight round. As Hot and Cold's going for the plant. Dream knows there'll be one to cover. Goes to shotgun. They're both on top of each other. Got the down onto Gomez, but Hot and Cold finally shuts the Dream down. Looking for a third clutch in a row, but not to be for Dream.
A+ for effort there. Dream dashing deep down the first, but unable to withstand the trade attempt. And so the match will tighten once again. Tack timeout called 100 Thieves. Probably looking to just tidy things up a little overall. Pacing and tempo has been a little slow, but again, that can be Fortress. Also, stylistically, it's not a huge problem. Looking to try and activate Spirits in a lot of these occasions as well. On the shield play, he's been rather effective, as you would expect.
This is good timing, really. Take the tack timeout, close to the halftime roll swap, and then pens. Yeah, I mean, look, you got to be somewhat content with what you're seeing from SSG so far. I mean, you could have easily, in these kind of games when there's not really a lot to gain, you throw the towel in, essentially. Not throw the towel in, maybe that's a bad way to frame it, but you maybe can expect them to not come out with ferocity, intensity, and desire, and it's definitely been there. They've been standing up to 100 Thieves.
Good shit, man. Okay, guys.
100 Thieves know that they're getting tested here on Fortress. Yeah, the rounds have been close. It's funny, it started off with a flawless round from 100 Thieves, and then one alive, and two alive. 2-2 split in terms of the opening kills. Yeah, it's been a close match. It's been solid. Two rounds to go as well to close this half out.
5 seconds left before.
But for 100 Thieves, getting the second attacking round, I think puts them now in the best position. They get 2 free swings to close this half out. Third round really puts them in a good spot. I think SSG are going to arguably need to get probably both of these 2 rounds to close out the half. Give themselves a ample opportunity going on to their attacking half. 37% attack team, so similarities to Cloud9 in terms of attacker win rate. Struggle on the attack, but then do quite decent on the defense. That's been plaguing them this stage. Although 100 Thieves are not a strong defensive team as well, guys, to kind of add this into the equation. Bottom 3 for defense, sitting at 53%. So that's going to be a good test for them too in the second half.
Watch it. Enemy's got tech flying drone on me.
Enemy devices are down!
Flash set.
So they invest the Thatcher and the Candelas early here from Spirits. Is this a fake out old tower? Evidently there's no drop to follow. It certainly captures Dream's attention and Giddy as well, all eyes. 100 Thieves though. Looking also currently on the rooftop. That may take this as an opportunity to take space on the opposing side of the map. I think it'll be pretty short-lived in terms of distraction, as SSG will clue in that it was a fake out sooner rather than later. Bit of a no contest though in terms of the map control raid to peel.
Yeah, but Candela's wasted. I mean, he's used 3. Now, the Warden is available in this round, so it's not as much of a crotch in terms of utility. For 100 Thieves, I think Spirits has the license to just kind of throw those out a little bit more. That's still something to consider. Now, if anything, probably add him on the grid at some point in this round. If you can get some information with the Quan Hive launcher, once they get a little bit closer towards the site, put pressure then into Dorm's games, then be able to play off that info. Certainly going to be crucial for 100 Thieves when there's probably not too much more utility that's going to help them. The shock drones are done. Get rid of the traps. Thatcher and Ace combo. Candela only 1 left. So yeah, I think, getting info here with the bees is going to be crucial.
Sun was deployed and Spirits lurking close. Aiden finds the opening kill though. So it's a strong start for SSG, and their anchor positions are going to be tricky to unlodge.
Yeah, they're swinging, they're getting aggressive on the front foot. This is really nice from Space Station. Easily their best round that we've seen in the half. They understand, okay, 100 Thieves are now starting to push in. Let's go at them. We're not just going to fall back and allow them to take this space as they push into the site. They get aggressive. It's a flawless round. That's how you want to play Siege. Get in the face of your opponent at the right time, timed perfectly. SSG take the lead again. They go 3-2. One more to go in this half, but they're a real chance at winning this game if they win this next round. Crucial round coming up.
They've come to play tonight. And yeah, it starts to raise questions as to where's this SSG been, because we know how good this squad can play at their best, and difficult to say if that is the case right now, but they're certainly doing some good stuff inside of the server. The proactive siege that they're delivering has been rewarded for the most part. I think a 2-4 scoreline would be pretty comfy for Fortress. 3-3 starts to turn the needle maybe a little bit back towards 100 Thieves.
Attackers have located a bomb.
In terms of the most optimal outcome as a completely neutral observer, it is an SSG win here. It would be big in terms of bagging some SI points, but it would leave that door just slightly ajar for that 4th place for Shopify, or I mean, even by extension, For Fun Esports to maybe steal it at the death.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Certainly not a nothing game for 100 Thieves. Top 4 is where you want to be for that run to EWC. A top 4 finish group stage, again, to clarify, will mean that you're just one best of 3 away from qualifying. It's a tantalizing prospect. 100 Thieves have worked, they've worked so hard up until this point. To let it slip in final play, they would hurt. So they'll look to lock back in here. Final round of the half on attack. Mixed success. And it's a very different approach to this site compared to last time out. We think about the Hammam side, horizontal take, trying to squeeze the defense. It was a little rough. This time it's a full vert approach with the Ram, looking to open up lines of sight. Flank watch as well available on the gridlock. But one mainstay, or almost mainstay over the course of the half, will be Spirits on that shield. Flirted with the Ying last round, but back to the familiar Monty. Bit of presence as well on second floor. Is this known by 100 Thieves? Ada Museum. Raid as well was lurking prior, although it seemed as if both will be flushed out temporarily.
Has that sort of tense feeling about it in this round. Space Station probably get the feeling they're a good shot in this game. The 100 Thieves know potentially what could be at stake. We get halfway through. Aiden, the only one that's taken damage thus far. SSG still wanting to keep good presence around this first floor.
I'll find you.
They're moving around nicely. 100 Thieves, it looked just like they're struggling to get a lot of information in the round again, somewhat similar to the previous round. They're slowly pushing their way through. There's a Razor Bloom, deal with that, push back. So it's just going through this checklist. It is hot and cold to find the pick onto Giddy. Boy, that feels like it was desperately needed. Just the 3rd opening kill of the half for 100 Thieves. They were starting to lose that battle, at least tie it up 3-3 with 50 seconds on the clock. Now they can make that move. Adam to double down, gets rid of the dangerous Aiden. Surely not down to Dream again to be that clutch minister. The one saving grace for SSG though now is the time, even in a 3 versus 5. This still feels doable. Gas Babe thrown out from Rival. Nitrocell from Dream still up, and with Raid on the Vigil, maybe a position not known. And as we get down to the final 20 seconds of this half, next kill critical, but they lose Rival. Raid and Dream will have to pull off a 2 versus 5 clutch, but it's going to be without Dream and a 1v5 chance not to happen. Flawless from 100 Thieves as we go to 3-3 to close out this first half.
We are very even now at this first half here, but as you already alluded to, there's one player on the side of SSG playing against his former teammates here, and he's showing them around a little bit on Fortress, it seems like.
Yeah, that's going to be Dream that we're talking about right now. I mean, he's right. First off, their game plan is very good. Like they're pressing into 100 Thieves, they're getting aggressive, they're not afraid to sit back, and then Who do we have here? It's Dream versus 3 of his former members on Unwanted. We got a little bit of a shield break animation. This was actually crazy to see. I don't know why I thought Spirits was going to be able to pull that off. And then there he is again with the Aruni DMR holding it down for the team. And that's what they need. They need to win those clutch rounds. They need to win those clutch plays. And that is exactly what he's there for.
I mean, he almost had that third round as well. I mean, he fell in that 1v2 and he punched the one guy down. It was unfortunate. Hot Cole was the one to put him down ultimately. I mean, no one better to be able to put him down and shut it down. But yeah, I mean, as you were saying, I really liked SSG's strategy here. Even in round 5, what I really liked is they were trying to go for that back take. They used the util, forced them away. 100 Thieves then called for, let's go for a rotate. Let's start to take the space. SSG immediately recognized what they were going for on that pivot, then went back to a turtle, sent some people to go for the flank on top white, and then just pinched them once they had them where they wanted. I mean, very, very good defense from SSG, but now it's the attack inside. This is where we've seen them have very high highs and then very low lows. So what I want to see from them is, one, we got to see those comms really come to fruition, to be clean and concise and understand the direction, and then on top of it, not bleeding those bodies. Get the opening pick going into their favor, and then decide. Be decisive on where you want to execute, where you want to put your players, how you can force scenarios to go inevitably into your favor. That's what I'm really going to be focusing here on their space station attacks.
Yeah, decisive is the big one, right?
Absolutely.
And I think all the viewers are now, if you want to root for a great game, you're rooting for Space Station to win these next couple attacks, because if 100 Thieves doesn't win, I think it's one more round here, there is a chance that versus SR, if they 7-0, they could pass them and take that 4th seed and get the upper bracket. So if we want to root for a game, we root for Space Station at the moment. And
we love drama.
We love drama. And we love Dream as well. He's probably one of the most beloved members of in Pro League right now, one of the nicest players. I think there was a chant about him being sexy as well. So there's a lot kind of going on for this guy.
No, absolutely. Got the Ying Cade. It's going to be a typical defense here. They're just going to get rid of the wall denial, open up the walls. But I'm not a fan of it, unfortunately. I'm genuinely not a fan of it. I don't think the walls are a problem here. I think it's the trap operators. I think it's the Azamis. I think it's the Miras. I don't think it's the wall. Okay. I do like the clash, however. I like the clash. But yeah, I mean, I hate when it does go to the default resort and just the wall denial. I just don't see the issue on Fortress.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of traps, but they did get rid of the Montaigne, so we shouldn't see Dream on Montaigne. He should be playing something a little bit more aggressive. Come on, hop on the Blackbeard. We know you want it. Or the Blitz. Okay.
Or the Blitz.
How many traps do we see in that first round?
Too many.
Like,
one too many.
My God.
They know what's coming.
Fortress is such a good map for the traps. I mean, by far one of the best, in my opinion. Denari especially can hold down so many of those corridors, block them off, feed the information. Really like the lineup from 100 Thieves.
Thor and L are the best 2 trap operators for me, just because you can place them up high. So many spots they're not going to be able to find if they don't bring a Twitch.
Well, maybe these traps will just help them in what they need. One more round for 100 Thieves to keep matters in their own hands when it comes to the top 4 fight. Can they get that done? Let's find out.
Now let's see if they can get the job done in this second half. Tied 3-3, so it kind of leaves pathways for both of these two teams in the second half. I think 100 Thieves being on defense gives them the better chance, but I'm not counting SSG out of this game yet. Seen enough from them that they're very much lively today. Been playing some good Siege. I guess you could make the counter argument and say, well, 2 of the rounds that they won were 1v1 clutches from Dream. I mean, those are still rounds won. And the only reason why I bring that up is maybe the overall general play 100 Thieves have been better. But it doesn't matter. All that matters is round wins. And the Space Station have gotten 3 of those. Can they get a couple more to start this second half on their attack? Command Bathroom to begin. So far, this is actually the one site that has not been won by defense anyway. Seen twice before this. 100 Thieves were able to win it both times in the first half. Obviously pointed out by the boys on the desk, certainly by Min as well, in terms of the trap utility brought this round by 100 Thieves. No Twitch brought by SSG. They do, of course, have the Reterras of Dream. So emphasis on him to clear a lot of this utility, if possible.
Hold on. I have intel on the enemy.
Rival spots one on the radar, just outside at the moment. And it's Adam that did get the opening. It's a 1-for-1 trade. That has continued to pop back up in recent time. Hayden does connect on the glass. And an opportunity now on the attack for SSG. Hot and cold, swing from tower, spots the shadow, hits the head of Dream, who opted to swing into the incoming gunfire. But Raid was able to beat out Gomez and leaves now SSG again in the same position they were 30 seconds ago. Player up to their advantage. And so far, this attack looks pretty good. Good swing again from Aiden. But Spirits got the kill onto Rival, and Spirits will need the final two. We get shot in the back. And knows that Aiden is close.
We have seen a couple of dicey clutches so far tonight. Spirits, it would take a big effort from here, low on HP, but the Nitro Cell, too late. Nets the kill though, into the post, dead. Good cover from Raid. A good attempt from Spirits. Goes down as a pretty good round overall then for the attack. In breaking down that defensive layer of traps. So strong on a map like Fortress, did a pretty decent job in circumnavigating that. And we'll see if that is a trend that is to continue over the course of this half, both in, I guess, the selection of trap comps and then the ability of SSG to try and negate that. They take the lead currently 4-3, narrow, as it's very much been a back and forth between the two so far. 100 Thieves coming out to play, so to SSG. Look back at the replay package. Sharp shot from Hot and Cold. Spirits later then got left in the clutch situation. Nitro was on point, but a little delayed. An easy cover in the end then from Raid. As we jump ship over to Dorms and Games.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, I think also just getting that early attacking round immediately to start the second half for SSG just must fill them with the confidence needed that, yeah, they can actually get a result in this match. 100 Thieves have looked probably not at their best here on Fortress. They're gettable. And I don't think it's a case of, 100 Thieves having eyes on playoffs, if you will. They would still like to lock in top 4. And this is where you get to that sort of, what was the magic number, 7-3? Well, they're on 3, SSG would need 3 straight. I don't think it would end 7-3. I'd be very surprised. But even if it gets to 7-5 in favor of SSG, that would still be enough if Shopify Rebellion were to go and get a 7-0. Another opening kill for SSG. Needed that from Adam. Just starting to feel a little bit of a swing of momentum in favor of Space Station. In the end, it's just 1-for-1, and they do lose the Docker beat for the Bandit. That's a small win for 100 Thieves, especially with the way that Raid has been playing.
Looks like they're coming out to play.
So the Snake now, a heavy reliance on Aiden being able to find some info for the map clear. Post initially clear, but of course will be met with heavy resistance soon. Adam lurks below, does have Nitro, so keep that in mind for the Vert element late. Bathroom control confirmed for SSG, and the range hard breach now can ensure they get a bit of perceived pressure or even direct line of sight in towards the objective, play that from range. And could even open a more active route into the side itself that they can try to leverage as well. Here is that Nitro rip, so Adam commits below in a position where if and when the push does come through from Bathroom across, he could throw that. Doesn't look like it hit the mark though. 60 seconds remain. Dream's being able to dash across. Can he start thinking about posturing for the plant? No, 100 Thieves. They pounce into action.
Yeah, that's much better. Activity from 100 Thieves on the defense. Yeah, time their swings perfectly as SSG were trying to make their way in. Leaves poor old Rival and Giddy with a lot to do. Giddy does connect onto Spirits as the Warden goes down. 2v3 is not impossible from here. Still under the flash. Giddy throws it out. Rival able to then swing, get the kill onto Adam. One close left. Doesn't quite win it. Giddy temporarily went prone. Oh, a swing from Hot and Cold. Well, geez, that was quite risky. That would have actually given him a 1 versus 1 opportunity if Giddy had have connected. not to be, and well, needed that round win for 100 Thieves, because if they had lost it, it would have been 3 of the last 4 rounds to Space Station. They would have 100% confirmed the momentum. In the end, all it does is leave us tied once again.
Yeah, it sure does. It's an intriguing game state at the moment, with 100 Thieves now getting themselves up to the 4 rounds. In terms of that conversation for the top 4 finish, they at this point probably done enough. I think it was Lax on the desk. We off stream were mentioning they probably need about 3 rounds. Then Lax immediately said at least 3 should put them in good stead for the standings. So we're in alignment for that. They're now up to 4. So even in a worst case situation where they bomb out from here, SSG find a bit of momentum and close it out in reg, it's probably enough, but still, I wouldn't want to be putting my faith, especially into that Shopify match later in the day against Outlast. There is potential if they come out swinging with a bit of a chip on their shoulder, they could maybe get the job done, especially with the additional motivation for that top 4 finish and then being one away from EWC, etc. I really wouldn't want to put my faith and top 4 finish into that kind of external result. So 100 Thieves at this point still in good position, but they could bolster that and in fact confirm a top 4 just by getting the result here. So an enticing back and forth so far, and they of course will be looking to continue forward here after a dicey previous round over towards Storm's Games. Now down below, so we'll see first floor for the first time here in the second half. And what kind of approach SSG want to take? They've got the ramp, and with Giddy in position and getting Vert, that's at least the initial part of the push. We'll see how they look to connect the rest of the pieces of the puzzle.
Charge in position.
The most common theme, really, I think, on Fortress is that first minute and a half. It's very checklist heavy. There's a lot that you got to do. Got to be cautious. Time usually is taken by the attack, and well, SSG haven't been any different. The hot and cold searching with the heartbeat sensor to try and get some kind of information here for 100 Thieves. The floorboards opened up with the Boogie Auto Breacher from Giddy. Clearly the goal at some point is going to be, can they get Raid in this round on the glass, layer the smokes as they push into sight. Gomez with Bathroom, what a hit onto Aiden. Well, it almost felt like for a second Gomez and 100 Thieves were the ones on the attack. That pressure from Bathroom is not what SSG needed as they're getting ready for their setup into the site. They lose one on that second floor. And now Forces, look at the way that Giddy has to go get this kill, and luckily he gets it pretty quickly. Dream too, able to find one from outside onto Spirits. 40 seconds, they're the ones with the man advantage, but they do lose the glass. Raid went down a little too easy, but Rival and Dream able to win there once, and Adam in the 1v3. Once again, Space Station looking to find yet another attacking round.
Yeah, it's flipped quickly. Adam's under a ton of pressure.
Oh, dead.
Wow. That's a big round from Dream. I mean, we didn't catch it as we were focused on Giddy up above, who also hit a phenomenal shot. But as you said, in the meantime, got his pick from that Dorm side. And that flipped the narrative of the round so quickly. 100 Thieves looked well poised and positioned. They did a pretty good job in avoiding pressure from the Vert, and then could have delivered a counterpunch on the top floor with the flank. But that missed. It was a good parry from SSG in the round, and well, they now find themselves in a leading position, and it only continues to develop that storyline of a potential jump in the standings for SSG, a couple of SI points, and for 100 Thieves, their spot in the top 4 could potentially be under a little bit of a threat. It's still a long way to go in this particular matchup, but it's probably playing out in the most entertaining way possible.
Yeah, and it's been back and forth. We've only had the one instance with, funnily enough, at Space Station winning 2 in a row back in rounds 2-3. It's kind of strange that in a game this close, 100 Thieves have not won back-to-back rounds at all in this match.
Located a bomb.
Again, even a 7-4 result in favor of Space Station would be quite damning for 100 Thieves, and certainly would leave them in a position where that fourth spot could fall the way of Shopify Rebellion, who play next after this against the Outlast, who have been, well, unfortunately, the punching bags of the region.
Attackers are heading
100 Thieves need to lock in pretty quickly as we head into the 10th round, because they've got a little bit on the line. And credit to Space Station too, because with not as much on the line, they're throwing everything at this final game. And if they can win it, they will jump above Cloud9, at least to get up into 7th. Which is, Laxing pointed out on the couch, an extra 25 SI points and a little bit more money. So certainly still something there for SSG.
And also trying to shelter themselves from the very outside chance that they actually drop a position today as well. If 5 years have a good outing themselves. The additional bans as well to know Twitch to bolster the trap play. Bandit also to complement the Kai. Hot and Cold finds the opener in this round, however, and it's the Glaz off the board. Key piece of the puzzle in opening up some space with smokes. Aggressive shield play from Dream. Flushes into the water. Nitro out. Spirits tries to
How is he not dead?
Misses. Okay. Trade.
Oh, but he set up Raid. He set up Raid. He drew them out, and Raid was able to connect, get them both. Space Station 1, they can somewhat slow things down. The downside is you lose the Blitz and you've lost the Glad. So quite a big part of their attack here in the 10th round is no longer available. But with half the round still to play, 3v3, defense stretched thin a little bit. And no Tachanka, no Warden. Yeah, this is a pretty even finish to the 10th round. Still 2 Roteros to play with if you rival. That's a little bit of information. Flashes that you can dump into sight. No longer need to worry about the Warden. Well, this is a crucial round. And don't forget, if 100 Thieves lose this, they can't get all 3 points either.
Swapping mags.
Not that that's really that big of a deal for them. As Raid looks to push up, slips into Commander, loses the battle to Gomez, and with Giddy falling to Kaysen, now set up for Rival to have to clutch the 1 versus 3. Up close, headshot onto Adam is swift, but not swift enough, as he's lost a big chunk of health and no longer can just rush through this doorway. 1 bullet to the toe will see him fall. He needs headshots. He needs to isolate these 1v1s. Flash thrown in, the only one he had available. In case it indeed does land the single bullet, we go 5-5.
Yeah, the seesaw continues between these two. It was a little bit of an ugly round there from SSG. Losing the Glaz early meant that they had to try and brute force something to make space, and we saw Dream go super deep. He was the sacrificial lamb in a sense to allow Raid then to follow up, or anyone really to follow up. It was Raid in that instance. Nice double. They were able to then use the Deimos to protect against Museum late. Try and open up play down the hallway. It didn't quite work out as they otherwise would have liked. I think credit to SSG. The way in which they approached that round from a pretty poor position early was really positive. Not rewarded. Attacking Siege can be very, very tough, especially at the deficit.
Nice. Good shit.
100 Thieves sounding pretty comfortable. 5-5 the scoreline. Storm's game's up next.
Yeah, it keeps us back and forth.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds
Yeah, and it's interesting too. I noticed in that round, you know, prior to that round, 3 straight rounds where the opening kill wasn't converted. So with Hot and Cold getting that first pick and 100 Thieves able to go on and win the round, that kind of snapped that strange little streak that had developed. It actually just straight up sits at a 50% conversion, which is really, really low, by the way.
Activating drone.
I don't know if that's just this one match and just the way things have shaped out and panned out, the map potentially playing a factor.
Loading full magazine.
I would say on average the conversion for opening kills is closer to that 70 to 80% mark, in that range thereabouts.
Yeah, 100 Thieves currently standing at a 65% conversion, so it actually is a little low comparatively to the rest of the league. SSG 73% heading into this day. As a reference point, the highest is M80 at 80% on brand, and Wildcard 79%. Shopify 78. So the good teams, high 70s, low 80s.
Big round, win this and you guarantee overtime, you guarantee a point, deny all 3 from the opponent. Obviously for 100 Thieves, this is the, if you will, qualification round for top 4. Getting a single point will put them to 16. Shopify Rebellion for Fun Esports cannot catch that, and that will lock them into top 4. 100 Thieves technically do get 2 chances at it. They would have to lose 7-5 to not lock in top 4. Hydra Cell right over the back, but Dream able to just dash forward a little bit. Avoids it from Spirits. Activates the glasses. Calls out. The Dream has made his way top of Old Tower. Spirits expecting maybe a follow-up. Oh, big chunk of damage onto the feet of Dream. Gomez found an angle, and this is a slaughter as 100 Thieves now on the verge of locking in top 4 to set up that date with M80. And while they've been tested here on Fortress, it seems as if they will pass that test. It might only be a C, but sometimes those C's will get you degrees.
As you would know, probably. Yeah, tough one now for Giddy, 20 seconds. And the chances of winning this one, even lower than the 1 in 10 I called earlier. This one is the 1 in a million, given his position.
Well, hang on.
Spirits feeds, but it's an immediate trade. 100 Thieves now locked in 4th seed.
Locking in also the upper bracket semifinals now all set. It will be 100 Thieves versus M80, Dark Zero versus Wildcard, and those 2 games will be qualification games too for EWC. The winners that make the upper bracket final, playoffs to come next week. And boy, is it not exciting for NAL. Unfortunately, it means for Space Station Gaming now potentially losing this game and getting nothing from it would feel almost undeserving. I think they deserve to get this to overtime based on what we've seen from them in this match. Only just now did it take rounds 10 and 11 to give up 2 straight to 100 Thieves. It was the first time.
You're just kill him. Bomb located by attackers.
I mean, this would be a classic case of falling over at the finish line if you're Space Station. From, you know, up 5-4 to losing 7-5.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, no, it would go down as their 3rd 7-5 loss over the course of the stage. And the other 2 were against Shopify Rebellion yesterday, and then last week against Dark Zero. So quality opposition where they've just fallen short. You flip those 2 results, plus even this one, if you wanted to be extra generous, that's right up there and probably a top 4 finish. Like, best of ones can be so brutal. 7-5s are just the worst feeling when you're on the receiving end.
I guess it's the solace you can take though into the break, that you're not that far off it. Clearly, we know that with this Space Station team, a lot of quality on the roster. I don't think it's doom and gloom. We'll see if they can get a point here. Space Station have only got to overtime once at this stage. It was against Outlast, funnily enough. Back in Playday 3, and maybe was a sign of well, certainly at that point, a rough start to the stage after losing 2 for fun, and M80.
So
An
horizontal
OT loss won't get them into 7th, but an OT win still could.
Yes. Horizontal invert approach here. Oh, well, that was unaccounted for. Gomez over towards Museum. Catches Raid completely unaware. So advantage, 100 Thieves looking to get this result across the line, and for SSG it would be another 7-5 loss to add to the tally for this group stage.
Well, in the last 7 rounds, 100 Thieves have gotten the last 6 opening kills. Well, not the last 6, but of the last 7 rounds, they've gotten 6 of those opening kills. So they've really transformed their game in this second half. Very active on the defense, able to find these early advantages, then fall back, play site, not give as much space over the space station. Big reason in terms of the pickup in form. 3 of the last 4 round wins. Now on the verge of making it 3 straight to close this out. Now, Space Station are going to need to hit some good shots, and it starts with Rival. Can't end there. Need more to follow on, and do so quickly, because there's only 30 seconds left in this round. The Space Station start to make the march towards Cafe and Waiting. They did win this site last time out.
Shamika Launcher is making this really awkward. They can cap layer some smoke util here, SSG, but there's not a lot of time remaining. This needs to be a flawless execute. 15 on the board.
And double nitros too, but as they get closer, might not be able to use that. Gomez rips throws, not accounting for hot and cold, playing the tucked in prone position. The dinner plate was able to do quite a bit of damage, and they all just fell apart. 100 Thieves able to close this one out. No overtime is required. Their destiny awaits in playoffs against M80. And who's to say what this team can do in playoffs as they lock in top 4 spots for EWC. Well, playoffs looks like it could be a good time for this roster. And for Space Station, of course, losing in regulation means a bottom 3 finish for the stage is not ideal for such a storied organization.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the gold, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
just in the final round of regulation, 100 Thieves lock in 3 points and therefore also the top 4 qualification. We lock in an interview though. We have Kaysen on the line to ask him a few questions. Good afternoon, Kaysen. Congrats on the victory. The guys are very happy to see you. You had a game yesterday against Outlast. Today was a little bit more resistance. How is that from your perspective?
I think from yesterday, I mean, we showed a lot of confidence. We came out and played the game we were supposed to. Today we came in a lot of confidence again as well, and I think it kind of showed. We had a little scares, but we came back and we got the win.
Absolutely, Kaysen. Well, congratulations. I mean, a top 4 finish for group stage for your first appearance here on the stage. Now, I'm going to ask you a question, so I need a little something from you. I don't want a boring answer. This is something I ask all the rookies, but what's been the hardest thing coming into the league, and then also what's been the easiest thing for you to have a grasp on and kind of just build off of?
The hardest thing. There's definitely a lot of things. I think just like the skill difference, honestly. Coming from T3, like I haven't even played T2. The skill difference is definitely a crazy gap. So like I'm obviously like used to like playing competitive, but definitely a big difference. But coming into it, I just play confident and strong. So that's, and the easiest thing, I'll probably say comms. I feel like my team, like joining the team, comms are just amazing. And I like worked on my comms really easily from them. So I learned a lot from them with the comms, and I think that's probably like the easiest thing.
Yeah, like it.
Kaysen, nice to finally chat with you as your manager, and thank goodness you're on 100 Thieves. You're teaming with one of my favorite players of all time, Hot and Cold. How has that been? How has he been helping you like transition into playing in Pro League?
I mean, Matt's amazing. I literally have no complaints. He literally helped me through everything. Any problems I have, whatever it is, I learn something new from him every day, and I love Matt. Matt's the GOAT.
Now, I want to ask, and maybe this is a question you probably can't answer here, but I'm going to ask anyways. Was 100 Thieves, like, was this your main offer during the off season, or when you were approaching 18 and able to play with anybody, was there a certain team maybe you were kind of hoping for, or was 100 Thieves kind of like the main option here?
I would definitely say 100 Thieves was probably my main option. I had a couple others, but I think this is definitely my main option, especially since I did have a couple others, but I saw Matt join too, and I was like, I have to.
Yeah,
like this is yeah.
Absolutely. Kaysen, I have another question for you. This is maybe a little different from just the playing aspect. How do your parents feel about you being a professional gamer? I'm always curious to see, because my parents were never on board.
Yeah, back in our day.
My parents love it. My dad's like a big fan. Like even this like playing this like small tournaments, like the T3 tournaments, my dad literally watches all of them. He always is like, that's like good game from you, you know, and he always just talks. My dad loves it. My mom watches as well, but my dad's like a really big fan, and he supports it.
Shout out to mom and dad.
Yeah. Does he give you pointers? Like, good game, but you should have maybe not tried to play up there.
Yeah, he does. He thinks he knows ball.
What actually got you into Pro League though? I'm curious. Is there a
I wouldn't say so. I think just from playing like console tournaments, it made me like have a lot of passion just for like the game, just even more. And I saw like everybody kind of switching back like to PC to like try to go comp or go pro, and I was like, I might as well try. And I was having a lot of fun, so might as well do something that I enjoy.
One question: what do you think of the PlayStation community? As a former Xbox enthusiast and part of that community, what do you think of the PlayStation community?
I don't like PlayStation community at all.
They don't know ball. They don't know
Xbox
ball.
on top. Xbox on top.
This is a pure narrative question. Okay. This is a pure narrative question here, but you guys, again, your top 4 looking good to go to EWC. One of the players that you used to play with stomping on G2, most likely going to qualify. Can we expect are you looking forward to possibly getting a chance to play against him?
I think it would be really fun to play against him, so I definitely would say so, yeah.
Cool. As an aspiring talent really in this league here, is there any feedback or advice that you'd give to people that are watching at home and saying like, yeah, I might have a shot at Pro League? Like, what should they do in your opinion? What's the best piece of advice you can give them?
Just go do it. I mean, go chase it. There's no reason not to.
All right, that's awesome. Anything you want to say to the fans that have been supporting you before we let you go?
I appreciate all the fans for the support and everybody supporting. I appreciate you guys, and hopefully we'll see you guys in EWC.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. There was a lot of questions here from the guys about your experience so far in Stage 1, but thank you for taking the time for answering them, and good luck in playoffs.
Thank you.
Really good to hear from him as well, with so much, so much to talk about, such little experience so far. But hey, first stage, locking in the top 4, that has to be a great accomplishment already.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, just him being vocal and actually being able to give good answers, that's always something I like to see from rookies and new players coming into the scene, is just their personality really shine through. And I think you get him on a couple more interviews, we'll get even more in depth. But I mean, his attitude, his approach, I mean, this is exactly a player that you would want to grab coming into the scene, because you can tell he's a sponge. He's going to be able to absorb everything, being around these experienced players, being able to learn from Matt. And I think, again, we already talked about this the other day, he hasn't even hit his ceiling yet. And once he hits that ceiling, he's gonna be a tough one to go against.
Or thank goodness we didn't have to talk to Hot and Cold again. You know, we got to talk to somebody again. So thankfully, he's willing to kind of share the microphone a little bit.
Yeah, good stuff there. And as we're looking at the highlights here from this game, this was really an important matchup for them, right? We talked about, you know, they need to win a certain amount of rounds. Top 4 is now locked in. That means they get an extra life going into playoffs. But it does kind of mean that for the rest of the league, things are pretty much locked in.
Yeah, everything's pretty locked in. But just because you get a little bit of cushion and you have that extra lifeline doesn't guarantee that you get to go to EWC. I would argue in some situations, and what we've seen even in a lot of our majors, teams that come from that lower bracket and have to battle every single game through and through typically are the ones who make it. So for me personally, sometimes I like to be in that losers bracket where if I lose, then I'm out. So I have to be as perfect as I possibly can.
And we'll look into our 4th match of the day, though, as we do see Outlast going up against Shopify Rebellion. Earlier today, maybe Shopify Rebellion would have had some shivers going into this match, but now everything is decided, so there is no real pressure for them going into this one. For Outlast, though, on the other side, yes, you know, they're not going to make it to playoffs. We haven't seen a victory from them yet. But in regards of what they are still playing for and what we want to see from them, it is also about relegation come the end of the season. It is about getting points here to make sure that you don't fall in that gap so early.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously some things for them still to be able to play for. Obviously, relegation being by far the biggest one, because that would ultimately knock them out of the league. But just to be able to end on a positive note, this is your last game of the stage. Again, you haven't found that success to be able to win. You could end here on a win that at least will give you something to walk away from of, we achieved something. We beat a team. We ended the losing streak, the historical losing streak, mind you. But it's just something for these players to walk away from and be able to hold their heads up high. So going into this match, I don't think that they've ever given up in any single game given their circumstance, but this definitely I wouldn't want to see that result come out from them. I want to see them give it their absolute best going into this matchup.
Classic Trebmac yawning. As always.
I think every single time we've seen it, yeah, absolutely.
This guy is always yawning. It's like we're cutting to him at the perfect time. Yeah, they need to show something here. I mean, if we're just going to speak completely frank, I mean, if there's ever a chance for them to make a roster move after this stage, because they are playing for relegations, right? Yeah. These are the questions that's going to be in their mind come in the offseason. So this is really their last full chance for me to let's show that we have something, show a little bit of improvement. Are we going to get a stage 2 with this exact same roster, or are we just going to get run over again and get the entire league free win? So, and that's just, honestly, we've been hyping these guys up. I want to see them win, but I had to.
My hopium's running out.
I had to be honest for a second. Yeah.
I mean, to get it in the final day of the league against Shopify Rebellion, it would be quite something, right? We've seen crazy things so far in these last 2 days here in NAL that I gladly got to be a part of. But speaking for their opponents for today, Shopify Rebellion is completely different vibes in the camp there, right? Big relief for them now making it to playoffs here, and we talked in great lengths yesterday about the streaks that this roster and the organization have of making it to international events. So that threat is a little bit less there. They've done step 1 in the qualification process.
Yeah, and step 2 is win, according to Anthony, right? That's all he really cares about at this point. We're going to just try not to lose. So I think that's the game plan going into...
It's an important game plan.
It is an important game plan. He is a leader on this team, I have to remind everybody. He is the defensive IGL, so he has a lot of responsibility. And how does he expect to win? Well, you just go out there and win. So, yeah, I mean, the pressure is kind of off their backs at this point. I believe they're locked into 5th place at this point. So... there is, I guess, that chance they could fall to the 6th seed, and then it changes who they will end up playing next week for playoffs, which could be important to them, but I think you and I know, Lax,
I mean, the most important thing is playoffs.
The most important thing is playoffs. They just care about getting there. They also probably just care about getting as many rounds as they can against Outlast. Put them away and just think about next week.
Yeah, there is a chance indeed. Should they lose here, then For Fun can overtake them because the first tiebreaker, is round. I was going to say round breaker there. But what we look towards is the map veto for this matchup here, as maybe everything will get unleashed. I want to see if there's a certain map for that as well. Fortress, if you have nothing to play for... what's so funny?
It was honestly your build up, and then it goes to Fortress. I mean, this is SR's best map. It
doesn't matter what.
Yeah, I don't.
You want to go to Favela, you want to go to Plane. I don't think it matters.
I mean, honestly, we should just throw in some of the older maps here at this point, and just that's a shot in the dark for sure for Outlast.
I mean, why are we going to their best map? I mean, I guess we want the best match we could possibly get for ourselves. We want the best learning experience we could get.
To be fair, when we did see them play this, they did pull some stuff out of their hat. Their defenses did look relatively well. So, I mean, there is a little bit of, something to grasp onto, but against the best team on the map, maybe not so much.
Are we grasping? Is this the point where we are right now?
He's grasping. I'm not grasping. Like I said, we could go to any
now he's
map.
pulling out the tissues. He was yawning. Now he's ripping up the tissue.
He's already ready to cry after this. He might be dropped.
I mean, if you get... if you get any kind of rounds here against, apparently, the best map for Shopify Rebellion, that is something to take away going into stage 2, right?
I mean, holding on to that. I mean,
are we
could hold. Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, we can hold on to their 7-4s, their 7-2s, their 7-3s, even their overtime with SSG. But if you aren't getting the win, it's irrelevant.
Okay, then to kind of switch the narrative here, right? We can joke, we can laugh, Outlast, haha, get the victory. What do we need to see from Shopify Rebellion to not falter too many rounds, to not bleed too many rounds against a team like Outlast?
What we just saw, the Dark Zero and Cloud9 game, is just play to your strength, play to your default. You know that Outlast is going to fail on their executes when they are on their attacking half. Get the early pick going into your favor, and then you can turtle. A map like Fortress, you can just turtle and play your crossfires, play your angles. That's all you have to do. You don't have to get super, pretty with everything. You don't have to do anything extra. Just play your game.
Yeah, nothing extra. They are starting, I believe, on that defensive side. So yeah, nothing extra at all. Get the pick, fall back, and layer. Then on the attack side, the only important thing really to pay attention to is that entry game. That's kind of been their kryptonite at the moment. Is if Ambi is kind of getting first pick, which he mentioned in the interview as well. He's been kind of
pooped on.
He's getting pieced up for sure. The rest of the team's also getting pieced up. And when he and Spoit both go down early, the rest of the team can't really find any space, and it really stalls out their attack. So I don't see that being a problem here, but I would like for them to go into this match with a focus. And that focus should be, yes, layer up on defense.
Simplicity.
And then attack. Yeah, keep it simple. Get Ambi back on solid snake. Let him walk around with his favorite operator and just kill everybody.
With the operator he said was very strong as well. Now, let's go and find out then. Shopify Rebellion's strongest map. They'll be starting out on the defense. How close or how dominant is this game going to get?
Well, I think it certainly can get quite dominant, and if we're going to be completely blunt, and 84% as well on the social prediction is actually a little bit lower than I even would have anticipated, as obviously the desk has pointed out, guys. 6-0 record for Shopify Rebellion. It's their map. Outlast are really testing themselves here on the final play day for them this stage.
Unless, no, I'm not going to bother trying to grasp. This should really be one of the more one-sided matches that we've seen here in stage 1 of NAL. I'd be pretty shocked if there's any permutation to that. I think I'd go as far as to say 7-2 would probably be the limit. Anything beyond that, and I'd be pretty surprised. As the boys on the desk kind of alluded to, it's a case where Shopify Rebellion's default and their standard play set and playbook is going to be more than enough to get a strong result here today. They don't have to put any extra mayo on it. They don't have to really do anything too crazy or outside the guidelines really of normality. It should just be get in, get out, get the job done, and then start putting their focus towards the finals bracket. Clash, Chachenka, Glaz, and Ying banned out for the first half. And then on the flip side, for Outlast, I mean, it's just the freest of free punches, just try and get a result on the board, of course, looking to try and get their first win of the stage, and further consequences in terms of relegations, etc. down the line if they continue to have these struggles. And unfortunately, it doesn't really look like there's a light at the end of the tunnel for them at the moment, but maybe there could be a bit of a spark here today.
Yeah, I think also what this kind of match achieves in some ways too is that I don't think you're probably going to see Shopify Rebellion be afforded the opportunity to play Fortress come playoffs, and so they also get to play this and just kind of double down, make it 7-0 record, and further cement that they're probably not going to be afforded the ability to play this map. But that in itself strengthens their overall map pool because it takes away a ban from your opposition every time. So this would just kind of nail that home, really lock this in. And then you have the form line going into playoffs too for Shopify Rebellion. You can only play what's in front of you. They would have been quite disappointed with the middle stretch of this stage, where they lost quite actually a few games in a row. So they lost to 100 Thieves 7-5. They lost to For Fun 7-3. They lost to M80 7-5. They lost to DZ 7-2. So they've been able to save their stage, of course, with that win against SSG yesterday. Otherwise, they would have been in a different position, let's just say, coming into this game against Outlast. I think they still probably would have been more than fine, clearly, but it would have been a little different. And this is just going to now be a good opportunity. Win your second game in a row. Build good form heading into playoffs, where it's just going to be a whole different ballpark. Best of threes. Get an extra week between now and then. Now starting on defense, Fortress, in terms of the actual match itself, I'm expecting this first half to be really drawn out, because you're probably not going to see Shopify Rebellion push out too much. Fortress doesn't really lean itself into that sort of frag heavy window camping kind of meta that we see, say, on a map like Border. 20 seconds gone as Outlast are just slowly making their way through. Second half might see the pace pick up a little bit though.
Potentially. Outlast do have middle of the park, or just below middle of the park in terms of average entry on attack. It's a minute 32. Fastest is Dark Zero, funnily enough, at a minute 47. And well, it's an opening kill, but not to the hands of Outlast. It was Rexon into the back ahead of Canadian. Another follows, 4 versus 3, as Ambi finds at least a cushion for OSR. Long range Nitro from Rexon doesn't land, and so it's advantage Outlast for the final third of the round. Ambi, Bedjim could play a bit of a threat, trying to support Rexon, who is clearly very low on HP and eventually slain. 2 versus 4. It could be a positive start here for Outlast.
I mean, this is incredibly positive. Okay, well, Outlast get the opening round, do so quite convincingly. I mean, it doesn't help when you start things off with a team kill. Rexon was low. Certainly, I think that's the sort of round Shopify Rebellion really just let the front door open. They were quite sloppy in that probably last minute and a half, really. The first minute and a half didn't really need to do too much. Able to sit back, play sight, didn't get aggressive, but also didn't do anything bad by any means. And then, yeah, just had a real, poor 30-second patch. And that really just allowed Outlast to pounce. And as much as Outlast has been a bit of a punching bag in NAL, if you're going to give any team that's playing Pro League easy looks and easy opportunities, they should be more than capable to take it. And evidently, as we saw, Outlast able to win the opening round, which I don't think we would have probably predicted.
No, that is their 7th attacking round 1 this stage.
There you go.
7th out of 45, but still something. 13%.
I mean, if there's a saving grace for Shopify Rebellion, I mean, Command Bathroom is the attacker-sided site on this map in this region. So get that one out of the way, go Dawn's Games. I feel like I'm repeating myself because, of course, we quite literally just played this map. All of the same hallmarks are clearly going to be applicable here. Interesting, by the way, in terms of the average entry time, I went and had a look at the maps in NAL. Cafe sits at a 152 average entry. The lowest is actually 3 different maps, basically at a minute 30, which is Clubhouse, Labs, and Fortress. And then Lair sits at around that 132. As Surf, at 2 minutes and 22, gets the opening kill onto Trapmac. Lovely Nitrocell gets rid of the Maverick. And a more active start to the round for the Rebellion.
I'm gonna start slowly chipping that average back up here, maybe. Positive start for SR. Outlast will still have the Monty to try and leverage. Nesta, though, half HP, so he'll remain vigilant for the rest of the round. Chronix falls. Logan trades. And so Shopify will retain their advantage. They'll run back to site. And as Lax said on the desk, Fortress is the perfect map in the state that it's in, that you can find a pick, disrupt some space, get back to the side and turtle, which essentially means find a corner, hold across, keep the comms flowing, and you'll be in a very commanding position defensively. You can see Spoit marshalling their troops a little bit there. Everyone will posture in their appropriate positions. Force the clear, force the Monty to get active, who is low on HP. And provided Shopify don't make any brutal mistakes here, any critical errors, this round is going to be very difficult for Outlast to flip in their favor.
Yeah, Fortress is the worst map in the pool when it comes to plans. So even in a 3 versus 4, other sides, other maps, you could maybe get into a plan position, hold the cross. It just doesn't seem like that's going to be a possibility. Yeah, 1-for-1, but Shopify Rebellion have the extra number anyway, so they're more than happy to play that sort of trade game. Nesta slips in the dorm, so does Millie following behind. Spoit, though, well, had it covered. Smokes aren't going to do anything. Spoit's able to just get the easy double kill swing. So 1-1, quick response by Shopify Rebellion. Don't think they would have been too happy with that opening round, but much better in the second on Dorm's games. The real question is, do they want to go back command bathroom as just a test, or do you just go wait in cafe, which is statistically very strong for defense? It depends probably maybe on the bans going into this third round. You obviously get to pick the site
the location of a bomb.
Before the next bans do come through. So sometimes teams like to sort of pick and choose if they do lose one of the first 2 rounds in terms of do they go back to a side or do they progress forward and around the world of sites, and indeed they do progress forward here in the third round. Bans after this, and this is the most defender-sided site on the map.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, positive start to the map as well for Spoit, who it felt like it wasn't that long ago in kickoff that there was so much noise surrounding not just him, but I guess the team by extension. Oddly enough, actually looked across at his numbers for stage 1 and currently is the top-rated player on the team, and or equal actually with Ambi as it stands right now. Don't know if that's been live updated based on a couple of rounds so far, but 108 EPS apiece, both in the top 10. Such strong fragging power that you would love to have on your team if you're at this level. So much versatility on this team, and whilst they've certainly had their ups and downs as we painted the picture earlier, could have been a very, very different style matchup had they not found some fortune in a couple of those earlier matches. They'll certainly still go into the bracket with the chance of making a run through the lower portion, but they haven't afforded themselves the safety net or that opportunity to slip up. So
Area safe.
very intriguing to track Shopify over the course of that finals run, and well, I say run, it could be a bit of a jog and end abruptly, depending on how it plays out. That's the main takeaway.
Yeah, you think third round kickoff, and Ambi was the one who was exceptional.
Yeah. As for the third round, bit of pressure here from Outlast. Ram in play. The Maverick also deployed, making quick work of the hatch to counter the Kaid.
Nothing to report to my location.
Yeah, back to slow and steady now in this third round. Outlast clearly wanting to try and get some information for the Solid Snake, allow Nesta to push. Logan goes down early to Spoit. Good start from Spoit, 4-1 to begin. Again, a reminder, not really a lot
hostile inbound
riding on this game for either team. Rexton able to get the kill onto Millie. Biggest thing is really Shopify Rebellion building some form ahead of playoffs. Ronix with the kill onto Ambi. Trevmac goes down. It's the second in the round again for Spoit. He started wonderfully well. 3 in the last round, 2 in this, as Rexton able to deal with the Monty. Spoit gets another. Well, how about that for Spoit? Back-to-back 3Ks sees him go to 6 kills inside the opening 3 rounds. 2 in a row for Shopify Rebellion. And into the bans.
Yeah, Spoit looking pretty cozy there on the DMR. Had a look across at his most played defenders over his last 23 matches. The Aruni has been played 23 rounds, third most played behind both Ella and Azami. Just an interesting little tidbit. Monty and Nura to be banned out for the remainder of the half. 23 rounds. Well, yes, I don't know why. It's capturing from 4th of April through 4th of July. Why, I don't know, but let me go last month and see if that has maybe changed a little bit. Actually, yeah. So Ella, Azami, Goyo in that order. So the Aruni actually, it doesn't seem like Spoit has actually touched it or been given the license for the majority of this stage. In the meantime, Outlast calling a tactical timeout. We said earlier that there isn't a whole lot on this match, and that is certainly true, but I think the one key storyline from an Outlast perspective is they are still searching for a win. They've had an OT loss so far this stage, hence why they are on a singular point. A win here won't change that outcome. They are locked into last position, but it could certainly come in handy if there are to be further ramifications regarding relegation towards the end of the year. It was a positive start for them here on Fortress, but as we kind of expected, Shopify are wrangling control of this match pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they'd probably look at that first round and just think, we kind of botched it a little bit. That is also already the site in which Outlast are probably most likely to get round wins, and when we play the way that they did, I mean, yeah, you're probably going to give that one over. I get a second go at it here in the 4th round. I probably would like to see them be a tiny bit more active here on Command Bathroom. Just kind of felt like in that opening round, I mean, nothing happened for the first 2 minutes. And if you're Shopify Rebellion, a classy team full of star players against Outlast who have struggled immensely this stage, just got to get, sometimes you just get in their face. Like
yeah, you got to bully them a bit sometimes, yeah.
The golf in quality, not just as individuals, but also team play, should be enough for you to be able to play that way. Now, unless they come in and want to play it conventionally, just to what they want to do, regardless of their opponents, that's another way to look at it.
Swapping mags.
But quite honestly, in this sort of matchup, something I would emphasize is very much that Outlast are probably the kind of team, and probably the team that's dead last, that's more likely to fold under pressure if you really put it on them.
Yeah, I'd be looking to just stack as much pressure early on the entry battle if you're SR, put a lot of emphasis and invest heavily in that area. And then you don't have to multiply. You can then peel back Turtle. We've seen that before. And here there is some of that aggression with Spoit early. Oh, beautiful, but he does look to compound. Oh!
He got
it. But he's still got the double. Wow.
Oh, Trevmate gets a double too. Well, I mean, it's like they're listening. But also really solid from Outlast too to be kind of switched on and maybe expecting a little bit more aggression from Shopify Rebellion. Spoit is going to leave it the round with the 2 kills. So 8 kills in 3 rounds from Spoit. He's on at the moment. Ambi isn't so much at 1-3, and he got shot down by Trevmate. The Deimos of Millie can now get active. Jug a payload out call onto Surf. Honestly, with the Deimos death mark, I think he has to just eat it. Well, he's going to eat a bullet to the back of the head. Trev has played this round perfectly on the Dockerby. But Canadian, of all people, stands up and hits a wonderful headshot with the SMG. 2 versus 2, 60 seconds here in round 4. Another death mark.
Yeah, Rexon trying to find Sanctuary with the mute jammer, so perfect counter on offer. Limit some of the info gathering potential. 50 seconds, time's not a big concern here for Outlast. I think it's more so about identifying where these defenders are and then opening up the opportunity to isolate. As they pepper around. Both targets available, but again, into the mute, it makes it a challenge. Rexon and Canadian looking to hold down side, playing off one another. 30 seconds on the clock.
Now the correct target chosen. Big Nitrocell though from Rexon onto Millie. That also turns off the death mark that was on Canadian's head. Oh, spotted. Veronix, good shot onto Rexon. 1 versus 1 against Canadian. will go for the plant inside a bathroom, try and force Canadian out. It seems to almost work. That was a gas babe that was thrown. Push up close, 6 seconds. Now you must go for this kill. Pistol out, Canadian to hold his nerve, and does perfectly. Wonderful shotgun kill from Canadian to take the round out for Shopify Rebellion. A little nervy though.
Nah, that's just Canadian, just keeping us on our toes. Making it a little bit more dramatic than it needed to be. To be fair, he kind of got sold a little bit there and put it on an island in 1v1. That was a very awkward position to get trapped. And so Canadian, to his credit, has done a good job there just to not panic. Would have been also maybe a little bit disorientating with sound cues and stuff as well. I don't know if he actually was fully aware of where he was being pushed from initially, but again, just held firm, tucked, did a good job. Replays of that round, it was spearheaded by Spoit. Did a good job landing a double. But TrevMac found 2, kept it in a 3 versus 3. Massive nitro there from Rex. Unfortunately, did leave Canadian on an island, and well, he turns around and hits the snappy shot. Canadian 47th ranked out of 50 so far this stage, but he comes up clutch when it matters. That's the main thing. It's not just about the numbers.
That's enough slander.
Oh no! The more I look at, the more I look at his numbers. Oh, okay, no. I have found a glass half full moment. Oh jeez, you will never guess. How many clutch attempts do you think Canadians had this stage? Just throw a number out.
Oh. 6, 5?
He's had 12 attempts. Now, how many clutches do you... Well, 13, I guess, if you include that one. Up until that point, though, how many do you think he won out of 12?
6?
A little bit lower.
1?
A little bit lower.
Oh, okay.
So that was the only clutch that he's won this stage out of 13 attempts. That is a massive moment.
Okay, well, jeez.
I'm not even trying to say it in like a rude, disrespectful way.
You said glass half full. I thought you were trying to find a stat that he's...
Well, he's improving in the clutch. You can teach an old dog new tricks.
Oh, God. Well, Spoit goes down early after 3 straight rounds where he was on fire. He is the opening death to start this 5th round. I hope Canadian gets a bloody ace here. Just
I should note, he's also not the only player with 0 out of 12 clutch attempts. There's plenty of others. 0-11, 0-7, 0-9. Yeah.
Reloading. Cover me.
That was, by the way, the first opening kill for Outlast this entire first half after 4 straight to Shopify Rebellion. Ooh, dropped out for TrevMac though, right into the line of sight for Ambi. He'll take the free kill, swinging over towards the hallway of Old Tower, and that's going to bring it back to 4 versus 4.
Setting up a sequential break.
So after a minute of having the extra player advantage, once they even somewhat get close to the site, it's gone immediately. Canadian, by the way, eats the Jugger payload, and so did Surf, so well, it doesn't matter, TrevMac's dead anyway, but it does mean they've taken a little bit of extra damage ahead of the fight to come. Great information as well from Nesta on the Solid Snake, as the kit will be retrieved towards bathroom, and Ampy will lose his life to Millie. Outlast will regain that extra number advantage, and maybe Canadian might be called upon again to clutch up.
Might have to find his second. Like, genuinely. Well, it doesn't have any gas babes remaining though, so the stall out potential here from the defense looks weakened. Good structure from the attack. Smoke's being deployed. Can they start thinking about the plant? No, diffuser down.
And that's Canadian that was searching for the kill over towards the stairs and lost his 1v1, as Outlast will get their second round here on Fortress.
I mean, 2 rounds, certainly not the worst. Attack half Fortress. You'd take that, honestly. If you're any team against any quality of opposition, you'd be pretty pleased with just getting 2 and having a baseline that you can then play off for your defensive half. So, for Outlast, all jokes and memes aside, it's a pretty decent position that they find themselves in now. This is a position in which they can go on and have a result.
If they can get a 3rd attacking round here against Shopify Rebellion, I kind of feel like the conversation on the desk is going to be one of surprise. And maybe even with what we've seen Thus far, it may even be.
Good shit, boys.
Yeah, the general consensus, especially once we saw the map, was Shopify Rebellion were going to be able to do this quite comfortably, even before the map choice. And you kind of throw in its Fortress, and yet it's 2-3. I mean, again, there's not really a lot on the line here. Now, it would be a completely different conversation being had if this were get into top 4 or, you know, a last final play day get into the playoffs. But with Shopify Rebellion just firmly locked in to this 5th or 6th place position, there's nothing you can really do in this game to change that anyway.
Reinforcing wall.
Spawn pick attempt from Surf. Just 1 kill for him thus far today. This could be a good opportunity, though, to maybe catch Outlast out with a bit of over-aggression. Situated top floor, though, so we'll be relying on Outlast pathing there. I don't believe that's going to be the case, and so that will be unrewarded. Heavy pressure on the horizontal from this Hammam side across. No dedicated vert operator here from Outlast, like typically you would see the ram on this side if the attack wants to split it. So indicating that it might be a little bit more of a horizontal focus here. They can be a little more reliant on the likes of Blitz to create space. They once again bring the Deimos. Trevmac catches Spoit. We only just saw the very end of it. I don't know if that was a jump out attempt from Spoit. Either way, though, sharp shooting from Trevmac.
Yeah, and this is going to be an intriguing conversation too, because you think about rounds 2, 3, and 4. Spoit. You got 8 kills in those 3 rounds. Shopify Rebellion won those 3 rounds. Then, now it's back-to-back opening deaths. Spoit goes down to, funnily enough, Trevmac. And so far through this half, opening kill conversion is very, very high. Yeah, but Veronix gets a little bit caught. And nicely done by Rexon, who's also having a very strong game. He's got 6 kills now.
Swapping mags.
But even with that single kill, doesn't mean there is salvation for Shopify Rebellion. Nesta, good clear towards Dining. Trevmac, another one. He's got 7. This looks like it could be 3 for Outlast in the half. As Canadian falls to Logan, they're getting decimated here in Waiting Cafe, as Trevmac, who started it all, will put an end to it. What a strong half from Outlast, and certainly alarm bells ringing for Shopify Rebellion.
It is, yeah. This seems a little bit worrying. I mean, we said there's not really anything to play for anymore for both these sides here, but you can't be letting rounds slip away like that here in the situation. You guys said it was a strong half for Outlast. I think you two might disagree on that with the timeout and stuff that was called.
I don't want to necessarily say we disagree, but just hearing the comms and hearing the timeout, there's clearly a big discrepancy in the skill and experience. And it's not to question them and their line of views and what they think is going to be the right narrative and how they need to approach the game. It's just they're missing some details. However, I would say they did transition really well after that, but again, it's inexperience. They were talking about going from one round to the next. They can play really aggressive, but you can't really skip that step because you don't know what the defense is going to do. So if you're going into the next round thinking that you're going to play aggressive, but the defense is playing aggressive, you're ultimately going to be met by a brick wall at that point. So you have to kind of say it as like a what if, or if this is what they're doing, this is what we should pivot to. And I think once they kind of like switch out those options and how they approach it, they'll become a little better. But honestly, I did like what we see after the timeout. I mean, it did really look like they did step up the game. They realized SR wasn't taking space, so they could get aggressive and take that space. I think it's just a little difference in communication that over time they'll tend to understand a little better.
Yeah, I mean, it's what the more experienced teams will do. We were kind of talking about, like, if you listen to a G2's comms, the coach, he's not just going to tell you, hey, you need to speed up. He's going to say, this is what they're doing, and I'm going to give you how to beat what they're doing. But obviously, you need to drone in the prep phase and get the information and make your own calls and have your adaptations in the game. It comes down to the IGLing. But they were able to do that. Look, I want to give, first off, we got 3 rounds. We actually have a game on our hands as the cast.
To be fair, we said this was going to be a 7-0.
And we said this,
definitely put our foot in.
Yeah, I mean, we literally have a game on our hands, and the biggest is they read into that SR's game plan was to get aggressive in the beginning of the rounds. They were trying to get aggressive, then they would layer back. Well, Outlast was just sitting there. We've seen Trevmac even before he even drops in, they just drop the shield down ult power. He's up there with the DMR. They're able to trade, get 2. So they read into the aggression. They were able to get it down to the final 3v3s, and then they were winning those scrappy rounds, which is something they weren't doing in the past.
This is early rounds. Are we disappointed with the performance from Shopify Rebellion so far?
I would definitely say yes. I mean, this is a situation where they really should be dominating this series, especially the map heavily favors their playstyle.
Yeah.
One of the best. So to be going 3-3 in the half definitely isn't something pretty to be happy about for them. But again, for the side for Outlast, I mean, I think it was good understanding of what SR was going for and how they can counter. And in a game like Siege, you need to be able to adapt. So very good calls from TrevMac, very good calls from their coach and Super Oxy. But again, the defense is going to be the big question here. They need to still be able to replicate that same sort of synergy and being able to play off one another.
Yeah, and I also thought their bans were really good too. Right with
The
Outlast, they got rid of the Tachanka and the Flash, which we've been asking for, and that obviously hurt the Rebellion's win rate because they had that 90% defensive win rate. Well, now Outlast gets to play on their strong side. So yeah, I was a little bit disappointed for the Rebellion, but this is the attacking half. Like, this is the side that I need to see from them to make sure that they're going to be okay come playoffs. If they're getting pieced up by Outlast on the entries, I'm a little bit worried as an SR fan.
We can say the steering wheel is in their hands when it comes to decision making on the attack here. We have a game on our hands as it continues to be close though in the second half.
Yeah, certainly with Outlaws going on to their defensive side now on Fortress, I think this very much is now set up for them to even pull off a potential win. I'm going to say it, guys, and that's not to curse it, jinx it. I think with what they showed to close out the half, now going on defense, having a really good understanding as to maybe what Shopify Rebellion want to do on this map, there's every world in which they could find their first win the stage in the final play day. And while that wouldn't be great for Shopify Rebellion heading into playoffs, it doesn't really affect them other than just form and a bit of a shock loss, which for some teams, you know, you're getting that last second wake-up call before the real stuff begins, heading into best of threes, real games on the line. It's not the end of the world. And even if they do go and win this for Shopify Rebellion, I think this is already a bit of a wake-up call.
Yeah, probably. We'll see how they go now on the attack. They certainly took it upon themselves largely on defense to try and dictate terms, which is a theme that is constant on attack, where you're the ones more often than not writing the terms of the round in terms of the tempo and the pacing, and certainly where the attacks are spearheaded from directionally. So we'll see if it's a pretty direct approach here from the Rebellion, or if they elect to go for the full map clearance. The addition of the Rayora here is very intriguing, so we'll see Rexon have the gates available and deploy those in such a way that in combination with the gridlock, I think, based on where that first was placed, okay. Yeah, so dedicated flank watch twofold. Early fight, Logan and Surf hit the kill feed. 4 versus 4, so midpoint of the round, Canadian frontline Blackbeard, they've lost the Damer, so a bit of that info gathering will be lost, but it was into the mute anyway. TrevMac pre-placing that util, so not too much of a massive loss for Outlast outside of the Nitro, which is now no longer available. Nesta also expending his. Certainly an interesting state in the round.
Losing Ampy's not great, especially since you can kind of double up the pressure with the Deathmark and the Jugger payload. Void able to finally get back into the server after kind of sitting out for the last 2 rounds of the opening half as Rexon will get rid of the Warden. Needed that kill from Millie. Pressure really mounting from the Rebellion. Royx is going to have to just eat this call. Blackbeard of Canadian pushing into bathroom will force him back. Gives up the space. Good space taken. Oh, Millie watching for this push. But just as he goes for the reposition, Surf is going to catch him on the timing. Pushing out a Reno. And this is the start that Shopify Rebellion desperately needed out of the halftime break. An early attacking round just settle the nerves, but it's not done yet. And Canadian solo planting. Surf had to come back and reposition to watch, and Canadian even gets off. Oh, a chance if that had connected onto Surf as well. 15 seconds, that's not a lot of time.
I think that they've pivoted to kill here for the win con instead of playing 10 seconds.
Well, they can still
getting
plan
awkward.
They can still plan it. Surf can then watch and cover. Canadian's going to have to get into a good position. Back he goes. Surf then, love that. Good reposition. I think Veronix was ready for Surf to still hold back. I'll tell you that this definitely did get a little bit interesting towards the end of the round, but when you factor in the start of the round, Shopify Rebellion looked far more switched on to start the second half. Good early attacking round win. Command Bathroom continues to be a real problem defensively for teams in North America. Does seem to be the attack of paradise.
Yeah, that was certainly a spicy end to the round, and I'll hesitate in saying it was messy in terms of how they wanted to end the round there. I think it's very easy to say that it was that there was confusion or angst in the comms or whatever the case may have been, where they committed to the plan, then gone off, and thought about the kill, then gone back. I think indecision is probably the best way to potentially label that round, but without hearing the comms or knowing how it played out, it certainly wasn't that messy. They didn't overcommit into going for the plan and then throw it and fold ones. They then had the backup plan where they still had the buffer where they could return to the original plan of getting the plant down, and it actually allowed for a better reposition on the cross. So yeah, ultimately goes down as a well worked out round there in the end, particularly from Canadian.
Razor wire deployed.
A solid start to the half for the Rebellion. Now leading by the 1. Should, if you haven't already noted, the bans as well for the half, Monty, Snake, Azami, Smoke. Smoke in particular a pretty interesting one. In terms of that stall out util, the choke points. Makes it allow for a little bit more freedom and time for the attack. Clash in play though, and is available. Very potent operator, given these narrow passageways on Fortress. It's an old tower commit early here from Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, lovely Nitrocell to catch Surf from that kind of distance and make that 4 straight opening kills now for Outlast. I also like the quick change up too, bringing the clash here in the second round towards Storm's game, seeing how Shopify Rebellion played in that previous round, bringing good pace. And just bringing that clash into the round can certainly help stabilize Outlast defensively by a little bit more time. Oh, this is some intriguing positioning though by Trevmac. He's quite fortunate to still be alive, to be honest.
Yeah, was staggered a little bit, but
Changing mag.
Shopify unable to shoot the toes of the clash, and so he repositions. No flames remain, and there's limited flush out now for the attack. It looks tricky from this position. Logan falls, but maybe largely unimpactful in terms of the context of the round. Ambi needs to step up. Almost gets caught, but Trevmac falls. It's flipped quickly in favor of the attack.
And Logan's still down, so this is advantage for Shopify Rebellion. They have not been able to get the Goyo back into the round. Ambi, Rexon are low on health. No more smokes remaining either for the Glass of Spoit. Oh, and Ambi can't even make his way up the stairs. Rexon 2 will fall. The low health comes back to bite them. Down to Spoit. Doable, but no smokes to help him here. Even if he had just the one, certainly could have been far more of a help. Now he can actually get this
double res maybe even.
Yeah, I genuinely think he can get both. Jump out of cost and time. Millie wants to make sure that this doesn't happen. Immediately sits Ambi back down, this time permanently. Spoit though gets rid of Nesta 1v1. Spoit will do it up close with the glass. No smokes required for Spoit.
Wow, that looked incredibly difficult to win. He's made that look a lot easier than I think it was. Breaking that cross looked near impossible at the end there. Great effort from Spoit. It was a big effort to go for that. And I think he knows he got away with a bit of a lucky one there. In what ended up being an odd round. I mean, at one point, 3 players on the ground downed. Very rare you'll see that many players. DB&O. Big stack and a lot of action old tower at that round. Outlast aggressed massively through the mid to late portion of the round, and ultimately it proved costly. Nesta showed his head.
Really good job.
Didn't cover the cross effectively.
Really good job.
You could certainly make a very strong argument there that Outlast could have better positioned for a quick trade back onto Spoit, but Spoit played what was handed to him and did a beautiful job in executing. It's a 2-round lead now for Shopify Rebellion, who are locking in on attack.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, they're just navigating a tricky situation, which is a sign of a good team. Yeah, they're not winning this the way they would like. 4 straight opening kills to Outlast. They're having to win a couple of clutches. So Spoit wins that clutch. You think all the way back, 4th round, Canadian 1v1. So they're just kind of edging this out through probably experience and the difference in the actual quality of the individuals, and they really are winning this as a core team. Spoit, he's being their best in this game. It's interesting, as he gets this opening kill, he was the last one for Shopify Rebellion to get an opening kill back in rounds 3 and 4. So it's been a long time between drinks now for the Rebellion, and Spoit provides again to start off the round in a positive fashion.
Tracker on.
Been a really attacker-sided Fortress in this match. Probably not too much of a surprise considering the golf in quality and Shopify Rebellion being, well, experts of Fortress. They've looked really comfortable on their attack.
Yeah, looking to systematically break down a lot of the util here in the horizontal. Denari traps playing a part in that. They'll also be slow down and stall out likely from the Banshees of the Malusi. Rexon creeps forward, catches the timing. That's a 2-player advantage for Rebellion. Rexon timed though on the second swing as Logan confirms that kill.
Reload!
And able to escape the trade. Just got to be clinical here as Canadian goes for the plant. And clinical it is. Round confirmed, 3 straight. It's a full rotation. Now every site goes the way of the Rebellion. And just when it started to feel like this was going to be a close competitive matchup, it's quickly swung the other way.
Yeah, I mean, it always happens like that, doesn't it? We get 3-3 in the first half.
False hope every time.
Even the desk is saying, you know, we've got a game on our hands, and then Shopify Rebellion just, 3 straight. And to be fair, it hasn't been an easy 3 straight. Like, this has still been a somewhat close half.
Yeah. Yeah, no one's going to be walking away from this match. I don't think Shopify included, saying that this has been the prettiest win, or certainly not the easiest win they'll ever get or ever have gotten. But as you alluded to earlier, sometimes a bestie win is a win. That's all that really matters. If you can grind your way through a matchup of this fashion, it's a bit of a character builder. And I think finding success, especially on the attacking side of a newer map in the pool, is got to be a nice little confidence builder, irrespective of opposition. Whether or not they'll be able to flex their muscle on this map at all going forward is a whole nother talking point and discussion when it gets to best of 3 vetoes, but there's been some good signs in the last couple of rounds.
Gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably, if they win this round especially, then there's your saving grace for Shopify Rebellion. Not a great first half, they'll learn from that. But if you close this out, 4 straight attacking rounds, you literally can't do anything better. That's at least a saving grace and can put them in better stead ahead of playoffs. How has Rexon gotten his 2nd team kill in one match?
Load him back!
Wonder how often that happens. That would be a very intriguing stat. How many times a player has gotten 2 or more team kills in a single map? It's got to be rare.
And both times the opening kill too, funnily enough.
Yeah, within like the first 10 seconds of the round. I assume that one was he was trying to shoot a default and someone just walked in, and Surf just walked in front of him.
Oh, you're blaming Surf, are you?
No.
I mean, the funny thing is, most team kills in Siege usually are in relation to a shield player.
When they stack.
Not a sledge. Ambi just losing the battle. Shotgun on the stairs is a very strong power play for TrapMac. He goes double-digit kills, had a very good game. He's searching for more, and more he will find, as Canadian was not ready for the push down into lobby. We're going to need a little bit more time here on Fortress, courtesy of Rexon.
Yeah, just takes the shine off this half a little bit for Shopify with 3 straight attacking rounds that look really good. Into a 4th that has been a little rough around the edges, to say the least. Spoit another round or two maybe to push to the 20 bomb though, and an opportunity maybe even in this round to collect a couple. Low on HP though, so a tricky position. They'll play it out though. A drone forward for Rexon. And some info on the site. Is that a potential? Well, I think Rexon tried to execute, but unable to find the pick. 45 seconds now on the clock.
I think he knows he's still behind the table, but it's a matter of where's everyone else. If you go and try and push, if you try and push in and go clear this, there you go. That's what you need. Logan just gets a little antsy, pushes out, gives Rexon the angle without any trade potential. Of course, there are still other defenders tucked into positions that Shopify Rebellion are not aware of. In this low time, Millie able to connect the Nitro Cell with Spoit. And Rexon, who started the round off with a team kill, does get the down onto Millie. And TravMac says, thank you very much for getting rid of Surf. We'll do the rest. It's 6-4. 2 more rounds required for Outlast to send this to overtime.
You never know. You never know. Maybe, just maybe, they can push OT. Rexon still having a cheeky laugh after the opening kill. Surf has also seen the brighter side of it as well, so that's nice to see. Ah, it was a barricade. Thought it may have been a default, but trying to spray down the barricade earlier on there was Rexon. Tried to grind out the rest of the round, but to no avail. Back over to Dawn's games.
Team kills happen, firstly. And secondly, most of the times when they happen, it happens because clearly it's a very innocent mistake. You're never gonna... Like, Rexon's not just lining up Surf being like, yeah, I'm gonna put it back in your head on purpose. It's the same as well as kind of referencing before with the shield play. Usually the shield player goes to like push forward and then someone was pre-firing or pre-shooting an angle and it just happens to pop, you know, the shield player in the head. I mean, this is honestly quite doable for Outlast, to be honest. 2 defensive rounds in a row is not impossible. And they actually were able to successfully win Command Bathroom. So Dawn's Games is the 50-50. Now, Waiting Room Cafe, they did lose, but that was during that little 3-round stretch. The Shopify Rebellion just were perfect, really. So while I'm not saying it's likely to happen, there is a path forward here for Outlast to get to OT.
Oh, is Trev going to commit to the tuck here? Try to stay undetected? That's a big risk to take. I think he hasn't been droned. I'm pretty certain that wasn't a fake out from Surf. If it was, it looked very convincing. And so the position of TravMac currently should be unknown. If Rebellion commit to the drop, they are at a high risk of losing at least 1 or 2 players. So we'll monitor that for the remainder of the round. There's also a world in which Rebellion don't actually commit to that drop and they're posturing for that at the moment. Bit of focus over towards the main breach currently. Spoit lurking museum side as well with Deimos. Noting that again there is the mute in play. It's Nestado to find the first. Ambi Falls, who's been a little quiet today by his standard, 5-9. Another drone goes out. And TravMac has finally been ratted out.
I was going to say in a round where you've got Twitch, Flores, and Brava, you're hoping there's no real misdrones. Oh, Logan, a little drop-down headshot onto Spoit. I thought that was a good opportunity for Spoit to maybe catch a timing with the defense a little unsettled. But it goes the other way. And so now Shopify Rebellion down 2. And 5-6 looks a little bit more of a possibility. No team kill this round from Rexon, but does get the down onto Millie. Canadian had the big 1v1 clutch back in the first half and unfortunately hasn't been able to be too involved on the front line since. Just the 2 kills this game. As Canadian, though, will push forward and gets the freest kill you will ever get. And with Millie down and Nesta falling, it's all down to Trapmac, and he's been solid this game, but now needs to go to another level if they are to survive a little longer. For the final game of their stage, Trapmac, it's not working out for him. Gets tagged low, they know where he is. Has to go for a big play, it does not work. Shopify Rebellion a little scared to close out their final game of group stage, but they are heading to the playoffs. They're definitely gonna need to refine some of their best form if they are still to qualify for the Esports World Cup, but they're there, there'll be a chance, and a team that you definitely do not want to take lightly heading to playoffs.
Yeah, a very small scare there. Not really too much to note. They walk away with all 3 points, and unfortunately for Outlast, not a single win this stage.
Oh wait, you have that. Nice try, fuck man.
Shopify Rebellion get the job done. 3 points go their way, and an interview with them is coming our way as we have Spoyd on the line to ask him a few questions. Spoyd, good afternoon. Congratulations on the win here. I didn't see many emotions from you guys on the player camps afterwards. Did this feel like another day in the job for you guys?
I mean, this is just the type of game where you just gotta focus on yourself and, you know, just play your own game. No discredit to the opponents, but like they are quote unquote a weaker team in the league. And, you know, and coming into this is just like, you know, we know they're not the strongest, but like I told them as well, like the boys, like just be confident, just play our game. You know, pre-plan every like small possible thing they can do. Like, you know, if someone just randomly walks in, like have a teammate ready to swing with you or whatever. But yeah, the main thing is just, you know, play our own game.
Spoy, congrats on the game and the pop-off performance. I actually want to ask about your who you just played against, because we've talked to a lot of pro players after these interviews, and weirdly enough, we're actually getting a lot of glaze towards Outlast, that they're doing a lot of good things here or there, but we have yet to see them have a win. I want to know, like, what was particularly maybe some of the problems you were kind of facing going against them today, because this was a game where they were able to get probably, I think, the second most rounds besides SSG, right? They had a good attack half, let's say that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big issue was, I mean, I kind of did some mistakes. I think we were in a good position in when we were up 3-1 on defense, and then, you know, they got back-to-back. Trevmac, actually, I said it at the end of the game. I was like, Trevmac had my number those 2 runs, but I was, you know, I was a little antsy, and he got 2 OPKs on me, so that just created it made it harder for ourselves, you know. So just, you know, small things like that just can give you away 3 rounds. So yeah, that was the big thing. Not respecting them, maybe. I don't know.
Well, Spoil, again, congratulations. You guys qualified for playoffs. That's obviously got to feel good. I kind of want to just talk about, you know, obviously you guys had a very good run at SLC, got second place with the runner-up. Are you guys feeling pretty confident now that you're in the best of 3 territory? Like, do you guys feel that you're in a position where you guys know where the problems are, you guys know how you can fix them, and then, again, once you get into those best of 3s, you're ready to tackle them the second they, you know, rear their ugly head?
Yeah, I mean, best of 3s is more comfortable. Like, you know, you get to, you know, warm into the games, get a feel of the game, and just adapt throughout the series. I think, as you guys have seen the stage, we have been struggling a little bit, but, you know, we're trying to address it every day in practice, and now, you know, finally we're here in playoffs, locking it in. So we just gotta go hard every day in practice and make sure we're always dialed and just focus on these mistakes so it doesn't happen again. And then, I'll feel comfortable. Yeah.
If you don't mind elaborating on it, if you can. What's been the biggest issue for you guys throughout the entire stage thus far?
Like I said as well, like keeping the spirit high is another thing, like making sure we all have good vibes, trusting each other, being on the same page. Like that's all it is in these type of games.
All right.
That's the biggest thing.
Very off-topic question. We saw you went to a World Cup game yesterday. That must have been a lot of fun. Who do you think's winning it?
I mean, I want to say Portugal. I have to say Portugal after that game. That was my first ever football game as well, watching it, and getting to watch Ronaldo in the flesh is just an insane experience. You know, it's like I grew up watching him play, and yeah, it's just insane. So yeah, I'm rooting for Portugal here.
One last quick question. I mean, what do you think about that Shopify Rebellion exploit skin that just dropped?
Ooh.
Oh, I was just gonna get there. Make sure. No, we have a lot of things actually. We have, you know, we got the F2 Twitch skin. And then we have a little, you know, Shopify Spoit merch out there too. So make sure to get it. Everything
Can I get a necklace?
You can find it on. I mean, look, I got it right here. I got it right here.
Okay, you got it right there. Send it to me. That's what I'm looking for.
Boom.
Wow.
Ooh, wow. That's pretty.
It's beautiful. So make sure to check it out at the shop on Shopify's website, as well as getting the Twitch F2 skin. Best skin in the game, best gun. So make sure to get it. Get dripped out. Yes.
Right, awesome. That was a very, very good promotional talk. Thank you for that, and thank you for your time, Spoit, and good luck in the playoffs.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Well, that was a promotional talk if I've ever seen one. I mean, hey,
it's a good-looking skin.
Yeah, it is a good-looking skin, of course, for Spoit himself as well. Some cool stuff coming out there for him and his supporters, really, inside of this NAL here. But 3 points here. Like I said, I think just getting a job done against what Spoit considered to be a weaker opponent.
Yeah, it was a weaker opponent, but Spoit, like he did mention, he was kind of able to, or he was making a couple mistakes that might have given him some rounds, but credit to him too. He was also winning them rounds that they probably shouldn't have won. We were sitting back there, the 2v1 with the Glaz, that Outlast kind of...
they should have had that.
Yeah, let's be honest, they kind of botched that round.
Packet loss.
Horribly, but they were blaming packet loss, even though the guy decided to look away from the door, that you clearly knew where the guy was. But anyway, they threw that 2v1 away. And then even that last round, they get the 2-man opening advantage, and it's a 5v3, but look at him. Ambi's going to make some plays happen. Here it is. Sploit, a 2v1 that it just should not have happened. So, yes, he might have made some mistakes, but that's what Pro Siege is at the end of the day. You got to make less mistakes than the other team, and they clearly did that today.
You guys had a moment like that before in your pro career where you had to pull like, packet loss, and there was something going on in the meantime?
So there probably a lot for you guys.
I've definitely made some shit up for sure. Like, I can't believe something just, my internet went out for a second. Packet loss is going to be my new excuse regardless.
Well, you used to think that we would get tech pulls all the time.
Everyone can absolutely agree.
No.
Any North American team, DZ was notorious for the sound bug that's been around since 2018. You guys somehow managed to have that sound bug for every year consecutively, back to back to back to back to back.
I think we all
any North American team.
We always wanted the sound bug fixed. I mean, luckily we don't see that anymore. But now we got 4 Fun Esports taking up that mantle of tech pause.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think in this case, for this matchup at least, Sploit definitely not have any packet issues, sound issues, mic issues, whatever it was, because he had a stellar performance inside that matchup. Great to hear from him as well. But we'll move on to our final game of the day. We do have 4 Fun Esports going up against 5 Fierce. The main challenge for us is going to be to not trip over these 2 names, given they are so similar to each other. But apart from that, there really isn't too much to challenge for inside of this matchup. When we look at 5 Fierce, though, maybe on the side of the mental aspect, there is something to challenge for. There seems to be a little bit of beef between these players.
Yeah, I mean, there is beef, and man, this could have been set up so perfectly. Imagine Cloud9 won earlier. This game could have been for all the marbles. You would have JJ being able to be the gatekeeper against his former teammates, Packer and Mike W. And for those who don't know, Packer and Mike W, they used to be on this team, Envy, a few stages ago, and right before kickoff, they decided to make some changes. JJ wanted to bring Snake onto the team. Packer and Mike W disagreed with that decision, and they were dropped. They then had to go through the Challenger League and qualify again, where Packer is inevitable, and they qualified for kickoff under 1 of 30. Now, there is a little bit of beef between these because of not only that, but every single time JJ seems to play against these guys, well, I believe right now, currently in T1 play, he's 3-0 against the Packer and Mike W, going even far back when Packer used to be on Cloud9 as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a little sense of pride here for JJ to keep that streak going here, to be able to end it. Granted, it's not much on the line, but to still be able to hold it over their heads. He holds stuff over Spiker's head all the time, regardless, too, to be like, I've taught him everything he knows. I'm better than him. So, you know, obviously they're all friends at the end of the day, but to just be able to have the one-up on your friend, for sure.
Yeah, there's Daddy right there. There's JJ Blast. And imagine this could have been for all the marbles. But again, regardless of all that, this is still two teams, 2 players specifically that want to beat each other no matter what the cost. It doesn't matter if playoffs are on the line or not.
Yeah.
What could be on the line for these 2 teams is relegation, right? And that was something we asked about JJ and the boys yesterday. I think we asked Fens, actually, it was in the interview, if they were worried about relegation, and he gave us a really honest answer. We're not worried about that at all. We're actually thinking about SI right here. And I mean, this is a quote from JJ. Of course, I had to get a game day tweet from the general himself, or a game day quote. Many teams would have given up after being eliminated from playoffs, but when your final 2 games are versus Spiker and Packer/Mike W, there is endless motivation. So these guys, again, they almost had nothing to play for besides SI points on the line, but JJ always wants to play against these 2. And last game that they just played versus Spiker, they looked really good.
They did, and I love that you mentioned SI, because sure, they might be having a horrible stage, but they are up there in SI points. They are the 4th highest rated team for SI, sitting at 190 points. So they are still in a very good position to be able to qualify for SI if they take this break, go into it, and fix their mistakes going into stage 2.
Every time we swap to JJ's player cam, all I've seen this guy do so far is type. Type, probably in the lobby as well. I mean, that beef must be going on in the background. But you mentioned that specific player he's going up against. Sure, there's motivation for the side of JJ. That should be the same for Packer, right? He, in his eyes, probably feels like he got done dirty by JJ in this situation. But in this new team that he plays for, his voice seems to be so important.
Oh, he is the voice of reason. He's the voice of truth. He's the voice that everyone is looking to, especially in those timeouts. I mean, we saw one in their game versus Outlast. They were losing that series. series, and you heard in that interval, in that timeout, Packer made it very clear that where their issues were. Outlast was playing very telegraphed, what they can do to fix it. What happened after that? They won 7 rounds back to back to back, finishing that series. And then even yesterday, in the dire situation against Cloud9, we would hear again in their timeout, Packer would make it very clear where things were going wrong, what they needed to do to fix their mistakes, and boom, once again, they would then go on to win their series. So clearly Packer's voice, really everyone gets behind that, follows his lead, and it's clearly paying dividends for them because now they're in a position where they are actually qualified for playoffs due to that.
Yeah,
that is true. I forgot that they actually are 100% now qualified in for playoffs. So, I mean, if anything, this is just kind of like one, getting a win finally against JJ Blaz, and also the confidence that that's going to bring winning their last game in regulation to go into playoffs.
I want to talk about that a little bit more, which you mentioned with Packer. In fact, we can also even listen in to what was going on yesterday.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. Guys, we need to be more fluent in the beginning of the round, be calm, and carry it over to the end of the round, okay? I do not like the way we're speaking right now, and the way that we're not sitting back and problem solving. Everyone needs to take a deep breath. And we need to figure out the early round so that we can actually execute at the same time here, okay?
And honestly, coming out of that, I mean, it was clear distinction from that timeout. It made the world's difference. They slowed down in their comms. They were very concise in where they wanted to end up and how they could go for those executes. And again, that's really what you want from the experienced player, and that's really what allows newer players to grow and develop, is when you have that veteran leadership who leads by example and also plays extremely well. So super happy that Spiker's, I mean, I gotta stop saying Spiker. We're talking about Wildcard and all these beefs. Packer has really paid a lot for this team and owes a lot of their success for his timeouts.
And I'm glad to see him smiling again, because we went from really low lows in the player cams yesterday to really high highs. But as this is the final game for 5 years at least, we know we will see For Fun back in the playoffs. A little bit of practice maybe on a map like Bank.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of practice.
What's your thought?
A little bit of practice would be a good thing to say here, because 5 years, I believe they were banning Bank a good amount, and we just got to see it recently out of them. I mean, it's going to be that attacker-sided map. I expect to see, I think we talked about it earlier today, it comes down to a lot of utility play, the Grim, the Capitao. How do they want to take the shields away from JJ? I would imagine they at least want to get rid of the Montaigne. Montaigne's the most powerful shield operator on this map, so I'm expecting to see like a Montaigne ban and then like a Grim or a Capitao. Could even be a Ying, some kind of utility. And then when you look onto the other side, I think JJ and the rest of the boys should be able to get rid of something like just full-on utility, since we haven't seen a lot of shield play come out of For Fun.
Yeah, I even think they could target ban the Mirror. I mean, the Mirror is very successful for them, especially for that top floor, so maybe they target that to make CEO a little easier to take. But however, it really just comes down to this matchup and who really is going to want to put their foot down and come here out on top and be able to have the bragging rights, because again, there really isn't anything on the line outside of pride for both of these teams wanting to have the leg up on each other.
I want an unleashed match then, honestly. Get these players, get them
swinging. Get Caveira out.
Get them going. It is time for our final match of the NAL group stage.
Well, it's going to be Bank for our final battleground. It's FF versus FF. For Fun versus 5 Fears. It's For Fun that lead the social prediction 61%. And living up to the name of For Fun as well, guys, in the sense that there's obviously nothing really on the line for this game other than a bit of a grudge match. For Fun will play in playoffs. 5 Fears after the champions of kickoff in the bottom 2 currently, and would need a pretty big result, need all 3 points, make up the round diff to jump Space Station Gaming for 8th. Probably unlikely to happen, to be honest. For Fun start on defense to begin as we head into the bans.
Yeah, this should be an entertaining match, to say the least, with the grudge on the line. And I'm sure the all chat will be pretty active throughout as well. So hopefully they give it a license to have a bit of chit chat over the course of this match as the bans roll out. Kaid Bandit, so double denial into the double shield, Monty and Blackbeard. So keeping it pretty standard here on Bank. Notably though, Hard Breach still fully available, of course, and ranged Hard Breach so influential on that top floor. But it's Basement first up. For Fun on defense. And I think that this is going to be quite a grindy style match. I'm expecting some back and forth between these two. And whilst, yeah, officially nothing really on the line, very much so. The grudge, I think, is going to be a big motivator for both teams to put in a good performance.
Right, what do you make of the stage, I guess, for Five Fears? Because after kickoff, you're the champion, you go over to the major, and honestly, I thought they were more than fine in the major. Is it just a case of the region itself being so competitive that, you know, you just don't get a couple of results to go your way and you end up in this position? You think back on their stage, you know, a 5-7 loss to Dark Zero, 4-7 loss to SSG, 4-7 loss to Cloud9, 4-7 loss to 100 Thieves. Like, a lot of these losses are not blowouts. There's a couple in there, but I think for the most part, it's just kind of that stage where they just maybe didn't have as much of the fortune as kickoff. Completely different stage altogether. Certain teams rebounding, like M80. Is it a little bit less to do with them and just more the tribulations of a stage where sometimes matches just don't go your way?
Yeah, probably an element of both. They probably haven't played quite as well as they did in kickoff in combination with some narrow results. So it's a bit of a recalibration period, I think, for them. And as the guys were saying on the desk, SI is very much still on their sights, and whilst that may sound a little strange, given they're sitting ninth, heading into this matchup in stage 1, the points that they've accrued so far are actually pretty good. And if they can really put in the work heading into stage 2, recalibrate to best of 1 format, and push for a position at the Osaka Major, they'll be right back in that discussion pretty quickly. So they find themselves in one of the more peculiar positions globally. And well, their fate is very much sealed here for stage 1. The rest of the year is very much an opportunity for them to capitalize on that kickoff success. Not a whole lot really playing out here in the first round. Midpoint has concluded. Blue Stairs hold for fun. Rest of the team is in basement.
Yeah, and neat little stat here as well, but with Bank now being the final map of group stage locked in, it means Consulate did not get picked once for the entire group stage of the North America League. So that'll be one to keep an eye on heading into playoffs to see if it does eventually make its way into the region. And Bino with a little bit of pressure here on the ward and top blue, caught from behind. I mean, it's a solid pinch from Five Fears. Get the hatch control, overwhelm the defender playing Blue Stairs. Well, the time is certainly going to be of the essence. Getting a 5v4 start is decent. Shamika launch is going to play a part at the end of this round, though, which may have to force them to push a little bit deeper for a plant position. There's also still a Nitro Cell available with Silo too on the two morale. As Packer is just going to completely unload this Shamika launcher. No reason not to, with little time remaining in the round. W goes down to gets the kill onto Forest, but Snake then gets the trade. 3 in the round from Snake. My goodness. Well, collapse from Five Fears into the site. They'll take basement to begin on the attack of Bang. A somewhat slow-ish start to the round. But it ended with a flurry.
Yeah, pretty explosive there at the end. And smiles all around for what was a pretty funny end to the round. I had a quick look as well. There's no other region that has an unplayed map, so NAL will be the standout for that particular stat line.
Should
last 20 seconds. Yeah, we'll probably change it. Last 20 seconds, good push through. Rival got stranded a little bit, but it didn't really matter. And wow, for a team that again quite literally has, I mean, they have at least a little bit to play for if they can absolutely smash their opponents. Five Fears could jump above SSG. Outside of that, they don't really have much to play for. But the comms after that first round, you think it was maybe an SI Grand Final. They're pretty up and about.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if they can leapfrog Space Station get up into 8th, I mean, that's an extra 40 SI points. Yeah. You're essentially doubling.
That's true. Like that, and again, given that this stage has been lackluster from them, they could actually be in a genuine position post-stage 2 where that amount of points could be a difference maker. They could be fighting to just edge in. So you're right. There is that motivation, whether they know it or not, that a big dominant result here could be very, very interesting come the end of the year.
Yeah, and obviously there's let's say a lot to go.
Yeah, a million other permutations to that, but it's something that's in their control, first of all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're on 890 points at the moment. As things stand, if they were to stay in 9th, they'll get the 35 points. But if they can jump up to 8th, then you get the 75 points. And so you think about, we've seen plenty of times over the years the difference that even 1 point can make when it comes to the 6 Invitational calculations. But if they were to get the 75 points, it would actually put them equal with Virtus Pro in 10th. So, close that little gap. Yeah, long way to go.
Another mag.
It would be pretty remarkable if we look back at the end of the year with points and this single match, basically the meme grudge match, ends up being a determining factor. That would be an insane storyline. Again, though, it is very much a long shot, but we've got to find something to get excited about in this one outside of the grudge. Round 2, and it's Snake to find the opening kills. So 5 tiers once again find themselves in a solid position. Mike W to fall on the Aruni. A commitment to the Solace denial down below for Packer. Rest of the team top floor with a very peculiar run out. Volsper was outside for a long time now. That was incredibly high risk.
Bino did take quite a bit of damage as well, getting that trade. Yeah, a little split too. With it's essentially a 2-1 split first floor, leaving Silo Janitor for now by himself. Ooh, okay. Packer, big kill onto Snake. And also has given a bit of time for Bino to get back up on this top floor. Really, Packer's the only one that you want to keep on that first floor in the Solace and get the information. JJ's made his way in, so it does go down. That gives up that Janitor position. Front desk with the Nitro. Front desk, though, with the angle. As Bino connects, can't get the second onto Rival. And so Packer has to now make his way up onto this top floor. Can't really just play the Soulless game any longer. Plant information. Good kill onto Rival. Position at long desk now known for Forest. But he's just way too late. He's only just pushing up Banana now. Forest is just nowhere to be seen.
Okay.
Oh, well, that's a very anticlimactic 1v1. As soon as I realize Forest is over towards lobby.
He was about 3 zip codes away at the end of that round. I don't know what he was doing so far away. Yeah, plant coverage was lacking. Truthfully, I wasn't actually tracking his position leading up to that lobby push late, so I don't exactly know what prompted it. I'd have to see a replay maybe as to where he was initially when the plant was being committed to. It was, yeah, an awkward end to the round. 5 versus 3. For Fun doing a decent job in fighting their way back into the round. JJ punished in the overpeak.
Where's
Hellers at the moment at that point in time, first floor.
The only thing I can think of is before really the Soulless position above was known, maybe the expectation was Soulless is looking to play Teller's Archives tonight from below, and so you go for the 1-1 split. Forest goes to take that fight and just disrupt to allow that plan to go down.
And then a big commit to make. That is a big commit play though, because there are plannable positions that aren't as susceptible to the Soulless. So.
But it very much makes it more clear as to the late arrival of Forest. 1-1 either way. Well played from Packer. It's half an open area now for the third round.
Reloading!
So Flores to be deployed here from Fens and can clear decent belt of util. Clear the path forward, although it should be relatively vacant. Elsewhere, Mike W finds the first kill of the round. JJ falls. Rough start for him, 0-3. So one of the primary hard breaches now in the grave, but at least they have Forest and the ace back up, and he still has 3 summers in pocket. Comp here from 5 here is actually pretty good into the lineup presented by the defense. Love the inclusion of the IQ as well to counter Packer. On the Valk, looking to gather info. Got a decent pieces here. 5 years, but connecting it now, especially 4-5, midpoint of the round. It's already heavily tilted the needle in favor of the defense.
IED active. Sweeping perimeter.
Well, look, I mean, like Snake has got a lot of work to do here on the IQ, and he's still only in ATMs. And only just now we're seeing Rival with Boogie Auto breaches on this top floor. Evidently for fun, have given up top floor presence, which is pretty normal with only 60 seconds really left into the round. There's no need to have to contest any longer on the top floor. You've got the extra player advantage, job done in the early round. And now just start to spread around staff and open area. I also don't mind the fact that, yeah, Mike W is still playing basement, Packer will hold elevator, so you've still got some of these more aggressive positions available in the defense that you can play because you do have the time on your side, the extra defender on your side. 5 Fears are up against it in this third round. And the way they're going to win this round now is really just having to get a flurry of kills into the site. Needed that from Snake onto Packer, and without clearing elevator, yeah, pushing beepers is going to be very difficult. As Rival jumps over square, guess what? Blue Stairs is going to be swinging any second now. Well, Mike W does eventually get that kill. Maybe not the timing that I initially thought, but still either way gets it. And Silo to finish off the final one. Nicely done for 4-Fun. They'll make that 2 rounds straight now on the defense. Really clinical round.
Yeah, very much so. Not really too much to comment on there from a defensive standpoint. Unfortunately, though, for 5 Fear, structurally there, the attack was a little all over the place. A lot of moving pieces, none of them really proving fruitful. Certainly doesn't help when you lose a player early on in the piece. In the first minute on the attack, it really boxes you in terms of what you can then do for the remainder. And I think they kind of just really ran out of ideas as to how they wanted to approach site there in the end. Unfortunate for JJ in that last round. Was the first opening kill for fun thus far, courtesy of Mike W. First rotation done. Presumably we will return to basement up next. Diffuser as well, cold top blue. Made any salvage attempt basically impossible there for 5 Fears. Bit of stat padding at the end. Intrigued to see what the additional bans will be. So Warden and Glaz taken out. Warden selected back in the opening round by Bino. Glaz yet to have any playtime so far, so just a preemptive one there from fun.
Yeah, and another map as well, Guz, for us coming over from Asia Pacific League, where there's a bit of invertedness. It's basement that's heavily attacker-sided. And staff open area too, actually. And top floor is the one that's defender-sided. Usually it's kind of the other way around when it comes to APL. Top floor a bit shaky, basement's almost rock solid, defensive-minded in that discussion.
Swapping mags.
5 Fears to go info heavy here into the 4th round with the Deimos and the Dokkaebi. And given some of the positions of this defense, that may well serve them pretty well with Volspa top 4 Vigil. They've got the 2-2 split, or actually 3-1 split with the remaining defense. So Mike W, Bino, Silo, all first floor, Packer to hold down before basement server, so he's mindful of any dirt lurk here from the attack. All bases to be covered here for fun as they look to force 5 Fears into the map clear. I do wonder how quickly the defense elects to peel here. Sometimes players will elect to just linger a little longer than maybe the attack would expect. And Mike W actually in a pretty big commit position here. Tellers, if he's revealed, he could be under a lot of pressure soon. Difficult to rotate away from Tellers.
Can get help from Volspa though. I mean, you can, if this is a fight that somewhat eventuates close to Tellers, Volspa can push out of elevators and go for a swing.
Brace for
Not if you're going to die that quickly, though, unfortunately for Mike W. That needs to be an extended kind of fight, but even then, you can see Fenn's actually watching towards elevators for a potential push out from Volsper. JJ's gone down. Nice double again from Snake. Volsper has to now get involved with the Boss G. Does get his kill. But this is just too easy for 5 Fears. I mean, for Fun have just played too much into the first floor game defensively. We kind of look at lockers and CCTV as the kind of site that you are allowed to just play 5-stack denial kind of opportunities, and they've completely foregone that to take the first floor fights. But I also love the swiftness and the decision making from 5 Fears. They get that kill tellers, they immediately drop Volt, get a second kill, and at that point they know with the way that it's being set up by the defense, side is theirs, and they just execute immediately, taking advantage of the situation that's presented.
Yeah, a great flood call. Immediately they knew it was a heavy offsite presence. They can try to hit site flood. It's more often than not that the smoke play is going to be CC or red. Snake had that read, finds the kill, and it's round over at that point. I mean, you're not retaking this. Very low percentage. And so credit to 5 Fears. Great read and execution.
Nick, good shit, baby.
And I think for Fun will, upon their return to that side, if they are in the next round, will probably just temper things a little bit, maybe respect the attack a little bit more, play in positions where they can better fall off, whether it be elevators or open, or even top blue, for instance. Try to absorb a bit of util, bit of time, and then probably favor the bunker hold, because unfortunately for them both times now on that basement floor, which maybe is a little bit more actually reflective of the league and not just their inability to defend. It has been 5 Fears to claim. It's the only site they've actually won so far, being basement. And maybe that actually brings into doubt my call that we even see it again in this half. It may be a case of we just go back to open and Fun can replicate the success that they've been able to find both there and here on the top floor, which is the side of choice for the 5th. Line up here from 5 Fears, pretty predictable range hard breach of the Habana available. Thatcher for denial and assistance Kanto. Although evidently that won't really be required. Could actually be an interesting interaction here with the magnets from Silo, for instance, on that Wamai. Could be used to maybe counter and facilitate some kind of util dump, of which will be pretty effective into the Jan hold here.
Swapping mags.
For Fun electing to not posture the Warden, for instance, in this position. Just a little bit more proactive with the catch down. Heavy stack on the rappel as expected here. The expectation will be that they try and dump util to counteract this mirror window.
I think the goal is, see if they can get this mirror window dealt with, but proving to be difficult. Salma just thrown in from Rival, I imagine, onto that mirror. By the way, keep an eye on Snake. He's 3 straight opening kills for 5 Fears in this match. I know he's playing the Thatcher and maybe a different role in this round, but it just seems to be coming his way with these. 8-2. Oh, I tell you what. Almost on cue. Yeah, almost on cue. Well, it doesn't quite pan out for him and for his team, with Fens going down on the Yin, courtesy of Mike W. Forrest, once again, on a bit of a wraparound mission. He'll push up Banana. Minute left, and knows that you're down a player. You still got to deal with the barbed wire. You haven't cleared anything out towards long desk, towards front desk. Elevators is dangerous as well. There goes Rival. Another one from Mike W. JJ's found nothing here on the rappel. It feels like this round is just petering out for 5 Fears.
Yeah, they're running out of plan B, C, or D. I mean, it's plan A or nothing for them at the moment. And unfortunately, it's unraveling.
Oh, Forrest. Oh, no. Well, a rough one for Forrest on the blitz. Snake did find at least a kill this round on Topaka. And needs to find 3 in 10 seconds. Not going to happen. Well, better round for Fun. Or for Fun, is that? I guess, yeah.
It's quite the name, I will say.
Can't even say FF because you got 5 Fears on the other side.
No. Yeah, they never really connected the dots there on the attack. The ultimate goal being that util layer, try and facilitate console entry, think about the plant. They never really got anywhere near that eventual goal. Some of that was countered pretty nicely, oddly, by the Wamai with some of the initial util not having effect. And then I think they tried to pivot and get Forest in on the action through lobby. But it was a little bit too late in the piece with too many other players falling. He was never given the support really required there for that particular push. Either way, they'll look to brush that one aside. We don't return to basement. We do see staff open though to cap off the half.
Yeah, again, NAL things, guys. The NAL things.
No.
We would have been, if this were APL, we'd be bewildered right now. Staff on open area over basement, you go to trolling, but no.
Setting something up. Just need another one first.
Basement won both times by 5 years. It's the only site they've been able to win in the first half. So yeah, definitely not going back there. And half an open area, to be fair, actually is slightly more attacker favored in the region as a whole. But with this particular match, the way it's been playing, it's probably the wise of the two options. Could go Tal's Archives. That's only been played twice so far at this stage. 1-1 split.
A lot of util clearance available for 5 fears in this round. We saw Forest getting to work on the Kludge. Shock Drone also in effect from Fens. We'll see what he's looking to target. It looks like primarily info gathering actually at the moment. Paka with a well-intended Nitro, but Rival does a good job in avoiding that. Minute down in the round. Seems like the util and the info gather here from 5 years has been pretty positive. It's going to be about now translating that actually into action. It's all well and good to have the right read. That's one step, but unfortunately Siege is far more complicated than that, especially on attack. Fence falls. Fortunate.
Oh, I was just about to say as well, he was the only one that was actually still top floor. Usually at that player stock, you'll typically see maybe some kind of presence top main or even towards janitor. But yeah, Volspa was the only one really holding any semblance of top floor control. Gets that stock kill onto Fens. And Snake with the Jugger payload onto Paka.
He's having a laugh about it too.
Yeah, absolutely. He gets double-digit kills with that too. And in a nice timed fashion too after losing Fens. I feel like the longer this half has also gone on, 5 fears in terms of their pacing, they just do feel a little bit slower. 50 seconds left, still a lot of work to be done, and this leaves you then having to flood into, aptly named, a very open site, and I think it favors the defense. Needed that kill onto Bino, acquired, and starting to get a little bit of square control too. Open up quad, open up these lines of sight. This is starting to be a little bit better. As Volspa falls, now it's a big advantage for 5 fears. 2 crucial kills just before the execute phase. Super unfortunate if you're for fun. Mike W to try and salvage this. JJ was going for the plant, gets off it, repositions. Good kill onto Forest. And suddenly 1v1 against Snake here over towards Archives. If Mike W can push quickly, get the kill? No. Well, he did push quickly, just didn't quite get the kill. 5 fears able to tie things up. It's 3-3 at the half.
It is, and I think maybe you could say that this was okay from the side of 5 fears, but you two don't really feel like you feel like they could have gotten more out of this.
Yeah, I mean, 3-3 is actually not bad. Yeah. Thankfully, they won that round, but I think they definitely left at least 2 rounds on the table, specifically the CEO rounds, which were kind of highlighting 5 fears problems a little bit, and both of them, because we can hear comms, kind of came down to Forest a little bit. I mean, this is that 5th round. We listened to Forest kind of make a shot call. Hey, I want you guys to fake site, pull all the utility, throw all the candelas, everything. Make it seem like we're going for a top take, and I'm going to run the blitz from server room. We can see him, and he's going to run blue stairs and go into archives. I'm going to get the Solus underneath. Where's the problem?
There's no Solus below.
There's no Solus underneath. They drone it and go, hey, guys, wait, there's no one actually underneath. And at that point, they stall out of the round. and they go on to lose it. And then even the prior CEO round before that, they actually get into a great 5v3, and then they lose a ton of bodies. They're bleeding, and then before they get to execute, they finally get it down to a 2v1. And then the planners upstairs, they think the Solus is downstairs. Forest just stays downstairs. They end up losing the round because the Solus was actually upstairs. So they're just lacking information. The late round calls, specifically from Forest, I'm not super impressed by. If I'm just, if I'm just,
100%. And you can't be making those calls not having that information, because again, you're leaving rounds up on the table. Where if this was a situation where this was both teams or a 5 Fear situation of being able to make playoffs, you don't want to be making these calls like that. And this is also something where we've highlighted with both JJ and Forest being their shot callers, not stepping up to the plate performing. I mean, Forest did have a better game yesterday, but I don't know where the issue is for both of these players to just not contribute as much. And they aren't a Troy Canadian where they can be having these rounds not go in their favors kill-wise and the rest of the team be able to pick it up. It's just not the same environment for the team. However, going 3-3 on the half is good. They are going to be on the stronger side here, in my opinion. And then for fun, I mean, this is something that we saw yesterday, and even in the interview jumping into this, it was their pacing. It was understanding what is the game plan, what are the defenders doing that we aren't taking advantage of. So I am looking to see if they're playing slow. Are they taking that early space? Are they taking that early aggression to them? And then if for the side of 5 Fears, are they getting aggressive? Are they dialing it back a little bit, seeing if they can get that first pick, and then letting them go back into their layers with they have the man advantage when they ultimately go for the execute.
No, that's a great point, because hopefully 5 Fears did their due diligence and watched back the game versus
One can only pray.
One can only pray that this is their career and this is their job, and they're hopefully taking that they're paying attention. But yeah, those layers were working extremely well against For Fun, and it was when C9 gave up those layers and decided to actually take the fights, that's when they lost that game, in my opinion. What are you seeing in those bans? Really anything?
I mean, I was going to say, I do like the Habana and the Glass. Clearly getting rid of the Glass, they're going to target for that late round execute, get rid of that denial to be able to see through that smoke if they're trying to go for a quick plan, especially down below. So I do like that. I am curious to see what that third ban inevitably ends up being. Do they get rid of a shield? Do they get rid of maybe a Grim or a Ying? Who knows? I think Ying and Tana would probably be a good one.
And that makes sense, since they don't have to get rid of a shield against For Fun.
Absolutely.
I would love to see them pull out the Montaigne like I was begging for last game, but I just don't think
we're going there.
You two say that 5 Years might have the advantage being on the defensive side here. It's the final few rounds that we'll see from them inside the stage. Can they go out with a bang?
Yeah, we'll see certainly in the second half if defense is going to be their safe haven. Snake has been on a heater, 11 and 3. Also, the only 3 opening kills 5 Fears have had have all been from him. I think considering it's a 3-3 game, a little bit of reliance on Snake to keep performing for 5 Fears. In terms of the attack defense discussion, when it comes to banking this region, it's a pretty close, genuine 50-50, which is too much of a surprise after a 50-50 first half.
Yeah, it'd be intriguing to see how 5 Fears go about approaching this half, if we maybe see a little bit more conviction with their shot calling. Certainly agreeing with sort of the sentiment there from the desk that maybe lacking a little bit of conviction back in that first half, and in committing to backup plans, especially for me, that was probably the most disappointing part about that half. But 5 Fears now certainly still in a position where they can go on to claim all 3 points, but it's a tricky one to call. It's a close match between 2 teams that really just don't want to see the other one win. As for the first round here of the second half, Kali, interestingly, in play. Ranged hard breach, of course, also available for Kanto. Let's see what the game plan then is for Paka here. Great counter onto the castle, of course. Can use the lance to clear the bulk of that utility. Even keepers as well will be susceptible. Action elsewhere, top square side. So a little bit of a split approach currently for the attack. Frost has his position exposed, can no longer really compete. Stock Hall. That's a nice little checkpoint in the round for fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's one element too. If that wall doesn't get opened up, it's far easier, in fact, for Forest to play that stock hallway position with the Yokai inside stock then as well. You could have potentially gone for a burst swing combo. Good due diligence so far to begin in this 7th round for For Fun, but yeah, there's only a minute remaining. Yeah, that's easy information. JJ is able to spot out Volspro, but I think he was already starting to just overstay his welcome inside of stock. Nice early kill for the defense. Bino wants to continue to open up this wall top square. Forest will sit lurking blue stairs. Bino brings his attention back over towards Stock. And to me, is strikingly looking like an attacking team that just looks stalled out.
Payload on target.
Yeah, they're waiting for a mistake. They're waiting for someone to overpeak so that they can capitalize. And unfortunately, that opportunity, well, I was going to say hasn't been presented, but Forest does eventually fall on that flank. 3-3. 30 seconds.
Oh, another one as well from Packer too. Well, they're making it work. Suddenly Packer's just gone and got 2. Bino to get the last. Well, in the end, as much as they were sitting around waiting for mistakes, the mistakes weren't really eventuating, so they had to go and do it themselves. And indeed they do. Good way to start the second half, considering it wasn't, you know, the kind of flawless sort of round where everything worked out perfectly. They had to really just have a decent sense of patience in that round. Patience paid dividends, eventually timed their run perfectly at the end. And it's an attacking round for Fun to set them back into the lead. 4-3.
Yeah, it really kind of just came out of nowhere, that final burst for Fun. Catching Forest certainly helped alleviate pressure, but it was evidently Packer on the front line that had to get his hands dirty in that round and did a solid job in finding a win con there in a round that, yeah, up until that very last portion looked pretty dire. With some big stall out. Down to basement for round number 8. Will we finally see a successful defensive round on this site? We'll have to wait and see. It was certainly a struggle in the first half.
Changing mags.
Teams, or for Fun specifically, finding themselves pretty susceptible to the off-site presence. Finding it difficult to control that and electing not to peel back. We'll see if it's a little more reserved this time from 5 Fears. The lineup to me is suggesting that is very likely to be the case. Especially with Goyo Smoke combo, indicative that we'll see default stall out. Of course, there is a little bit of presence still on the first floor. JJ is also electing to play blue. Rival open. He's actually pretty active at the moment. Instead of falling down at the first side of pressure, he goes searching for a bit of additional information. Snake also looking for drones. Certainly not 100% passive, but at the same time, they're not over-aggressing at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, but clearly it's been the sort of match now where there's been opportunities, both teams, every round, doesn't matter. We've had no rounds where it's been 4 or 5 alive, and no rounds as well where it's been 1 alive. But to me, when there's predominantly been, there's 3 rounds that have been 2 alive and 4 rounds been 3 alive. Clearly, every single round that we've played, there's been opportunities that are presented. You would imagine there should be no different. Yeah, opening kills 4-3 split in terms of conversion. I wouldn't use the word sloppy, but it's been an opportunistic sort of match. You take the opportunities when they're presented. I think whichever team can be a little bit cleaner down the stretch is just going to go and win this game. I don't think attack or defense really matters. The site's too much either. And the pacing has really stalled though in this second half. Fun are really taking their time to get the right information, get into the right positions, go through that checklist. They're not rushing, but also then from the defense's perspective, you know, 5 Fears aren't really punishing this either. They're still just happy to sit back. Now on this site, that's more than fine. You've still got a Nitro Assault from Forest. He's actually just got it in hand now over towards Red. And then the 3 gas babes, most importantly from JJ here on the smoke, they're looking to deny the ability to push in, go for an easy plant, either at the doorway or the breach. And with 2 gas babes less, plus that Nitro, there should be no world in which Fun can just sneak at the doorway. It means you have to push deeper. This is where the Stens ROUs will help out massively. Bino's able to peek the other side of the curtain, try and get some information. Really wants to tuck in the corner, go for the plant. JJ wasn't ready for the push through. 5 Fears, though, are able to overwhelm, knowing that it had to be a one-dimensional push in through server. It's so much easier to then just keep all guns trained on the one position. 5 Fears bite back. And it's been back and forth. From rounds 3 to 8 now, 1 for 1. Neither team able to gain separation. And it, funnily enough, was also the first round with 4 alive at the end of it.
And the first round in which Basement was successfully defended, making it actually look pretty comfortable and easy, in stark contrast to the first half where it was proving to be very difficult for Fun, struggling on that side, but finding success elsewhere to make up for that. Tech pause called in the meantime. Ended up, yeah, as you were kind of alluding to, a little one-dimensional there in the previous round. Default was just, it simply wasn't an option. 3 gas bays with 30 seconds plus Nitro. You're never planning default there. And so Bino had the right instinct to go deep there on the shield a bit. A lack of support or playmaking anywhere else meant that he was simply left with the diffuser tucked under his arm and no teammates to cover for the plant. So it was kind of all for nothing.
Well, in fairness to Five Fears as well, I mean, they played that far more conventional to what we typically see of Basement on Bank. When you think about the lineup and the idea in terms of the stall out, whereas in contrast, For Fun in the first half, you know, they were playing Vigil, Soulless, Castle, Azami, Veloca CCTV, and with a large emphasis on that first floor. Not that we've never seen that before, certainly that's one particular strategy. It's not the strategy though. And then in the first round, heavy reliance on the Tachanka, didn't bring the smoke, you know, Warden, Fenrir. So again, kind of put all of your denial eggs into the basket of the Tachanka. Whereas on the flip side, Five Fears say, let's make sure they can't get elevators while we sit back and play the long angles. We've got the gas babes. We've got the ability to also put out the Vulcan canisters from the Goyo. We've got the Warden that can play around that sort of either blue stairs or red position. Rooney with a long-range DMR, mirror window. So they've got a better system that particular round. Now Staff an open area. Can we see back-to-back round wins for Five Fears? They haven't done it at all so far in this match of Bank.
I'm going to see the sense again here from For Fun. We saw it last time out to try and cover red for default. And ultimately it didn't really influence the round given all the denial circumstances and conditions available to the defense. So I'm intrigued to see how they look to utilize it in this round. The ROUs can be pretty helpful in covering if they go for a route through electrical or
well, that's where the most common, I think.
That's where it's most commonly is. Yeah, cover the long angles from open. Can also play a role above maybe on a couple of different plays, depending. I think it is largely dependent though on the posturing from Five Fears. So like what actual positions need to be covered and how can they facilitate, say, for map entry.
Well, top floor is completely vacated, so they're not defending it at all. No one stock, no one janitor. It's full horizontal across on the first floor. So if I'm For Fun and I'm able to identify that, take the space on the top floor, get the boogie auto breaches, open up the vert, and then from there you can actually throw a couple of ROUs, you know, from top down to below, let them roll out and block off even more of the site.
Around 4-step vert, pretty simple and easy way to flush this defense back towards the objective. Again, the pacing, it's pretty slow going and not framing that as a negative. Sometimes it's only be the nature of Bank and going through that checklist. As Quad now gets exposed courtesy of the ace.
And Mike W to push up that blue stairs. Clearly the focus here is on the square side of the map. Forrest goes down to Volspot. So they actually do get something from that vert. Forrest gets caught on the souls. Palo sends out. Oh, Bino and Silo able to both find one at the exact same moment, and suddenly For Fun have completely opened up this site. There is that default ROU. Yeah, there it is. It's at this point I don't even think really required. A double from Silo, fends by himself over towards open, plant's going down, it's not even required. Still, no back-to-back round wins for Five Fears. They get shredded on Staff and open area. For Fun will get to 5 first.
Yeah, the build-up was pretty slow, but I really don't think a lot of that was, again, to be framed in a negative fashion. And it actually played into the hands quite nicely there, the attack. The fact that there was no action meant that they weren't being contested above. They weren't being contested square. It allowed for free vert. It allowed for free horizontal. There was no playable area over towards staff. We saw that super exposed. Open was pressured by the vert. And even imagining a world in which that was maybe a 5v4 or even 5v3 with the sense up, they didn't have a hope in hell in covering the cross to the default anyway. Like, the defense was horribly positioned there, courtesy of some really good setup from the attack. So yeah, full credit for Fun, very much deserved of that round win. It prompts a response from 5 Fears with a tactical timeout as they look to try and break this seesaw, but it really just continues to be back and forth between these two. Splitting them has proven to be very, very challenging.
I just feel like so far to begin this second half defensively for 5 Fears, they've looked a little flat-footed. So the one site where I think that's more than fine is actually, funnily enough, the one that they won, which is Basement. With the lineup that they brought, the composition that they brought, yeah, you're not really roaming around, right? So that's fine. But top floor, they just didn't really offer anything around anywhere else. It was very hard set position. Same again for Staff open area. Never even went top floor at all. Never tried to buy some time. Never tried to make any kind of contact. It was just horizontal, Teller's Archive, Staff open area. That's it. And we're not going to push out. We're not going to do any basement works. We're not going to try and contest at a certain point. And so they just give up so much ground to the attack because of it. Out of the timeout, and now they actually lose access to the Goyo. To be fair, was only used once for Basement.
Bomb located by attackers.
But I mean, for Fun, being up 5 versus 4 now on the scoreboard, there's so at some point we're going to go back to Basement. That's going to help them out a lot. And all they lose is the ace. I shouldn't say all they lose. So with the ace ban, that locks out Kanto now with no ace, no Habana. So it's a decent ban. It does solidify that hallway for 5 Fears.
This should be a tricky attack. They're probably going to be pigeonholed into the console default, playing into the Jan mirror. It is, on paper, pretty low percentage on face value, unless they can find a different angle to play off. The composition to me suggests that they'll look to commit to it, and so there's going to be reliance on packet to clear that util, or to find a way with util layering to disrupt that mirror window, try to find a way to get bodies into the site for the contest. It's gonna be really rough. This is posturing nicely for 5 Fears in terms of the comps and the bans on the side, all of that in combination. Again, on paper,
it makes it harder to also go stock too, because you can't just throw in either the X-Karas or the Salmas to open up the right side stock wall and create pressure.
Well, they get the kill onto the mirror though.
Well, they do.
Okay. Apparently you don't need any util to clear the biggest power position on this site for the defense.
Has Charge able to also already break that mirror window. This would be a rough round for 5 Fears if they're going to lose this, because you literally have just banned away the ace for a particular reason. You're able to play the mirror. The Goyo's not needed on this site. This is a wonderful start for Fun. And I like the fact that they're not just rushing off that kill. It's a long-range kill. It's still got a lot of work to do. They've looked very composed on their attack.
Yeah. I don't feel... there's no unnecessary sense of urgency. They know when they've got the ascendancy in the round, and they can look to set themselves up for a high percentage conversion. They've done that. They'll layer the util, and Bino will look to plan.
Boris has got the only nitro cell over towards Janitor. This will need to be impactful. He doesn't even get the chance. He's flamed out. I mean, good pressure for Fun. Plant goes down successfully. A disaster for 5 Fears. And on the verge of giving up 2 rounds in a row to 4 Fun for the second time here on Bank. And even though they did get that kill onto Volspa, 3v4 needing to deal with Repel defenders outside of the map in the post plant means that really their best hope is to just stick it. Snake had to get off. And indeed, they are off it now permanently for the round because they just get easily dealt with. It's 6-4. 2 match point opportunities go the way of 4 Fun.
Yeah, just another really nicely composed attack. And whilst I don't entirely know how they were able to find that opener, it was courtesy of Mike W. onto JJ. Again, the kind of pick that really exposes you as the defense. There wasn't util invested. It was a key power position that was dealt with. JJ will know that that was a disappointing way to open the round. And once that util got layered, Jan was flamed, and the plant was secured, you could say goodbye to the round. You're never winning that retake. Very, 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 very low percentage. For fun now with 2 match points in what would be a solid result for them. It won't necessarily jump them above Shopify Rebellion though. They'll still be trailing by the 1 round on differential.
5 seconds left.
And so their position is still very much set in 6th place.
Attackers must locate and
on
defuse
that
a bomb.
lower side of the bracket.
Well, interestingly, we go to Locker's CCTV, and 5 Fears have not lost this site at all, at both attack and defense. And helps when Forrest goes and gets a nice early kill through Garage on Tapaka. That's very aggressive, but I don't mind it. I mean, the Solid Snake wants to push in slowly, gain space, use that radar, but if Forrest is just going to play in a more aggressive position, Rooney DMR, yeah, that's one way to catch off the Solid Snake. And also, it goes back to what my point was earlier in terms of the flat-footedness. Well, that's a bit more activity from not only Forrest, but 5 Fears as a whole. Rival, very fortunate to still be alive, gets taken down to 1 HP on top floor, and Snake hits the Nitro on Tabino. This might just be a GG go next if you're for fun. They have not done well at all on Locker's CCTV.
No, they haven't. Mike W with a desperate push forward to maybe catch a rotation, but clearly not the case. All 5 now basement for 5 Fears. And while Salo has 5 targets of his own available, actually converting info into kills and eventually around win here for the attack is going to be extremely difficult. Next up to 15.
5 Fears are going to go undefeated here on basement. Unless... Rival is very, very low, and there is still a minute left. Volsper and Silo, but they're just going to need to be literally perfect. And I don't think that they've got the ability to actually push through Surfer, whether they know that or not. You're talking about a Nitrocell, still gas babes available. I do like the set ROUs though, plus the drone, good info. I know what's being watched and where from. Starting to gain a little bit of hope that maybe they could cook something up here. Gas babe immediately thrown out from JJ. As soon as those screens went up, they got brought back down and then back up again. It's a light show going on down in basement. But so far, it's working out. It's keeping 5 Fears. Oh my goodness. I thought for a split second they were about to do something incredible. 5 Fears are very, very fortunate with the way that that round ended up. They'll get one last opportunity to send this one to overtime. But again, 5 Fears, that's their site. That's their bread and butter. They've only won a single round outside of Lockers and CCTV, which was back in round 6, attacking into staff and open area.
Yes, well, that was an intriguing end to the round. I mean, fair attempt. The ROUs bouncing up and down and opening a small window of opportunity, but with both Silo and Volsper forced low, they
attackers.
fall at the same time. And open area, will this be the final round of the group stage? Or is there a couple to follow in overtime? 5 Fears have had their issues today, and for fun, to their credit, have played pretty well. I think composure has been just the biggest difference maker in this matchup, where for fun, not overplaying their hand, not looking uneasy. There's been some tough moments throughout the match for them to contend with, but they've just backed their plan and their system in, and for the most part, it's been paying off. The pressure just mounts a little bit here into round number 12 in this grudge match. There's been a surprisingly lackluster amount of chatter in the all chat in this matchup. I thought there'd be a little bit more. Been pretty tame.
They need to go to the Enterprise School of shit talking. Maybe get Mag over for a boot camp.
Throwing frag grenade.
Triple info gather here as well for the attack with the Snake, Dockerbeat, and Deimos combo. This is going to make life very frustrating for 5 Fears. And the element of surprise should be stripped away, provided for fun use this util effectively. And to round out the comp, ran for Vert. And I love the inclusion of the Nooker as well. Silo could be in a position to lurk horizontal through ATM.
I mean, it's almost like 5 operators in terms of info gathering, really, because you got the big auto breaches that go open up floorboards, and that gives you information, and Silo's ability to push and lurk will also get you information. Not to the same degree as the other operators, but a similar concept. Bravo did get the opening kill. He also had to eat that payload from Mike W. Bino falls, and so does Volspot. Well, 5 Fears are looking as if they're going to send us to overtime to close out the final game of group stage here for NAL. It's going to require Silo and Mike to combine in a 2 versus 4. One thing we haven't really seen a lot of in this match, though, has been these sort of comeback rounds. It's been a pretty cut and dry sort of match. The team that starts well seems to end well.
Very little in this particular scenario to suggest that for fun can make it a competitive or compelling round. I suppose Rivals low, maybe could be isolated, but Mike W gets trapped over towards Tellers. So a 1v4 attempt to ensue. Incredibly low percentage. OT on the other side.
Yeah, and probably about right. I think with where these two teams have been at here on Bank, it's been pretty close. Neither team able to get a lot of separation finally, and it's taken until the last 2 rounds, 2 in a row for 5 Fears to get us to OT. So a little bit more siege required here today, ladies and gentlemen. And it does mean the points will be split. And tactical timeout from For Fun. Grudge match with well, nothing really on the line. 5 Fears, of course, cannot get any better than their 9th place position. But the way that the game was shaping up, that was known quite a time ago.
SSG is safe in 8th. Does mean that, again, as we highlighted earlier, that 5 Fears, who are still very much in contention for SI qualification on points, if they have a good stage 2, they'll miss out on a big chunk in stage 1, and the ongoing storyline and ramifications from that won't be fully known until the end of the year, whether or not this stage will ultimately prove costly in their conquest to attend the event. As we look back at the highlight package from that previous round, and it was a pretty short-lived round with a couple of isolated kicks all going the way of 5 Fears.
It was almost just like a rush into Janitor, try and overwhelm. It just doesn't work out. Shotgun is deadly up close. Fens did a really good job defending. Speaking of defending, For Fun will get double defense, but again, with the way that the halves played out, 3-3 split both times, I don't think it really matters all that much.
Jammer ready. Mobile cover.
Interesting, we actually go basement to begin, and yeah, this is an intriguing choice because again, For Fun have not won this side at all.
No, but they bring a pretty different lineup. It's something you were talking about before in terms of a very more modern approach that they were taking. A lot of offside play, and the operators complement that. This time it's a little more on the erring on the side of old school, particularly when you look at the Tachanka and the smoke combo. Fenrir as well can be used for some on-site disrupt or even off-site, I suppose, as well. I suppose with the point of difference is that Tuberon mute combo would be great into an info gathering heavy comp here from 5 Fears, but that's not really going to be the case. They go pretty old school themselves. They can utilate the cap. Hard breach is needed for default. And then they can send JJ forward start.
Hello. I mean, but also, like, this is questionable from for fun as well. I mean, what are they doing? They've got a 5-stack below composition, but they're playing heavy presence first floor. I mean, fortunately, it's only the mute and the 2-brow, to be honest, that you need to keep this smoke alive. But even then, Bino's only got 1 gas babe left. The whole point of playing the smoke on this side is to delay. And look, there's a tiny bit of delay towards Blue Stairs, but you've now got full reliance on Packer on the Shamika launcher.
Yeah, Bino's days are going to be numbered over towards Blue. At minimum, it's going to be an inevitable fight. Packer aggro CC. Bino falls. Packer did find a pick in the meantime on the off-meta position, so that's something. And Forest is low. He just has to dip a toe in the flame and he'll die. So there's actually a world in which For Fun can wrangle this round back despite some fundamental issues earlier in the round. They're not out of it at this point.
Well, I mean, they got drones.
5 Fears to pivot though. And yeah, critically they can drone.
It's a 3 versus 2. You've got drones, you've got info. You know Parker's going to want to use this Shamika launcher to stop this push into CCTV. The last thing you want to do is just triple stack the doorway and try and push through. So this is where you got to create other avenues, whether it be vault, whether it be main stairs, whether it be garage. Whatever it is, it just can't be a triple stack in server. They do at least have this drone.
I'd just be sending Forrest as a fake push back. He's so low on HP, but it looks like they'll actually commit him for the plant attempt here, which is a little risky. 20 seconds.
Very risky. 5 bullets left in the Shamika launch shell. Forrest does immediately just burn. I mean, yeah. Wow. That was a 3 versus 2 drone info. They almost had, what, 45 seconds or something to really work and formulate a plan. And the best plan of attack was a double push through the doorway with a 1 HP Forest. And yeah, I mean, you could have played that so much better.
Yeah, totally agree. It was a rough one. Probably could have had a couple more options in splitting that attack in such a way that you actually capitalize on Forest being low. I think having him as a bit of a dummy push elsewhere, at least absorbing some pressure elsewhere, may have been a better call, but regardless, they did have that drop player, and the timing was ultimately off anyway. Ultra aggressive offside. It's been a thorn in the side for this defensive lineup on this site, where the off-site play, the roam play, just has not been fruitful at all. That's a site that I'm sure they'll be going back to the strat book and looking to refine going forward. Been a pain point for them tonight.
Well, back we go.
And we return. Although 4-5 Fears specifically, they successfully defended this site twice.
5 seconds left.
They haven't really had the same issues as... yeah, I guess, yeah. I don't know.
So 7-6 for fun. We get 2 opportunities to close this out, get the 2 points, but most importantly, get the win over 5 Fears.
Scanning for electronics.
Already on their way to playoffs, and for the kickoff champions, it's a dismal stage 1, bottom 2 finish locked in. They'll look to rebound in the off season and come back strong for stage 2, no doubt.
Scanning. Spotted a bomb.
IQ available here for this round. Could play a key role in disrupting the Solace of Rival, who's actually in a relatively passive position over towards main. Snake a little more proactive open with a nitro opportunity through stock. But Mike W in a safe position, not susceptible to that currently, as a payload gets sent out to the position of Fens. And to dodge a couple of shots on his cross back to the objective, does a good job to do so, eats the call, not really too much of a concern. Certainly the structure of this defense more convincing than we saw last round out, where Fafun got caught and isolated. Much more successful peel towards the objective now for 5 Fears, who have the smoke to play into for Denial and Double Nitro.
Yeah, I mean, they're really well set up now defensively. 5 Fears is set. They've got the utility, they've got good position. The one thing For Fun do still have, though, I mean, Bino on the Monty can get some good space to push forward, get to the bomb chassis, maybe even tuck into the corner near the doorway as an option. And the fact they've still got the 5 alive, they've got all options. One more RAU available. Bino's going to go into CCTV, test out this defense, and, well, the test is going to be passed by JJ. Gaspabe will connect. And that's the right way to kind of play this attacking when you're going for this server-side centric push. You want to draw this utility out. You can't just sit here until there's 10 seconds on the clock. Bino's going to do it again. More utility to potentially get thrown out. And it also then exposes JJ's position. 20 seconds. Garage lurk as well from Packer. Not watching it is Forrest. That opens up the ramp play. And there's Main. This is the best way to attack this site. So much pressure. Main, Garage, eating out the utility as well towards the site. Into red time. Mike gets another one. Shot from Snake. Needs to deny this plant though. Bino will be successful. It doesn't even matter. Well, it's For Fun. We'll get the win. The final win here for group stage. They will be heading to playoffs. Unfortunately for 5 Fears, it's another loss to the added tally.
Yeah, it's going to leave a sour taste in the mouths of 5 Fears, losing out on the grudge match, and it's been a disappointing stage for them, but credit to For Fun. I'm very intrigued to see if they can have an influence in that lower bracket.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do come playoff time. And playoffs is, of course, set here today. For Fun in 6th spot, Shopify Rebellion in 5th, and the top 4 set, 100 Thieves, Wildcard, Dark Zero, M80. It's all set up. Playoffs next week are going to be a blast.
It will be, yes. Thank you guys so much for getting us through these games, especially at the times for you. And we got a barn burner at the end there, the big grudge match as we talked about. And this time around, I guess mentally wise as well, Packer comes out victorious.
Packer is daddy. It's no longer JJ Blast, but I mean, even in that last round, JJ, I mean, I'm sorry, not JJ, Packer was a good call from him. I really liked their understanding of how they were going to win this round. We were kind of questioning the ROU sensor to be able to block off the line of sight. I really like that they pulled the attention towards the focus, towards server, and then what do they do? Packer immediately comes in through garage, finds that opening on the player, and then they just collapse down main stairs, get the pick on the player rotating, and then from there they had the site control. They could plant the diffuser and really turn 5 Fears back on their heels, where they now had to be the attackers and try to retake, and it just ultimately fell flat.
Yeah, you couldn't wait to say that, huh? Packer is daddy.
Yeah,
I hope he
absolutely.
clips that now and that's like his substat or something. We just got Lax's voice there. But yeah, it was a really good game plan for Fun. I expected them to close that out a lot sooner, to be honest. I'm surprised 5 Fears started turning up, and I think that comes down to Fens. I think you highlighted him yesterday, and we can kind of see it right here. Snake was kind of carrying the game a little bit, still did 16-9, but Fens was able to kind of get some of those rounds on the defense going his way, and he was popping off as well. But it still comes down to me. I mean, yeah, JJ, Forrest, down at the bottom for 5 Fears. A lot of problems were going wrong, and I was looking forward to talking to JJ. I think the world wants to know what is going wrong with this team, and we needed to hear it from the general himself, but we'll have to wait and hopefully ask him another time.
Yeah, instead, this time we get to talk about the positives, and maybe he heard you say that, you know, along the lines as Packer is standing by for an interview. Packer, congratulations on the victory. Not sure if you caught what was being said on the desk here, but this was a big grudge match for you specifically.
For me, I mean, they've talked shit for months, but they've only got blessed because it was a 4v5.
Well, I wanted to get right into the grudge match, Packer, because, yeah, we did highlight it since I guess T1 wise, not counting any of if you guys went against each other in T2, but he did own the series. JJ, of course, 3-0. That was your first ever victory against him. Now, unfortunately, it wasn't for like a playoff spot or anything meaningful, but you do win the interview. Is there anything else you kind of want to say to JJ or any of those guys now that you got the spotlight?
Well, I mean, now I have my team that I actually enjoyed teaming with, and so I'm very excited that like every time I play him now I can beat him, because previously I owned him. He beat me like one time beforehand, so you know, it's okay. I mean, they're not gonna win any more games against us.
There you go. Well, I kind of want to ask you, how are you feeling right now?
I mean, pretty good. Besides for the stage where we tried playing Fortress twice and lost 7-2 both games, we've only lost twice outside of that. So, I mean, we tried working on our map pool. One map stuck, the other map didn't. So, we're just...
If you don't mind me asking, I mean, what has been the issues with your guys' map pools?
I mean, our map pool in the offseason, we worked on it. Like, we added all new strats. We tried everything. We tried playing all 9 maps because we wanted to get really ready for this stage. Yeah. As you can see, we added Bank this stage, and we've played it 3 times, won it all 3 times. So that's been a great success. And then we wanted to try Fortress twice this stage just to give it a good shot. We tried it against 2 top teams. Got smoked both times. Didn't really show anything good there. So you win some, you lose some. But at least we've seen improvement somewhere.
Speaking of that improvement, is that what you're looking forward to after making playoffs and now playing in best of 3s? What can we expect from you guys? Because in kickoff, you guys were one of the first teams to kind of you lost to obviously 5 Fears, and then you went down the lower bracket and you kind of fell short again. What's going to prevent you guys from falling short this time and actually making EWC?
We just bettered our map pool. I think we lost club like 6 times last stage, and we've just made our map pool like to a higher tier for every single map. I think we can beat literally everyone without the other 8 maps in the pool, so I'm very excited for playoffs. And I mean, we've always played everyone close for the most part, so I'm very, like last playoffs we lost like 2 barn burner games, so I'm expecting like this playoffs we're gonna be able to finish it out, you know.
Well, not really a question, Packer, but I do want to give you your flowers. I think your timeouts, and you specifically, whether it was the Outlast game or the Cloud9 game, I think you really were the glue that held the team together to really get them on track to be able to close out those series, more so in that game versus Cloud9, because, again, you guys needed those points, and they needed those points. The fact you were able to walk away from 3 really sets you up for going into today. So I just really want to give you your flowers, and I think you've really been crucial for this team in those moments to really get everyone back focused on the game and get the job done.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm just really happy that I'm with a team that like fully trusts me and like always believes in what I'm saying to them. I'm not the main caller anymore like I did before, but obviously my experience in the game does bring a lot. So I'm just really happy that they believe in me.
Awesome, Pecker. I mean, you just won a big grudge match, and you got some glazing from the skier. You might as well be the happiest man alive at the moment. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck in playoffs next week.
Thank you. Everyone have a good one.
Awesome. Good to hear from him as well. I'm glad you gave him his flowers as well for that. We had that at the beginning, and it turned out, again, to be working out for them.
I mean, Packer is definitely a player that you have to give a lot of respect to. He has absolutely gone through it, and the fact that he is still constantly trying to improve, constantly trying to prove that he is worth it and that he deserves to be in this scene, he deserves every ounce of respect.
And we've seen some of his timeouts where he's very animated and fiery, but that was a very calm one. I almost think he might have a calling as a therapist, telling everyone to, like, calm down a little bit. I don't like the way we're speaking to each other. It's almost like he's talking to his like.
I don't think parents. Maybe he looked back at that Outlast and was like, okay, maybe I didn't like the way that I was speaking.
Yeah, I didn't like my tone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our final play day here for Groups is over. Let's have a look at our results, because despite there not being much to play for, like after match 2 and everything was set in stone in regards to playoffs, we still got some close matches, maybe some surprising results today, or not really? Maybe a wildcard one.
Yeah, I mean the wild card one. I mean, I did predict wild card was.
Oh, so not
okay.
It was no, honestly, I mean, I want to say it was surprising in the sense of how close that really was. I thought there maybe might have been more leaning favor to one team. I thought it was still going to be a good series, but the fact that it had to go the full distance and wild card to be coming out on top, that did catch me by surprise. Now it definitely didn't, The next game, I was hoping was going to be a little more competitive.
That's the one
that was
we
the bigger
really,
one,
yeah.
and that one fell short.
And that's unfortunate. That was the one that was kind of the blowout because that created all the storylines that we could have possibly had today. And imagine that for fun, 5 fears. It went 8-6. It went the distance.
Yeah.
Imagine that was for something on the line. That would have been incredible. But yeah, I've been asking for overtimes, and we got some.
We got them.
Yeah.
We got some. Big difference, though, in regards to the points for the top versus the bottom. We almost thought we were going to have a flawless M8. They fell short just on the final play. They outlast, ending the season without a victory. It hurts to see that there, but especially towards that middle pack here, you know, with the fight for those last few spots, whether you're going to end in upper brackets, whether you're going to go in lower brackets, who your first opponent's going to be inside that bracket, it still came down to be pretty close here.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely really close. I mean, do you think you would have predicted those 6?
I don't think I would have predicted the 6 by any means, but I am happy with what we got so far. I mean, M80 really was the big surprise for me again.
Yeah,
I looked at that roster. I looked at Savage coming onto it again. We felt very similar. The time that those players only found success was with Hot and Cold. So the fact that they almost went undefeated.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, comes with their first loss today, but I think Savage is happy with that. He said he would rather experience a loss in group stage before playoffs. I think that actually helped them secure themselves going into playoffs.
Yeah, so where does that put us for playoffs is the big question. What are we going to have next week in regards of our matchups? As you said, M80 still lock in first, meaning they go up against the number 4 in 100 Thieves. And Dark Zero versus Wildcard, I mean, that could be another... See you smiling. Could be another upset, or is that not what you're thinking?
I don't know if it's going to be an upsetter, but I mean, I just feel for Spiker with talking about, oh, we always play against EZ. Oh, it's always back and forth. That's how it was for me with TSM back in the day. You like a little bit of flavor and going against a different team. So I would definitely be more excited for that M80 100 Thieves. I know that's something that you really are looking forward to.
What? I mean, come on. It's Savage. It's versus Hot and Cold. I mean, it's the former rosters. And how did M80 lose today? It was 7-7, and Spiker gave credit to who? It was Hot and Cold from the grave, from the top ropes. He remembered the call that was they used during that last event during SLC, and that is the call that ended up getting them over the finish line. So now, Hot and Cold is 1 up over them now. You know, 1 up. So now he gets a chance again in playoffs where it matters. And I guess one of the big things also is in that other matchup, that DZ Wildcard, is if Wildcard is actually able to upset them, that's going to send DZ to the lowers, where I believe they're going to end up playing SR, and we know how that matchup is gone. So for anyone that's kind of been hate watching on SR a little bit, I mean, you're going to be watching that DZ Wildcard matchup closely, as I'm sure are they.
Since the stage is now over, big day for you guys over on the pond tomorrow, 4th of July. Any plans to celebrate it despite, you know, being on the other side of the pond?
Nothing like screeching patriotism in Denmark, Copenhagen specifically. So I think tomorrow I'm going to go get a couple beers, get a couple hot dogs, FaceTime my family, celebrate from Copenhagen, and, you know, try to be as American as I possibly can.
Yeah, you're telling me they don't celebrate over here? Like, we can't go to a bar and play some cornhole or something? Maybe some fireworks going on?
I don't think so. Maybe
country music.
Maybe we can try to find some.
I
don't think we are. I think we're going to have to make it work. We have to have our own.
We should do that, yeah.
I actually just heard fireworks are illegal here, so we don't do any of that here apparently. So
all right, well,
good luck with that tomorrow.
America.
We'll make something happen. Yeah, we'll move along.
I love it. Well, to anybody who is celebrating 4th of July tomorrow, I hope you have a wonderful time. Hope you have a good time together celebrating with your loved ones. That's it for me on the NAL. I had a lot of fun jumping in here with you guys, taking over for Jonan. I mean, I did say it before I went on Thursday, right? You know, as much as I love the email, I do think the branding of the studio with the colors and everything.
Oh, branding. What about
really
the league?
I mean, the league is great. The host is great. I mean, we're gonna have to go back to Jonah. It's gonna be a little rough.
It's gonna be a little awkward.
Nah, you can't be saying that when he's sitting here next week. How do you think he's going to feel coming in?
He doesn't watch this back. He doesn't do his job. It's okay.
I think he might be watching it back. Anyways, it was a great pleasure being here. Of course, very entertaining league. We've had a lot of close games.
Yeah.
So I definitely enjoyed my stay here for all the side of production. Thank you very much for the smooth show for you at home. Thank you so much for watching. As we said, enjoy July 4th. And I will see you next week, Thursday, when the playoffs start.